Information. The hero should have known better. By CampbelSoupDestroyer. Original ongoing comedy non-human lead adventure fantasy female lead high fantasy magic. The hero thinks the Demon Lord's sister is a threat. He is wrong. Her name is Sola. Despite being the younger sister of the Demon Lord, she's not all that bright. Most know her as a simpleton. The demon folk generals think she's sheltered, and she's rather ignorant of the greater world. Sola hasn't seen her brother ever since the war had ended, so she headed out in search of him. Unfortunately for her, the hero and his party believe she's a credible threat, and are hot on her tail. However, despite not being the brightest nor the cleverest, this naive demon folk girl will do everything she can to meet her brother again. New chapters every other day. Chapter 1, Luth. Do you really think that cell can keep him locked in? It certainly will, Miss Junil. The cell is self-regenerating and powered by his own magic. The armored hero and his assistant healer stared into the cell. The most dangerous individual in the world was held within. He was also the most restrained person in the world. Thick shackles made of a silver-like substance were clasped around his wrists and ankles, wrapped around his neck, and bent around his torso. The chains could have had enough slack for him to move within his cell, to a certain extent. But the sheer number of chains linked to his shackles prevented a lot of that movement. Almost anyone else in such a situation would be pitied if the person in question was not the Demon Lord himself. Are you sure about that? The healer asked. I am sure. Even if he still had the capability to attack his way through the cell, it would simply mend itself from his own magic. It would be a particularly unpleasant experience, should it grow around him while he is attempting to escape. The healer blinked in response to that statement. Sounds brutal, she replied. This has been considered an acceptable measure to keep him restrained. Both of them were referring to the individual within those shackles. Of course, Luth's appearance was recognizable anywhere on that continent, mostly due to the wanted and reward posters that were pinned on the walls of every single bulletin board and public notice wall possible. His short-cut hair was pale orange, almost the color of an apricot. A pair of similarly colored irises glimmered right beneath his half-lidded eyes, surrounding his black, snake-slit pupils. Two dark horns protruded from the sides of his head, behind the temples of his head. The gray horns curled out from the sides of his head, angled back in a particularly sleek manner. Upon hearing his own name, the demon folk's eyes flickered over to peer at the two. The healer could see bags under his eyes. She attributed it to the constant magic draining he had been enduring. Ron, Junil, you are here again. It has been a little over a month since you two last visited. His voice croaked. It was raspy, grating to the ears. On instinct, the healer grabbed at her water canteen, but her companion thought otherwise. Junil, the armored hero said. She stopped, to glance up at the hero. I'm just getting him water. He does not need water. Ron, be reasonable. Can we just leave him in this state? The armored hero turned to look at the shorter healer. She could see his gray eyes from between the slits in his full-face knight helmet. We came here to question the Demon Lord. Nothing else. With hesitation, Junil capped her canteen. As the two conversed with one another, Luth peered through the bars of his prison. Question? What are you looking to question me on? My armies have been smashed, my command has been dissolved, and my plans. Enough. Ron's head snapped back to look at the Demon Lord, who shut up immediately. We are looking for your sibling. Upon hearing those words, Luth's gaze darted away. He opened his mouth, then closed it, unsure what to say. Do not try to fool us. We are well aware of their existence, from documents we have recovered. I doubt you were able to find much, Luth replied. The topic of how much information we were able to recover is irrelevant. Tell us what you know of them. The Demon Lord's eyebrows furrowed, as though he was thinking the hero was a fool. What do you want to know? Their age, favorite food, or the clothes they like wearing the most? Do not evade the question. I am referring to their current location. There was silence for a few seconds before Ron and Junil heard the raspy chuckle of the Demon Lord. Even if I knew, you think I'd tell you? So you do not know. Number. I don't. Now leave me to languish. The armored hero took a loud step forwards, as close as he could without making contact with the enchanted metal bars of the cell. I am not finished. If you know nothing of their location, then tell me what you know about them. I'm starting to think that the space in that metal helmet of yours is empty. If you think asking any harder will get me to answer, I have all the reason to stay quiet. If you tell us nothing, We will probably kill them. It was quiet for a handful of tense seconds. And if I do, they'll most likely be captured, and they'll occupy a cell next to yours. An additional chuckle could be heard from Luth before it was cut short by a cough. He immediately replied to Ron as his hacking subsided. Getting stuck in here is a terrible fate, I'd say. Regardless, you're never going to find her. So, this sibling of yours is your sister? Silence permeated the air between the two. Junil fidgeted. She was growing uncomfortable at how tense the atmosphere was. I am losing my edge, dropping that tidbit of information on you. I'm remaining silent from here on out, the Demon Lord said. Ron shook his helmeted head. Fine. We will hunt her down ourselves. Junil, let us depart. But as he stepped away from the cell, Luth spoke up. Keep your word. If you do run across her, please treat her gently. I can't guarantee anything, replied the hero. You promised. Ron stopped, then turned his head around to look at the Demon Lord. Not only have I not given an explicit promise, but the state your sister will be apprehended in will heavily depend on how much she cooperates. If we drag her in here bloodied and bruised, she will only have herself to fault. It looked as though Luth was going to say something in response, but he didn't, and simply closed his eyes. Seeing as that was the end of it, Ron turned back around to catch up to Junil, who had already gotten a slight head start on departing. The clacking of the healer's pristine shoes contrasted with the metal-on-metal clinking of the hero's armor, both sounds echoing down the dim stone hallway. Junil broke the silence once she had assured they were out of earshot of the Demon Lord. What do you think? She asked. The Demon Lord was lying. He has an idea as to where this sister of his is. The healer had to speed up her walking pace to keep up with the much taller and armored hero. What are we going to do about it? Subjugate her, of course. The pair walked in silence for the next 15 seconds. The light at the end of the hallway slowly grew brighter as they neared the exit door. So, fill me in on this. What do we know about her, his sister? Other than whatever measly information he provided. Were you not briefed by my messenger, or had you not been listening to what he had to say? The hero chastised. Junil frowned and looked up at the man. I was in the middle of my medical anatomy classes when your messenger barged in and startled me. Almost spilled acid all over the table. Ron glanced down at the healer. I apologize for that. But, medical anatomy? He inquired. Do you find your healing magic to be insufficient? You are one of the best in the nation, after all. It's not that, I just want to find a more organic approach at healing others, she replied, in a huff. And people were never considerate of my magical reserves. They always approached me for paper cuts or bumps on their heads, like they can't handle a little wound. I understand the sentiment, but this sounds like another attempt by you to justify your use of leeches. Bloodletting is healthy for you. The armored hero shook his head. This discussion is going off on a tangent. Back to the original subject at hand, the Demon Lord's sister. Ron pushed the metal-grated door out of the way. As they were met with the outside, from within the cell, it would have seemed as though they were underground, but they were anywhere but. Before them sprawled an impressive city. Even from this height, anyone could see that this city prospered. The streets were paved with smooth-cut stones, with buildings of increasing height as they neared the gargantuan castle they were on. Pillars of smoke rose from rows of chimneys in the distance, where the newly emerging coal factories rose from. I still can't get used to this view from the palace spire, Junil said. Her widened eyes took in the view before her, irises flickering left and right. Where is Scarl, anyway? You said he was around here somewhere. You wish to see him? Ron inquired. Yes, so I can tell him to give Lord Luth some water. Unlike you, Junil could hear an audible sigh rattle from beneath the hero's helmet. You shouldn't. But I won't stop you is what you'll say next. Ron, I've worked alongside you for a good few years now. I think I have a good idea of what you're willing to do and not do. Ron shook his head. I won't. But this is disrespectful. The healer huffed. Oh, shush. Not giving someone water when they're thirsty is also disrespectful, too, but I won't hear you ever complaining about people being disrespectful to the Demon Lord. Miss Junil. Most others would have stopped there, if the hero were to say their name in such a manner. But, as Junil had said earlier, she knew Ron well enough as to how far she could push. Either way, I must talk with Scarl, too. Administrative matters, Ron said. The two, who had stopped to admire the sights before them, detoured to a heavy wooden door that was near the metal grated door they just stepped through. It was the entrance to another cell. The differences between the Demon Lord's cell and this cell was noticeable the moment the two stepped through. Aside from the heavy wooden door, which allowed a degree of privacy, said wooden door was not even locked. There was even a large window at the end of the room, though it would have been more accurate to say that an entire wall was missing. A fabric top covered it up, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to flow through. The contents of the room itself would have also been particularly eyebrow-raising for any newcomers. Aside from a simple hammock in one corner and a table in another, various pieces of wood and tools surrounded the wooden structure of what appeared to be a large, wagon-sized model of a bird-like contraption. And the individual who inhabited the cell, in question, was a young man with grey-white hair. His hair was done back, in a short ponytail, and several feathers similar in color to his hair also stuck out from his scalp. His clothing was simple, consisting of a shorter-sleeved coat and knee-length pants dyed with black ink. Additional feathers hung off of his arms to interlock into a grey plumage, one that shimmered and reflected colors of cyan and violet when the sun hit them at just the right angle. This was Scarl, a harpy, or rather, he was half harpy, half human. "Oh, Ron and Junil!" he exclaimed, waving an arm up. He was kneeling down next to the bird-like contraption, a wooden mallet in hand. "How've you two been?" "Good, I hope." "I have been doing fine," Ron replied. "How about you?" "I do not see any of your pigeons around here." Scarl stepped up from where he was kneeling, and walked over to the top-covered window. "Oh, the guards were complaining about all the cages, and they're difficult to clean out, so I decided to assemble some perches for em," the half-harpy said. Scarl lifted the tarp to show several domestic pigeons perched on several long dowels, located in raised positions on the windowsill. The birds, which had been resting, perked their heads up with the interruption from Scarl. "No worries, little doves. Just go back to sleep. I was just showing you to my friends," Scarl cooed. Both the healer and the hero simply stared at him, as he talked to his birds. "Pigeons," Junil said. "They're pigeons, Scarl." Scarl flapped the fabric back down, and immediately turned his head to look at her. "Dove is the scientific name," the harpy retorted. Junil shook her head. "Nobody calls them doves. Everyone calls them pigeons." "Well, I like being accurate with my birds as much as you're accurate with your medical science. And it sounds far more poetic, too. How else would I attract the ladies if I call myself a half-pigeon harpy?" Scarl stepped away from the window and up to the two of them. "Either way, you two are here for a reason, and it's not to make small talk over a cup of mead." "What is it you need?" The healer was about to say something, but Ron cut her off. "The Demon Lord has been up to something as of late. Monitor any and all the magical communication he may attempt to make, and cut them off if there are any we have not managed to sever. Additionally, report to me with a messenger pigeon should any such situations arise. Do you understand?" Scarl gave an immediate salute. "Righto, Sir Ron. I can keep an eye on him easy." "What was it you wanted to say, Junie?" Junil didn't realize her mouth was still open. She blinked twice, closed her mouth, then spoke. "Just make sure you keep Lord Luth hydrated and fed. Ensure he's not neglected." "That's about it." Junil threw a slight glare at Ron as she spoke, one that was not noticed by the hero at all. "Keep him fed, got it?" Scarl exclaimed. It took him a moment to fully realize what he just agreed to. "Wait, isn't that the duty of the guard?" "It is supposed to be, but everyone's too scared to approach him," Junil replied. "I just need you to make sure he isn't hungry or thirsty." Scarl scratched the back of his head warily. Well, sure, I can do it. I just don't want to stay too close to him for too long, either." Junil gave a deadpan stare to Scarl. She fished for something in her bag, and pulled her hand out to flick a small gold coin at the harpy. Scarl caught it in midair, fumbling with it for a moment, then gave a good look at the coin. "All right, you've got yourself a deal," Scarl exclaimed, while pocketing the coin. "I'll make sure he's fed. In fact, I'll hand-feed him myself." I know, you don't need to tell me how," the healer replied. "Just don't forget, alright?" "And a notification," the hero stated. "I almost forgot to tell you. But your sentence shall remain so for 6 months, as decided by the courts." 6 months? Scarl exclaimed. "That's 6 months of not being able to get windstones for good prices in the market. You have also been banned from obtaining windstones for the duration of this house arrest." "Well, You're the hero. Pull a few strings maybe. Get me some help here. The primary reason you are on house arrest rather than in a cold jail cell at this very moment was because I had already commented in the court-martial to account for your service under my stead as a factor in your sentencing. Scarl blinked. Wait, really? What you did was foolish. But, factoring in your moral character and what you've done to help the humans during the war, they were more willing to be lenient, considering the damage you have done. But I will not be able to provide you a second chance, should such an incident occur again. Scarl sat down in a nearby wooden chair, and leaned back. Well, the damage was bad, I'll give you that. But I just need to calibrate those windstones a bit more. Just a little more. Is that too much to ask for? Scarl looked up at Ron, and scratched his head. He's telling you not to blow the place up while we're gone, Juno stated. Oh. There was silence between the three for the next handful of heartbeats. That appears to be all we wish to say. We will be departing now. All right, Scarl said. I'll be doing some wood carving here while you're at it. And I'll send a dove if anything happens. Ron turned around and stepped out of the room. Juno followed him. Once they had left Scarl's room, the silence between the two remained until Juno decided to break it with a question. What about the Demon Lord's sibling do you already know? Fill me in on everything, she said. The duo began to step down one of the spiral staircases that went to the first floor of the building. There is little to fill you in on, as there was almost no information recovered about this individual. All we know at this very moment is that she exists, and that slip-up of the Demon Lords has narrowed down the entire demon folk population by half. But nothing else? Appearance, age? We can extrapolate. She likely looks similar to him and is likely around his age. Hair and eyes that are bright orange, with horns that curl backward. While those are particularly common traits, we can essentially rule out a majority of demon folk who deviate from those traits. Juno gave an exasperated sigh. Haven't you considered other factors? What if his sister doesn't look like him? I do not see why not. They must have come from the same mother, and further if they are siblings. I've done studies in blending inheritance, so I'm more qualified to talk about it than you are, the healer retorted. Regardless, they might just be half-siblings. And she could also be wearing a disguise. This will indeed make our search more difficult. Juno shook her head, as the two continued stepping down the spiral staircase. Regardless, I'm not sure why you want us to go after the Demon Lord's sister. We haven't heard of any major upsets in the demon folk territories, nor reports of suspicious activity, she said. Do you really believe the Demon Lord would have no contingencies in the event he is defeated? We have fought him before. The Demon Lord is an intelligent individual. The healer was left to ponder that statement for a second. I don't understand what you're getting at. Think from the perspective that he has a grand plan laid out for her. Juno furrowed her eyebrows. There was definitely one idea she had in mind, but it seemed rather improbable. But Ron urging her on was starting to plant seeds of doubt over the improbability of it. Perhaps his sibling is important, and he does not want us to get our hands on her. You have a general idea, but that answer is too vague. Then, this sister of his is a wanted general that's committed heinous crimes. He is aware that harsh punishment will fall upon his own blood if he were to hand over her location. You're close enough for me to elaborate. Let us pause here. They were halfway down the spiral staircase of the palace spire before Ron stopped. He looked up the stairs, then back down, to ensure there were no eavesdroppers about. When the hero spoke to Juno, his voice was lowered. My primary concern, and theory, is that the Demon Lord trained his younger sister to take his place. Considering the Demon Lord's reluctance to tell us anything about them, this is looking to be the case. So, you believe that this sibling of his will be his second coming? Precisely. She is an asset to him. The healer looked up at the hero, as she shifted her white cap. Perhaps you are overreacting a little here? Like I said earlier, we haven't heard of any notable movements within the Demon Lord's territories. Our forces have dismantled almost all of his loyalist holdouts. We have not heard of anything that we know of. If I must be frank, the lack of any major activity after Luth's capture is suspect. We can only assume there are plots in play that we cannot see from the surface. Juno shrugged. He could just be worried about his sister's safety. Don't you have brothers or sisters you love? You've seen what that member of the demon folk has wrought upon the continent, So I do not know where you have conjured the idea that he is capable of worry for his kin. Just grasping at whatever idea comes to mind to reason what he's done. The hero stood up straight and looked down at the shorter healer. The girl felt his piercing gaze through the slits of his helmet. Although she felt like doing so, Junil did not shrink down at the oppressive gaze. It seems as if you're looking for a reason to not confront this credible threat, he muttered. Chasing after monsters we've made up is not how we should operate, the healer retorted. But you've made your point, that this can potentially be a threat. We need to see if we can gather the others first, though. Salkin and Frau. Thankfully, the piercing gaze of the hero shifted off of her as quickly as she had shifted the subject. Indeed, we should search for those two. Do you have any idea as to where they may be? Junil sighed, relieved that his gaze was now averted elsewhere. I think Salkin owns a factory, right? Yes, he manages one in the industrial districts. However, I am not aware of Madame Frau's whereabouts. Me neither. Last I heard from her, she said she was going out on some business venture. The two finally reached the first floor and continued their way out. A hallway later, they reached a set of heavy wooden double doors. Said doors were carved intricately, with patterns lining the edges. I already have an idea as to where Sir Salkin may be. We shall head to him immediately. The hero gave the center line between both doors a push with a single hand. That was enough to get them to swing open, allowing both to step through. Ron gave a nod to two of the standing guards of the palace spire. They suddenly stiffened to attention, their ornate armor clacking as the soldiers stood upright. The hero proceeded to turn around to give both of them a look, as if they did not look stiff enough already. Raise the guard round the palace spire, both physical and magical. Understand? Shouldn't you be telling that to the guard captain, sir? One of them asked. I have pressing matters at hand. Tell him that this is a direct order from the hero himself. Understood? Yes, sir. Instinct affirmed that the guards understood. Ron nodded, then gestured for Junil to continue on walking with him. As both hero and healer picked their brisk pace back up, the two guards could be seen visibly relaxing once the hero was out of earshot. They continued walking through the stone-paved streets. The bustle of activity right outside was an immediate contrast to the inside of the palace spire, with all the storefronts selling their wares and people walking about. Junil peered up at Ron. If you already knew about Salkin's whereabouts, why did you ask? You saw those soldiers there? Ron asked. They've been lax on their guard duty until I stepped along, and they are lax once again. The knowledge you have is like that. It is good that you can recall where Sir Salkin is, unlike those types who allow themselves to grow complacent over time. Junil gave another sigh. You don't need to test me on every little detail, Ron. I'm not that forgetful. I need to ensure that my party members are as honed as they possibly can, in both body and mind. Then you should have left me uninterrupted in my biology lessons. Apologies for that. I was unaware you had such matters at hand prior to sending the messenger out. Chapter 2, Forge. These roots. Not ready? And this one is? Out in the wilderness, a particular demon folk girl was pointing between two different leafy stems, sticking out of the ground. Yes. Well, somewhat. The roots with the larger brush on top is ready to eat. The response that came to her sounded out in her mind, whispered and raspy. Despite that, she did not question it, merely tilting her head at that response. Larger brush? She asked. More leaves, Sola. More brush means it has more sticks and leaves. Sola was, by most standards, a typical demon folk girl. She stood at roughly below average height, with apricot-colored hair and similarly colored eyes that shimmered from underneath her long and messy hair. She peered at the smaller plant of the two. Can I eat the not ready one? No. Well, you can. It's not bad for you, but it won't taste good. Oh, icky flavor. I can avoid it. The demon folk girl stepped towards the taller brush. The hand of hers that was not preoccupied with pointing at the plants held an ornate brass shovel. The pristine surface was neither scratched nor chipped, yet was caked in dirt and mud. The end of the shovel dug into the dirt a hand's length away from the base of the larger plant. A foot was placed on the handles directly above the blade of the shovel, allowing her to leverage the weight of her body to dig the spade into the ground. Good. Once you're all the way down, grip the shovel while leaning back. It's called Shiva, Sola stated, matter-of-factly. Fine. Use Shiva, and leaned back while gripping the handle. Sola leaned back a little. Like this? Further. Get your weight in on it. Like you're pulling on a heavy door. Her brother's voice, from the other side, still remained hushed. But there was now an edge of it, a degree of emphasis behind his voice. The demon folk girl proceeded as he had instructed, and began to pull back on the shovel as if her life depended on it. A few seconds passed before the ground decided to give way. Half of the plant was uprooted in mere seconds. Sola stumbled, kicking up dirt and hitting the ground. She scrambled back onto her feet, brushing some dust off her clothes. Considering that her clothes were mostly dirty rags at this point, it didn't matter all that much to her. Instead, Sola directed her attention at the half-uprooted plant that the blade of her shovel was wedged beneath. Luther, look, I got it out. She bounded over to the exposed plant. Wrapping both her hands around the thickest portion of the stem, she heaved it over her shoulder, until the rest of the roots snapped from the ground. The demon folk girl almost fell backwards, with the plant still in her hands. Careful, and make sure you clean it before you eat. I know. You said to me already. Conveniently and thankfully, there just happened to be a stream nearby for her to wash the root in. Sola got up from the ground. Before picking up her bounty, she stepped through the brush, towards the sounds of running water. Is this river fine? The demon folk girl asked, once she was looking upon it. It's more of a creek than a river. But step closer to allow me to examine the water. Step closer and, so I can look at the water, to make sure it's safe to drink. Okay. She then proceeded to splash her feet into the water of the creek. No, don't step in. Your socks'll get. Oh, whatever. But the water looks clean enough. Sola hesitated. Did I do something wrong? Well, no, but your shoes are probably wet. Never mind that, you can just clean your alien. Sola proceeded to unclasp the metal, bowl-like helmet that she wore, or rather, it would be more accurate to describe it as a helmet-like bowl, with its shape. Squatting down, the demon folk girl dipped the helmet into the crystal-clear flowing water. After a few seconds, she brought up the rim of the helmet to her lips, and drank. After satisfying her thirst, the demon folk girl then tossed it atop a dry rock next to her, before using both hands to lower the root vegetable in her hands, what Luth referred to as a rallion, into the flowing stream. That's good. Scrub all the dirt off it and it'll be good to eat. Like always, she was rather quick to wash it clean. Holding it up to her face, the demon folk girl stared at her own handiwork. The vegetable was shaped like a radish but had a thin, blood-red skin similar to that of a carrot. She then bit into it and began chewing at the fibery flesh. It had a light, refreshing taste, with a subtly sweet flavor to it. This one tastes good. You're good at picking the best ones, Sola exclaimed. There are so many around, too. The human folk probably eat a lot of them. Humans don't really like eating ralliines. Humans don't like it? But why? Well, they call them demon roots. It's got a bitter taste to them, from what I know. Bitter? Imagine if it tasted like it was biting your tongue, like you were eating sand or dirt. Sola swallowed down her mouthful of the sweet vegetable. Really? That sounds bad. Why do we taste it sweet then? Well, your big brother isn't sure, but you should have the answer, right? There probably is an answer, I just don't know it. The demon folk girl began thinking for a few seconds, as though thinking hard enough would manifest the answer into her own head. I know. I can just ask Say when she comes over, or Farah. They're generals, so they know. I'm not so sure if you can really ask General Sayes or General Forge about that. Yes, I should ask Relay instead. Sola bit a few more times into the rallion, and continued chewing at the vegetable as her brother pondered over how to respond to that statement. A few more good-sized chunks out of the rallion left it with nothing but the hard-to-chew core of it. The demon folk girl was about to discard it until her brother interrupted her. Make sure you eat all of it, huh? Sola asked. But the middle part is hard to chew. It's chewy, yes, but if you chew it enough it'll soften. That's where a lot of the nutrients are. Eat it so you can grow healthy. Sola grimaced, staring at the core of the vegetable. But she bit into it regardless, as the demon folk girl stood up to grab at her metal hat. It will take me time to chew this, she said. I will continue walking. That's fine. Just keep walking in the direction I told you. Sola shook the water off of her shoes as she stepped out of the stream, and similarly shook her metal hat dry. You said Farah is this way, right? She asked, as she placed the helmet back on her head. "Yes, I can sense him in that direction. Everything will be fine once you can meet up with him. And I can ask him about why ralliines taste like bitter to humans. That too, I suppose." Sola took another bite from the fibery core of the vegetable. "Sola, his voice was starting to cut out, as a magical static began overtaking it. "I can't." Her brother's words gradually became indistinguishable from the surrounding sounds of the forest. "Just keep forward." "I know, General Luther." His words then faded out into silence. Luther. Sola stood there, expecting a response, but all she could hear were the tweeting of birds and rustling of leaves. Luther, say something. She waited for another 30 seconds as if anticipating, but she heard nothing from him. Maybe he is tired. The demon folk girl looked up, at the shining sun above her, then down at the almost fully eaten rallion in her hands. "Go forward." "Right." Her brother told her to keep on going forward, and everything would be fine. "Yes, I'll go forward." She raised a hand up, before pointing it directly in the direction in front of her. And so, at her brother's advice, the demon folk girl continued to walk forward, through the forest. The lush greenery remained as she continued walking for an indefinite amount of time. Using her metal hat to shield her eyes from the sun, Sola peered up to see what time of day it was. "The sun was down there when I woke up," Sola said, pointing to the east. She then traced her finger up the path it went, until she stopped a fourth of the way up. "And the sun is there now, which is?" Sola lowered her hands to her face and spread them out. Luther says that there are 24 hours in a day. So if there are 24, and 4. She counted 4 fingers on one hand, then paused. "I don't have enough fingers." 10 fingers and 24 hours means I need 10 days. Sola began to count up to 24 on her fingers, by closing her hands into fists. Once she reached the tens, she had to close her hands 2 times, and the remaining left her with 4 fingers remaining on one hand. "I need 2 more hands and 4 fingers to count." She then looked at the sky again and pointed east once more. She traced her finger across the sky, circling up and around and passing the sun before her finger landed west, where the sun would set. "One full thing is 24 hours, so that means..." While pointing west, the demon folk girl squinted. She saw something in the direction that she was pointing. Through the trees in the forest, she spotted what seemed like a crowd. Her ears picked up the distant sound of voices that was carried to her by the breeze. Unsure as to what she was seeing before her, Sola stepped through the brush. The earlier task of determining how much time she had left in the day was left forgotten. At the end of the clearing of trees, the demon folk girl peered again. Sure enough, there were the familiar silhouettes of people, leaving behind a cloud of fallen leaves in her midst. The demon folk girl sprinted toward the group. As she approached them, she could see that it appeared to be a group of demon folk working the land. Sola's eyes scanned over the group until one particular one caught her eye. "It's Farah." The one she was staring at appeared to be the one leading the rest of the group. He shouted out commands as he tilled the ground, slicing the hoe through the dirt effortlessly. He was a demon folk of medium height, with straight, black hair that ended just above his neck. The man's piercing red irises could have been spotted from across a field. While his clothes were somewhat baggy, what could be seen suggested his build to be one of lean muscle. And, the feature most notable of him were the 2 horns that jutted upwards from the temples of his head. Both horns were dark gray, typical of a demon folk, and they stood up straight, extending a finger's length out of the midpoint of his horns, and at the very top were antler-like protrusions that split off from his horns. It also appeared that the top fifth of his right horn had been snapped off. "We're still 2 days behind from that rainstorm a week ago that washed everything away. Hurry up." That loud, commandeering voice was unmistakably who she thought it was. This was General Forge, one of the feared generals of the demon folk army during the war. And, right now, he seemed to be farming. Regardless, that didn't stop her. "Farah." The man jumped at the very happy-sounding shout right behind him. He spun around and held the hoe in his hand as though it were the halberd he frequently wielded in battle. His eyes flickered left then right, tracing over the direction Sola's voice came from to identify any threats. His eyebrows shot up when his gaze landed on the all-too-familiar sister of the demon lord himself. Everyone had gone quiet the moment Sola shouted, and General Forge was not the one who broke the silence. "Huh? Who's this?" 2 of the demon folk workers nearest to Sola glanced over. General Forge, in the meanwhile, took a moment to register who was speaking to him. "Sola?" he asked. One of the demon folk laborers stepped up to General Forge. There a problem, Forge? She being a bother? No, not at all, the dark-haired demon folk general assured. She's just someone I haven't seen in a while. You all carry on with your work. I need to speak with her. Huh? It's urgent? Very much so. It'll take a moment, so cover for me. All right? Got it, boss. General Forge placed a hand on Sola's shoulder and urged her away from the group. As he followed her, he took a look back, to ensure the distance between him and the others was sufficient, before turning to Sola. Lady Sola, what are you doing all the way out here? He asked, in a hushed yet stern tone. Latar told me to find you here. She exclaimed. Wait, Lord Luth told you? General Forge asked. He still has contact with you? He stopped talking to me an hour ago. Oh, dear. How did it sound like when he stopped? Ah. His voice sounded all. The words were disconnected, and they became quieter until I can't hear him anymore. General Forge was in thought for a few seconds, before he snapped his fingers. Damn it. Those humans discovered that he was contacting someone, and they cut the line. Cut the line? Sola asked, tilting her head. There weren't any lines, and I didn't see anything get cut. I meant that they... General Forge stuttered. He looked for a way to word it so that the demon folk girl would understand. You two basically were able to talk to each other using magic, and when the humans found out, they managed to stop him from talking. The confused look on Sola's face shifted to one of concern. They stopped his talking? Yes. They're able to do that because they found out. Sola sighed. Humans are mean. Only some, General Forge corrected. Especially the ones that have imprisoned your brother. You do? Sola looked hopeful. General Forge almost hesitated with what he was going to do next, but he had to. Let's see. The general murmured, looking down at the demon folk girl. He stepped up to her, then placed a hand on her shoulder. According to protocol, the line of succession moves if the current demon lord is killed, incapacitated, or captured, General Forge said. To the misfortune of the crown status. You are next in line to Lord Luth. You're talking about lines again, Sola said. If I was waiting in line for something, what do I get? No, not like that. I mean that in a line of succession, as in who comes next. But I never got in a line. Gah! General Forge exclaimed. This girl was hopeless. Just forget about that. According to tradition, you should technically be crowned Lady Sola. But I can't, in good conscience, allow anything like that to take place, as you're not capable of taking on a position. General Forge stopped talking. He kept staring at Sola, in anticipation. The demon folk girl was not pleased to hear that from him. Do you say that I can't do it? Sola asked. Her voice betrayed a bit of hurt. Well, I'm not saying that you're, well, I mean... General Forge stammered. All right, I'll be honest with you. You're not really fit to take the position of the next demon lord, Lady Sola. Why? She asked, almost immediately. Because you're, well, not prepared enough to. The demon folk general exclaimed. Do you really think you can take your brother's position at all? Yes. Sola exclaimed, pointing her finger at him. I can. That was a rhetorical question. You weren't supposed to answer it. General Forge muttered. Rhetorical? Sola asked, tilting her head. Forget I said anything, General Forge muttered. The girl was completely lost as to what he was saying. However, she knew that there existed a crown of sorts, and it sounded cool. She wanted it. She felt something in her. Click, and the demon folk girl could feel a sudden, immense build-up of something powerful within her. Sola held her own hands out, as she witnessed something gradually levitate from the air in front of her. It slowly fell down, dropping into her hands. Her arms swayed down a little, as the demon folk girl felt the weight of the item in question on her arms. It was the crown. The crown was black and jagged in design, made of a dark, obsidian-like material that reflected light at certain angles. It shimmered. Sola! General Forge exclaimed. What in the world did you do? I got the crown. She exclaimed, holding it up. See? He stared at her, dumbstruck. How did you? The demon folk general asked. It shouldn't be possible. There's no way. You can't just activate the succession spell on your own somehow. The demon folk girl cocked her head. She was both unconvinced by the explanation, as she had no clue what he was talking about. What do you mean? She asked. I'm just saying that you need the approval of at least 2 of the demon folk generals to do it. General Forge exclaimed. Thing is, I clearly disapproved of it. So how can you just do this? But they didn't say no, Solar said. The other generals. That made General Forge pause. As he put two and two together, he realized that he actually didn't know how the succession spell worked. It worked, that was for certain. But her innocent comment made him realize this. There was a chance that the permission that needed to be granted would only need to be implicit. In other words, he disapproved of it. However, of the three other demon folk generals, at least two of them need to feel like Solar was capable of taking on the role of Demon Lord in some way for her to get the crown once the succession spell was initiated. Grrrr. Bet it's General Says and Riol, General Forge muttered. Who? Solar asked, glancing up at him. Nothing, Lady Solar. I was just thinking to myself. Looking at the demon folk girl again, he could see that she was tinkering with the crown. She twirled it with one finger, then tossed it into the air to catch it, then rolled it down her arms like it was a toy. Lady Solar, you're technically a demon lord now. Don't treat the crown like that. In fact, you shouldn't even have it in the first place. Solar stopped playing with the crown, but pouted when he told her to stop. I want to keep the crown, Solar said. That's the problem. Lord Luth has been captured, and he can't use the succession spell himself. So now you're the demon lord. Solar shook her head left and right rigorously. No, thank you. You can have the demon lord thing instead, Fora. It doesn't work like that. I don't have royal blood. The demon folk girl continued shaking her head. Nua, if I say it to you, you have to accept it. Absolutely not. It will not work that way at all, he replied. A drop of sweat slid off General Forge's forehead. But I don't wait it, Solar said. Solar, this isn't something you can just undo. No, you can't just say no. If General Forge had any less patience, he would have blown up at the clueless girl. Figuratively, of course. He can't lay a finger on her. He blinked once, then shook his head as if to clear his thoughts. He needed to try a different approach. Let me ask a different question. You love your brother, right? Unsure as to where General Forge wanted to bring the conversation, Solar nodded yes. And, he continued, you want to make sure he's safe? Yes, Solar said. She gave a nod. You want to make sure he's happy? The demon folk girl gave an uncertain nod. He won't be very happy when he realizes that you took his precious crown. I hope you know. It took her exactly 10 seconds to realize what General Forge meant. Another 5 seconds to decide what to do next. Solar grabbed the crown off her head and tossed it to the ground. General Forge was almost about to cry out at the callous treatment of a sacred demon folk artifact. It dissolved into white sparks on the ground, before reappearing in Solar's hand. No, why? I don't want it anymore. She gave it another toss, this time directly at General Forge. He was prepared for it, and caught the crown mid-air, only to drop it himself when it zapped his finger. Youch! Solar, only you can hold the crown. It'll hurt anyone else it touches. Take it back. Say it. Say it. She kept on tossing the crown at him, and he was trying to fruitlessly block it with his hands. Every time it would hit him, it would give the demon folk general a small shock, before it would land on the ground and dissolve into white sparks, and promptly reappear in Solar's hands. The demon folk girl continued with the barrage of crowns, until she tired herself out and sighed. I don't want it, Solar muttered. Well, you have it now, General Forge replied. Even though I told you that you weren't ready, let me get rid of it. He shook his head. You can't just get rid of it, Solar. There's only one way to pass it on to someone else. Solar stared at him. Silence permeated between the two for half a minute. What is it? She asked. Lady Solar, do I really need to tell you? It's the exact same as what we did earlier. Your brother needs to accept it back, but in person. Because the succession spell only works one way. Then we are going back to Luthor to give the crown back to him. What? No, we can't just give it back to him. We're returning it to him. General Forge stared at Solar. He sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Even though she didn't purposefully accept the title, she was now officially the Demon Lord. Because of that, he was now technically obligated to follow her requests, no matter how insane they were. What have I gotten myself into? Interlude 1. The Demon Lord was almost thrown back into the wall of his cell, if not for the chains that kept him restrained. His magic had backfired and shattered in front of him. Rather painfully. He had been maintaining his long-distance communication spell with his sister for so long. Even after the heroes managed to track down all of his other communications, That was the last bit that he had kept concealed. It seems like the gig was now up. Lord Luth could hear footsteps coming from the hallway that his cell was adjacent to. Stepping up close enough for him to see was a young, grey-haired man. Judging from the feathers, Luth could identify him as a harpy, of sorts. "Hey, you been managing some long-range spell in here?" the harpy guy asked. "You know you ain't supposed to be doing that." The demon lord heard the cell door unlocking, as the harpy stepped into the cell. The man spun the keys, which were on a keychain, around one of his fingers. While Lord Luth could have lunged for those keys at that very moment, he had tried something similar a few weeks ago. Those keys were enchanted to give him a particularly nasty shock if he were to touch them. Not only that, but none of those keys were designed to work on his physical restraints. They were all magic-based. "Name's Scarl," the harpy exclaimed. "I'd offer my hand for a handshake, but you don't really seem in the position to do so at the moment." Scarl had, in his other hand, a pitcher of water and a small burlap bag slung over his shoulder. Lord Luth stared at the harpy for a moment, before shaking his head. "What kind of trick is this?" the demon lord asked. "They sent a bird boy out to extract information." "Nothing of that sort," Scarl exclaimed. He pocketed the keys, then held the pitcher of water out. "You want a drink?" "If you're hungry, too, I got some bread." "But it's not the good stuff, just the cheap ride that the guards allowed me to take." "Right." The healer girl asked if I was thirsty earlier. "Well, are you?" Lord Luth looked at Scarl. It felt like a trick, but any avenue he could think of as to how it could be a trick came up short. He was essentially completely resistant to poisons if the water or bread was tainted like so. And, while he was certainly hungry and thirsty, that alone wasn't enough to coerce him to say anything. "Yes, I am," the demon lord continued. "What are your demands?" "Considering you broke my spell earlier." "Nothing of the sort." "Here, just take it. We can talk about the spell later." Lord Luth hesitantly took the pitcher of water and quenched his thirst with it. His parched throat felt as though it had been awash in a healing aura. It took him less than 30 seconds to finish all the water. He lowered the pitcher from his face and wiped some water from his lip. "Demon folk typically prefer warm or boiled water," Lord Luth stated. He handed the empty pitcher back to Scarl. "Regardless, I give my thanks." "Can't forget the bread, either." "I bet you're hungry." "Yes, please." Grabbing the bread and bringing it up to his mouth was a little awkward to do, especially with the chains that made movement cumbersome. Regardless, he managed to get some of the pan-shaped try-bread into his mouth, and bit down on it. The bread was dry and probably stale. Lord Luth realized that he should have eaten the bread first, and then drank the water, or, at least dipped the bread in the water, to soften it up. What's done was done, so he continued to crunch through the hard bread with his coal-black teeth. In the meanwhile, Scarl seemed to be examining Lord Luth to an uncomfortable degree. "I heard rumors, but I never actually expected demon folk to have black teeth," Scarl said. "Our bones are black, too." "Same with our horns, of course." "Why are they black?" Lord Luth paused mid-chew. "I'm not sure," he admitted, with bread still in his mouth. "But I know humans don't like the whole appearance. Black teeth, black fingernails. It scares them." "Well, I can see why." "With humans, black teeth means their teeth are rotting and falling out." "Not a good sign." "I'm eating right now," Lord Luth said, his voice partially muffled by the bread. "Oh, sorry." "Now, on to the real talk here," Scarl exclaimed. "Who are you contacting over your long-ranged spell?" The demon lord swallowed the mouthful of bread. In response to the harpy's question, he scoffed. "That's none of your concern." "Wrong." "It absolutely is for me." "Did the hero ask you to do this?" "I'm not going to answer to him, nor will I answer to you." "That is your final answer, bird boy." "Or, what type of bird are you again?" "I am suddenly curious." Scarl smiled. He was one with a bit of an ego, and paid no mind to the subject of the conversation suddenly changing. Lord Luth wondered if this harpy was the type that liked to boast about himself. He's heard plenty of stories, but never actually met one to confirm. A dove, of course, only the most elegant and graceful of birds there are. And the stories were true, it seemed. The demon lord knew what a dove was. They were accursed flying little pests that the humans had brought over from their own continent. Not only did the humans release some into the wild, but they had multiplied and now infested every corner of the demon folk countries. They didn't even taste all that good, either. For one reason or another, he preferred the other name for them, which was pigeon. A little something he could remember from the days when he still fought on the ground was that official documents would call them doves, yet eavesdropping operations would reveal them to be called pigeons. Lord Luth's lips curled into a slight smile. I see. Pigeon boy. Scarl's change of expression was quick, as though a candle's flame had been blown out. Hey, don't you dare get started with that. Get started with what, little pigeon? Don't call me a pigeon. I'm a dove harpy. Get it right. Dove. I wonder how pigeon stew would taste. Scarl's face contorted into a scowl. Oi, that's a bit far, mate. Taking over the world is one thing, but offering to cook the person you're talking to into stew is simply uncivilized. I jest. Neither of those I want to do. Neither? But aren't you going to take over the world, or something like that? I will not lie, while taking over the world sounds like an enticing idea, it is simply not for someone such as me. Are you sure you are the Demon Lord? You're certainly not talking like how I'd imagine one to talk. Of course, I am the Demon Lord. I have the crown right here. Ever since his imprisonment, Lord Luth hadn't worn the crown directly on his head. It would have been a disgrace to do so, especially while he was still in chains. Pulling out the crown in question from beneath him, he showed it to the harpy. It was a gaudy-looking crown, a black crown that was lined with gold and orange gemstones. While a typical human crown would be symmetrical and smoothed, the Demon Lord's crown was asymmetric, jagged, and pointed. At best, it looked sinister. Lord Luth never liked the design of it. If he could have, he would have reforged it to look a little less frightening. And as you see right here, this is the crown, proof that I am the Demon Lord. May I see it? Scarl grabbed at it with one hand immediately after asking, without waiting for a response. As if anticipating that, the crown zapped his hand the moment it made contact, and his hand quickly retreated. The crown clattered on the floor. Ouch! Why didn't you warn me? Lord Luth blinked. The crown is designed specifically to zap harpies who get too handsy with other people's belongings. You guys are attracted to shiny things, right? Lord Luth's restraints prevented him from reaching down to pick up the crown. But he didn't need to. Both of them stared at the crown as it dissolved into white sparks. The crown manifested itself back on Lord Luth's head. Hey, only crows like shiny things, Scarl replied. Anyway, what's up with the appearance? Lord Luth took the crown off his head to examine it himself. Ugly looking thing, isn't it? Well, back when I did my duties, I had to wear it anyway. I don't like how it looks either, but that's tradition for you. He placed it back on his own head, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes. It's a status symbol. It means I'm the Demon Lord, which is the most important part of its existence. Appearance doesn't matter. The title that comes with it does. The crown proceeded to literally evaporate into sparks while still on his head. Scarl stared at Luth for a good 10 seconds, waiting for it to reappear like it was some trick. When it didn't, the awkward silence had him speak up. Lord, Demon Lord sir, your crown. Lord Luth opened his eyes. What about my crown? Scarl pointed to the top of his own head, in an attempt to send a message to Luth. It's disappeared. Without a word, Lord Luth felt his own head with his hand. And, indeed, the crown was not there. What? It just disappeared. In a little flash of light, like what happened when it hit the ground. Lord Luth felt his head again, wiping his hair as if his fingers would suddenly catch on the crown. No, wait. That's not possible. It can't have just. The lack of crown on his head contradicted with what he was saying. Well, Scarl said, you don't need to wear it anymore. At least. Lord Luth lowered his hands, and turned his gaze towards the half-harpy. Did you steal my crown, somehow? Did you? Lord Luth wanted to strangle the harpy, and, evidently, Scarl could feel the atmosphere changing accordingly. A few grey feathers rustled off his arms as Scarl stepped out of arm's reach away from the Demon Lord. Did you dare to? Scarl shook his head in denial. Nope. Never touched it. Never would think of touching something that looks so evil. You saw how it zapped me. Lord Luth pulled his outstretched arms back away from Scarl. He gave a few deep breaths and clenched his hands into fists before releasing them. Right. I need to think logically. The crown shocks anyone who attempts to touch it and isn't deemed the Demon Lord. Right. Scarl replied. He had no idea what Lord Luth was blabbering about. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord was trying to figure out why his crown simply disappeared like that. It was impossible for it to just pop away, except in one specific circumstance. A new demon lord could be crowned if the current demon lord is ever incapacitated, imprisoned, or killed. A full transfer of the crown can be officiated by a blood relative of the demon lord through the succession spell, as long as two generals gave their implicit permission. From a human's perspective, this system would seem ripe for exploitation, and they'd be absolutely right. But demon folk were not humans, despite the similarities between the two, so it worked for the demon folk. However, the succession spell could only be enacted by a blood relative who knew of its existence, and Lord Luth had tried his best to keep the knowledge of the crown from his sister. Well, up until now. I changed my mind. There's probably another person that I'm looking to strangle at the moment, Lord Luth said. Right. Enjoy, I suppose. Scarol vacated the premises, away from the fuming demon lord. The only sign he had been there were a few grey feathers that fluttered about. Lord Luth knew one thing for sure now. Solar had finally managed to meet up with General Forge, and General Forge's genius idea was to tell Solar about the crown. Solar, being a curious girl, wanted the crown. Naturally. Of course, at times it did seem like the crown had a mind of its own. If he ever got out of here, Lord Luth was going to wring the necks of a particular demon folk general. The demon lord knew all of his generals well, but General Forge was one that he had personally tutored. Forge wasn't the type to harm a hair on Solar's head. He knew that if he did that, Luth would be that to personally turn the general's horns into wall ornaments. And, as he was aware, General Forge had been in the direction that Solar had been heading. Lord Luth groaned. He was going to revise the demon lord crowning contract once he was out, to ensure that the crowning required the consent of the standing demon lord as long as he is not dead. No exceptions. Why hadn't that been made a clause in the first place? It seemed like an immense oversight. His mind was also heavily preoccupied over worry about his sister. Pull it together, Luth. She's strong. Not smart, but there's not much that could hurt her. And General Forge is impulsive, but not stupid. He should know what to do to protect her. His private musings did little to reassure him. Solar, please stay safe. Chapter 3, Salkin. The industrial district of the capital was bustling with activity. The wide streets in particular were crowded at this hour. Juno had to dodge a wagon filled to the brim with coal and accidentally bumped into a demon folk laborer. Watch where you're stepping, lass, he exclaimed. Sorry. The healer had to balance alongside the edge of the sidewalk to avoid the crowd. As for the hero, he didn't seem to care at all that he was going against the flow of the street. He was capable of pushing through any crowd, but that wasn't something he even needed to do. Ron's presence alone was enough of a reason for most of the residents here to give a wide berth. There's a lot of demon folk around here, Juno said. She glanced left, then right, only to see more of the dark-horned demon folk. Was it really a good idea to take in so many? The labor is vital for reconstruction, Ron replied. Indentured servitude is a particularly generous price for serving in the demon lord's armies. We may have, at some point, fought against the very same demon folk you are brushing alongside at this very moment. Enemies months ago, but today we are friends. Juno finally caught up with Ron, to tag along within the bubble that he created from all the demon folk that avoided getting within 2 arms length of him. Saying they're friends is pushing it a little, just look at how they're keeping their distance. Perhaps the word acquaintance would suit as a better word. I already have a word in mind, but I think my life may be in jeopardy if I were to say it out loud right here, right now. Juno lied some demon folk that were outside the factories on their breaks. A few glanced over her way, but most that were paying the duo attention seemed to be a little unhappy at the presence of the hero. The two finally stopped by one of the fronts of the various factory buildings. The few things that distinguished them from one another were the large logos emblazoned across placards and signs on the fronts, typically to denote the company that owned those buildings. The building they stood in front of had an emblem of a golden crossbow hanging from a metal pole. It couldn't be made more obvious that Salkin owns this place, Juno said. Tacky little gold-plated crossbow sign. Once the two stepped in, the demon folk secretary at the front desk was the first person that came to their attention. It was an older demon folk woman, as evident by her horns. Oh, by the gods, don't tell me. Juno sighed. You know of his tendencies, especially when he is inebriated, but even demon folk? Surely not. The two spoke in whispers, as if trying to prevent the woman sitting up front from hearing what they had to say. If she took notice of their whispering, she did not say, "What may I help you with?" she asked. Her eyes flickered up. Hero and healer? Would you happen to know if Sir Salkin happens to be present? Ron asked. It is of utmost importance. The demon folk's secretary looked up at both of them. Her eyes flickered from Ron to Junil, though her glances over to Ron were considerably shorter compared to her looks at the healer. Yes, he's currently here. Do you want me to call him up front? Please do. The demon folk woman grabbed at something beneath her desk and held it up, revealing it to be a bell. She then jingled it loudly. Salkin. Mr. Salkin, you've got some rather important visitors. The ringing reverberated through the hallway as the secretary rang for the man. She gave it 2 more rings, before stopping. You'll have to wait for a moment, the demon folk woman said. It seems he may be preoccupied at the moment. Junil sighed. Preoccupied? As in, he's probably drunk, the healer said. Or rather, he may be busy at the moment, Ron replied. Are you kidding me? Him, working? Don't make me laugh, the healer scoffed. Now that Junil got a good look at the demon folk secretary, she couldn't help but be curious at her appearance. She seemed to be one of the older demon folk. Her hair, which was a dull violet color, was graying at the ends, accompanied by the beginnings of wrinkles on her face. Her hair was done up in a braid, as expected of such a secretary. The glasses also accentuated the look. The secretary's horns were particularly interesting. They were dark gray, like all the horns of the demon folk. The shape was most similar to the head of a pickaxe, except with both pointed blades blunted. In fact, both were curved in such a way that they hugged the side of the demon folk woman's head tightly. Junil could only wonder how she did her hair with the horns so close to her head. So, how has Salkin been to you? Junil asked, trying to strike up some conversation with the demon folk secretary. I hope he hasn't been too much trouble. The secretary blankly stared at the healer. It's better than going without a job, the demon folk woman said. Oh, I apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Sayer. Sayer's self-introduction was interrupted as a very familiar voice came from the door behind her. Oi! What in the name of you is there calling me for? Shortly after, a blond man stumbled out. Accompanying him was the all-too-familiar odor of alcohol. Both healer and hero was unfazed by this. Sir Salkin, I hope you have been doing well? Ron asked. The blonde herbalist was holding a bottle of wine in one hand. He scratched his head as his half-lidded eyes peered in the direction of the hero. Heyo, I've got. Yeah. You need help, Ron? Yeah, I've been doing well. Salkin stumbled towards them, yet again. That was when Junil noticed that he was carrying his customary crossbow in his other hand. It was loaded. Yes, I require help. But you appear to be a bit drunk, the hero continued. And why are you holding your crossbow like that? Junil asked. That seems a bit dangerous. Oh, this? The drunk herbalist held his crossbow up, pointing it at the ceiling. I know, Sayer here was yelling about. Someone couldn't hear her but thought they might have been an intruder or something. The demon folk woman, who Salkin identified as Sayer, sighed. I want to apologize on his behalf, but I take it that you two are already accustomed to this? Considering you both were his companions during the war, after all. Yes, I am very familiar with this side of him, Junil replied. Especially after drinking parties. Please don't tell me this is a regular occurrence. It is a very regular occurrence. Oh my goodness. The drunk Salkin swiveled round, almost bumping into the desk as he faced Junil. Oh, Junie. Yeah, you doing well too? The whole healing thing? Sober me up, will you? Absolutely not, was the healer's immediate reply. I refuse to use my magic for that anymore. Hey, but you always. Trish. Unless, Junil said. You want me to treat your current condition with some leeches? Salkin had a moment of lucidity the moment Junil mentioned leeches. Huh? Oh, no leeches. Man, I remember. Blood-sucking, you don't have any with you though, right? Just a joke. I always carry them with me, the healer replied. The drunken Salkin took a stumble back away from Junil. Those damn leech things. Salkin's words were slurred, and it became hard to distinguish where one sentence ended and another began. He only stopped when Ron placed an armored hand on the man's shoulder. Salkin, we have come here for a request from you. Would you be willing to take up your arms and gear again, to assist us in another important task at hand? The herbalist glanced up at the taller man. His face was in an odd grimace. The man's eyebrows furrowed as he thought about what the hero had to say. Oi, answer this, fella. You know, I'm a busy fella. Several seconds passed, as Junal and Ron expected him to say more. But he didn't. And the hero asked, "Come on, Ron, you should be knowing what I'm saying here. I got a business to run now. Make sure everything in order and all that. Imagine all the stuff that could happen if I'm not here, you know. You typically spend all the store's profits on expensive liquor," was the secretary's answer to that. "I should be allowed to unwind a little. Working here is hard." Salkin stepped away from Ron, to lean on a visibly annoyed Sayer. He began to pat her head, which only seemed to irritate her further. "Aren't I right, my favorite demon folk secretary?" "Sir, I think you've had too much to drink," was her response. "Anyway," Salkin exclaimed, "you guys just go out and forgot what it was, but you do your thing. I'll give you moral support." Salkin burped, then waved away both Ron and Junal. It was impossible to tell what expression Ron had behind his helmet, but the healer could feel that he was likely not too pleased with the entire display before him. "Very well," Ron said. "I wish you luck on your current ventures. Junal and I will depart on our own." Ron turned around, not even waiting for Salkin to give his farewell. "Wait, you're gonna go to, what is it, New Frontierland, right?" Salkin exclaimed. Get me some of those import liquors, whatever you might think I'd like." Not that Salkin would have given much of a proper farewell in the first place. Junal gave one last glance back at the inebriated Salkin, and the very annoyed secretary that he was getting uncomfortably handsy with, before turning back to follow Ron. A minute of silence between the two passed, as Junal trailed the hero through the streets of the industrial district, the same streets they traversed to get to the factory in the first place. "So," Junal said, "are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "If you are asking of my opinion on Sir Salkin's current state, Miss Junal, you must elaborate further." "I do not know your opinion, even though I am aware of mine." Junal stared up at Ron. "You should know what I'm thinking of him right now, but sure, I'll explain it to you. He's an absolute mess. We never should have given him that factory." "My opinions are not so drastic, but if I believe what you are insinuating, yes, I believe he needs more discipline." "Discipline?" "I think he needs to sober up, and take a few classes on how to run a business properly. Maybe take his alcohol away, too." "I am not a business-oriented individual, so I cannot provide any proper comments on that. I was more referring to his effectiveness, or lack thereof. Should he insist on accompanying us?" "Oh, that. Well, isn't it obvious? He would hinder us more if he were to accompany us than if he were to not." "Exactly what I meant." "I feel bad for the demon folk who signed up to work under him," Junal said. "I didn't expect for there to be so many." After the war ended, plenty of the military-serving demon folk went to work for Sir Salkin under the indentured servitude program. While this would be difficult for most to admit, there was a degree of respect that the demon folk armies had for our party. They likely expected Sir Salkin to be similar to me. "He's far from it. The only thing he's good at is using a crossbow, and that's only when he's sober." "You ultimately cannot fault the demon folk for not knowing that. Most information about us was kept from even the human populations." Junal shook her head. "Never thought you, of all people, would get me to pity former soldiers of the Demon Lord. They are soldiers that are, ultimately, no different from you or me. The war is long over. There is little point in holding on to contempt." A gray pigeon flew down to the hero. He held out his arm, allowing it to perch on his metal-plated arm. "One of Scarl's pigeons," Junal said. "What does he have to say already?" Wordlessly, the hero pulled the small cylindrical homing pigeon container from its leg. He pulled the cap off of it and fished out the small, finger-sized note from it, before unfolding to read it. "Demon Lord contacting someone. Unsure WHO. Direction is Grand ELM region. Used spells to cut him off." This was both worrying and quite an important piece of information. "Junal, do you happen to carry a graphite pencil with you?" "Yes, I have one. Here." The healer handed the hero the pencil. He flipped the note over and used the armor on his arm as a flat writing surface for him to write his response message. "Received. We both go to New Frontierland. Keep us updated on Demon Lord's actions." He rolled up the tiny sheet of paper and slipped it into the container that was bound around the pigeon's leg. "Up you go," he said, as he waved the arm up. On cue, the pigeon cooed, before disappearing into the sky with a flutter. Chapter 4. Billers. "So, Mr. Billers said, you're referring her for a job?" General Forge was speaking to his current employer, a middle-aged entrepreneur with a striking mustache, monocle, and a bowler hat. Billers adjusted said monocle as he squinted his eyes to peer at Solar. "She's my cousin," General Forge lied, patting Solar on the back. "Solar's a bit of a simpleton, but she's a hard worker." "I can vouch for that." Mr. Billers looked from General Forge to Solar, back to General Forge. He seemed to be trying to figure something out. "Admittedly, I don't see the resemblance," Mr. Billers said. General Forge gave a short, nervous laugh. "Well, you surely have a few cousins that look nothing like you, right?" Billers nodded. "Fair point." "Will her lack of?" The entrepreneur pointed at his own head, and twirled his finger around. "Will that interrupt with her work?" "Well, she's a few crops short of a bushel, you can say." "She certainly can't do any bookkeeping, but Solar here is strong and especially skilled with a shovel." "A shovel, specifically?" Mr. Billers asked. In response, Solar held her shovel up to face level. "Yes, I have shovel." Mr. Billers squinted his eyes, leaning in to get a good look at Solar's tool of choice. "My goodness, what kind of shovel is that?" General Forge blinked. "Pardon?" "That's a high-quality shovel there. I ain't no expert in magic tools, but it looks like a pretty damn high-grade one." "Where'd a lass like you get that?" "My brother made it for me," Solar exclaimed. "Your brother?" "He was a toolsmith, or a mage of sorts?" Billers asked. General Forge, meanwhile, was internally panicking. He did not want their cover to be blowing right then and there, so he held his hand up to gesture to Solar that she should probably stop speaking. "Her brother was the war," he said. It wasn't a lie, but that was hopefully enough to shut down this further path of conversation. Oh, the entrepreneur exclaimed. "I'm sorry for asking, if it's a sensitive subject, but I'm now suddenly curious. What's the purpose of such a fancy-looking shovel?" "It's essentially a family heirloom now, you can say," the general replied. "I'm not too sure what it does myself, but it's durable, so you don't even need to pay for her equipment." Mr. Billers leaned back on his heels, stroking his chin. "There's been a bit too much labor around lately," Mr. Billers started, "but the spring is almost here, and you can never have too much labor when it comes to sewing. Though, my purse strings are stretched as they are already." "Sir, Solar here does need some work. It's not like there's much else she can do." "A request on my behalf, I will make it up to you." Mr. Billers closed his eyes and pursed his lips, deep in thought. "Well, we certainly don't need intelligent workers, just hard workers," he said. "And as long as she's a hard worker, she can have a job." "She's getting the job?" "Sure." "I trust your judgment," the entrepreneur said. He then smiled. "You're a smart fella. And don't worry about making it up to me. I still haven't paid you back for the guidance you gave me for hiring demon folk, so consider this part of a repayment for that." General Forge released a breath that he didn't realize he was holding. "Thanks. It's greatly appreciated." "Not a problem. For a good business partner, shake hands on it." Mr. Billers held out a hand, which General Forge gripped firmly and shook. "Just make sure she ain't a nuisance, that's all I ask." "Oh, and I almost forgot. I told you about that little irrigation ditch I wanted dug in front of the estate. Hadn't been able to devote any manpower to that lately." "Sir, it'll be a somewhat lengthy project for her to do alone." Mr. Billers waved off the concerns. "I'll give her 3 days to complete it. You can help her if needed." "I've been putting it off, so I might as well get that out of the way." The demon folk general nodded. "You won't be disappointed, sir." General Forge then let go of Mr. Billers' hand, then tapped Solar on the back and gestured for her to follow him. "Let's go, Solar. We'll be getting started today." Solar nodded, silently following General Forge. As the two walked, Solar was looking left and right, at the surrounding sights. The frontier was very different from how her home further inland looked, so she was doing her best to take in all the sights. Lines of demon folk wearing straw hats were working the land. This particular area was in the outskirts of the village, so buildings were particularly sparse. A few shacks, sheds, and the occasional larger structure made of stone would be seen dotted around the fields of crops. In the distance was the town of Grand Elm, which sat near the bottom of a shallow valley. Something in the back of Solar's mind was urging her to ask a question. The conversation she had just listened to contained a lot of new words. While ones such as heirloom and business partner were memorable, there was one particular word that was used to describe her that grabbed her attention. "What's a simpleton?" the demon folk girl asked, peering at the general. General Forge stopped walking for a bit. He whispered something, a light curse that could hardly be heard by Solar, then turned back to look at the girl. "It's just another way to describe someone," he said. But you're not allowed to use it. Only people like me can use it. Sola tilted her head. Only adults can use it? He shook his head. Well, I'm not saying you're not an adult, and the word describes you well, but it doesn't describe any other person that well. My own word? She asked. If it's my own word, why can't I use it? Because you're not allowed to use it. That's just the way it is. Soon, the two reached a four-way intersection in the dirt road. The road continued off into a clearing in the woods, and the intersecting path both went off to the fields in one direction, and to an estate building in the other direction. General Forge stopped there, and turned around to face Sola. He then pointed to the ground. Lady Sola, your first job. Mr. Billers wants a trench dug. Sola gave him a quizzical look. What is a trench? The demon folk girl asked. A trench? Goodness, why didn't your brother tutor you in vocabulary when he had the chance? A trench is like a hole, except it's very long. A very long hole, from here in that direction. So, a very long hole. Yes, a very long hole. That goes from here. General Forge pointed down to where he was standing. All the way there. He then pointed to the tree line. You understand that? Sola looked at where he was standing, then flickered her eyes over to the tree line. I dig a long hole from here to there. She pointed her hands to trace the path of the soon-to-be trench. Yes, exactly. You know what to do, right? Dig a hole from here to there. Sola nodded. She gripped her shovel in both hands in anticipation. Dig with shovel. From here to there. General Forge smiled. It seemed like she was getting it. Alright, just stay here and get this done while I finish some other tasks and get something to eat. You'll probably be hungry after all that work. I'm not hungry right now. I just ate a rallion. Ah, I suppose there'd be a few rallions growing around here, so that's what you ate on your way here. Either way, I'll be heading away to manage the others. You stay safe, Lady Sola. Sola waved goodbye to General Forge as he turned away, then looked at the ground that she was tasked to excavate. I've dug bigger holes, but not a trench before, she said. The demon folk girl started to labor in the warm, spring sun by digging the end of her spade into the ground, and then putting her foot on the spade to bring her weight upon the shovel. With little effort, the blade of her enchanted shovel cut into the ground. The digging process started off easy. The ground was soft with moisture, and it only took a few jabs with her shovel to loosen dirt to shovel out. It stayed that way for quite a bit. Sola tried her best to break the dirt into large chunks, so she could toss said chunks out instead of having to dig through loose material. But then, she started to break through difficult things. First came rocks, which took effort to shovel out. They weren't too much of a problem. However, the ones that were a bit too big weren't difficult for her to pick up and toss out. Then came the bigger rocks, which she couldn't shovel or lift out manually. Attempting either would be time-consuming, considering that the bigger rocks appeared to be buried even further in the ground. Sola had an ace for that, though. Holding shovel in both hands, the demon folk girl began to channel her magical energy into the blade, just as her brother trained her how to do it so long ago. She held it in a manner similar to how one would hold it if they were jabbing it at someone. Her dominant hand held the grip at the very end of the shovel, with the other hand along the length of the tool. The very edge of the blade started glowing. A light orange light began to build up at the very tip of the spade, as if it was getting outlined at the very end. The glow intensified in strength, lighting up the bottom of the trench with its orange ambience. Once Sola could feel the spade brimming with magical energy, she jabbed the end of it down at the rock. Said rock was cut through effortlessly, both halves parting as though they had never been connected in the first place. She continued to hack at the offending rock until it was reduced to the consistency of coarse gravel. After the particularly violent display, the demon folk girl simply shoveled up the loose remnants of the rock and tossed it over her head, out of the trench. When General Forge returned later, barely a few hours had passed. He had gotten 2 loaves of bread from the local bakery, along with some cheese and sliced meat. He placed the plate down on a nearby fence post and admired Sola's work. The trench stretched out for a good distance ahead of him, starting right where he said it needed to be dug and ending somewhere in the tree line. Lady Sola, it's time for lunch, General Forge exclaimed. Where are you? Not even a full 10 seconds after he shouted out did he see Sola's form scurrying through the trench towards him. Her arms were stained by the dirt, and there were some smudges across her face where she tried wiping her arms off. The dry soil equally caked her clothing. Lady Sola, that is quite the trench you've dug. the demon folk general said. He grabbed her by the arms and pulled her from the trench, Sola stumbling out at his pull. "Lunch is ready?" she asked. "I'm hungry." "Just wait a second, I've gotta wipe you off," General Forge said. He pulled a rag that was tied to his shirt and began to wipe Sola's face and hands. "I got us something to eat, and a canteen of water for you, too." He then handed the plate to Sola, and grabbed off his own portion. Using a knife he had on hand, he sliced his loaf in half and sandwiched the cheese and meat between the two halves. He did the same with Sola's portion, too, and both demon folk began to chew on their meals. Figuring that he should probably examine Sola's handiwork while he was eating, General Forge stepped over to examine the trench. The trench that the demon folk girl had dug up was immaculate. It covered the entire length of where General Forge said to go, starting from 20 paces down from the intersection, onwards. That day, the demon folk general learned 2 new things about Sola, exhibited through 2 lessons. Lesson number 1, General Forge forgot to tell her where to stop. She had dug up the trench, all right. She dug it up all the way from where he pointed her to do it. The road that the trench was meant to bypass, near the 4-way intersection, had been cut through entirely by said trench. The trench even went further, going all the way past the tree line until General Forge couldn't see how far it went, but Sola must have stopped somewhere, likely a tree. Lesson number 2, General Forge needed to elaborate to her the exact specific conditions of the job, all the way down to where she should have shoveled the excess dirt. Not only had the demon folk girl dug right through the road that was in her way, but she also deposited all the loose topsoil directly on the road that was parallel to the trench. Sola watched General Forge intently as he examined her work. "I did a good job?" she asked, between bites. In the context of the literal meaning of the orders that were given to her, it technically was a good job. In the context of what General Forge's intent for her to do was, it was not a good job. Seeing her shimmering eyes, the demon folk general almost didn't have the heart to break it to her that she did an abysmal job at the task. Almost. General Forge gave a sigh, keeping his back to the demon folk girl. Lady Sola. In response, she bounded up to General Forge and pointed to her own handiwork. "Did I do a good job?" she repeated. "A good job, Lady Sola, you did a good job at digging the trench." But, he looked towards her. "You weren't supposed to also dig through the road, or pile up all of the dirt on the pathway." General Forge took a bite of his sandwich and stepped over to the hump of dirt that was now piled all over the road. He stepped on it to compress a bit into the ground. The dirt was still fresh, so it probably wouldn't be too difficult to shovel back off the dirt road. "Did I do something wrong?" "Well, you're not." "Do you want me to be honest with you, my lady?" "Yes, it's good to be honest." "Tell me, Farah." "Are you sure?" Sola began to beat on his shoulder with her fist. "Tell me." "Gah, hey, that stings. Stop it." "All right, you want the truth." "You dug the trench well." Sola smiled. It seemed she was about to say something, but General Forge interrupted her. "However, you did not do a good job in putting the dirt you've dug out of the trench. It's all over the road, which is what people need to use to walk around." Sola frowned. "I did a bad job?" "No, you did a good job with digging the trench," he replied. "But you weren't supposed to put the dirt on the road. Nor were you supposed to dig through the intersection, either." General Forge examined the mess again. The dirt had been deposited rather evenly on the road, so if anything, it looks as though the road had been raised about a finger's length. "It shouldn't be too hard to push off." "Yeah, we need to clean this up before Mr. Billers arrives." General Forge turned around to look at Sola, but froze the second he also happened to see Mr. Billers next to her. "Oh, Mr. Billers, when did you arrive?" the demon folk general asked. "Around when you were critiquing her work," the entrepreneur replied. "Came here to check on you too." "Quite a job you've done so far." He placed both of his hands on his hips and walked forward to admire Sola's handiwork. "Impressively dug," he said. General Forge was starting to panic. "The trench is deeper than I thought you would have dug it, but that ain't a bad thing," Mr. Billers said, peering down the long hole in the ground. "Though, the trench seems to go through the road here." He was pointing at the intersection in question, where the trench cut right through the dirt. "Mr. Billers, I can explain," General Forge said. "Well, it's no matter," Mr. Billers said. "I have some spare planks about to build a short footbridge with, and it looks like the trench goes a bit far, but I don't mind that in particular." Sola, the demon folk general, couldn't even get a word in. Sola, meanwhile, took the final bite of her sandwich, then stepped over. Yes, Mr. Billers took hold of one of Sola's hands and vigorously shook it with both of his own hands. Thanks, lass. Certainly don't regret hiring you. This was a good job here. General Forge closed his eyes and took a deep breath, seeing that the entrepreneur wasn't getting what he was saying. Mr. Billers, I need to admit this to you, not to shift blame, but so I can take responsibility, General Forge replied. This was not planned. I told Sola to dig, and I didn't tell her to stop digging. Well, even if it is a mistake as you said, I certainly am not mad about it, Mr. Billers replied. But, well, you were thinking about this all thoroughly, right? I was. And, although I like to believe I am an intelligent man, I have a tendency to overthink stuff. But this young lass here, Mr. Billers pointed to Sola, who was currently using her shovel to cut a few lines through the dirt. As much of a simpleton as she is, people like her have this advantage: they're not saddled by deep thoughts. While most try to look for a way around the boulder, they'll simply blast right through it. And blast right through it she has. General Forge looked at where Mr. Billers was looking at, in confusion. Boulder? What boulder? You didn't know? Ah, I probably didn't tell you, but the main reason I put the project off for so long was because there was a boulder up in that tree line, where I wanted it dug. The entrepreneur shrugged. It would have taken a whole day to move for a team of 10, which is a day better spent doing other things. So I didn't bother. I should have told you about it when I first gave the job, but I forgot. Honest mistake. I came back here to warn you too. But it seems that wasn't a problem. General Forge stared down the trench, where the supposed boulder used to be. He could definitely see that further down the trench line, where Sola had shoveled the dirt out, there appeared to be a pile of gravel mixed in with the dirt. That had probably been the boulder in question. Boulder? Sola asked. Big rock. Boulders are big rocks, General Forge replied. Sola tapped her lip. The big rock. I smashed it. Smashed it? Sola, I don't think. General Forge stopped when he saw Sola's displeasure at his retort. Fine. You smashed it. But that doesn't solve the whole issue with Sola piling all the dirt on the road. That? Oh, it's a problem for sure, but that problem solves another, Mr. Billers exclaimed. I was looking to fill the road in, too. The wagon tracks have been cutting pretty deep in the road, which isn't good when it gets muddy. Thankfully, we have plenty of dirt now. General Forge didn't know how to feel about averting a potential issue with his employer. So, Sola messed up, he said, and everything happened to line up where her mess-ups actually somehow worked to your advantage. Mr. Billers nodded. Helpful coincidences can happen. General Forge, meanwhile, shook his head and placed a hand on his forehead. But what about all the excess dirt on the road? Surely you don't need all that much to cover up their wagon tracks. We can have this figured out later, Mr. Billers reassured. Won't be too much work. But it's almost the end of the day, and I've got an important announcement for everyone. An announcement? General Forge asked. I wasn't aware of this, sir. Me neither, the entrepreneur replied. I learned of it an hour ago. But it's a good proposition, which I think all the demon folk should know. General Forge raised an eyebrow. How good? It's a very enriching proposition. You might not believe it. Gather up the rest and I'll tell you all. Chapter 5, Seela. Junal vomited yet again, dry heaving her stomach's lack of contents over the side of the boat. How long do we? Sweat dripped from her forehead as the healer steadied herself on the guardrail. She was heaving with exhaustion. Throwing up a few times would do that to anyone. I'm seasick easily. Ron sighed. He pat the healer on the back, as she hacked up the last bit of phlegm from her throat. Why did you not purchase any seasickness medicine? The hero asked. It was on short notice, and that stuff takes. Junal gagged again. Takes time to work. We are almost there. No worries. The two had taken a fast ship from the capital to New Frontierland. Fast ship trips came at a premium compared to regular ones, as they used wind magic to push the ship's sails. A several-day trip could be shortened into a single day. Neither of them could afford to waste any time, so Ron was very much willing to dig into his own deep wallet for the trip. Unfortunately, it also meant the ride was far more turbulent. Ron didn't get seasick all that easily. He was rather used to the waves. Junal, on the other hand, wasn't. There's nothing left in my stom. Junal gave another groan, and rested her head on the guardrail of the vessel. Ron attempted to get another line of conversation started up again, partially in an attempt to distract the healer from her miserable predicament. Junal, I remember, some time ago, You mentioned that you had an anti-seasickness spell in the works. Don't ask me any of your questions when I'm in this state, she muttered. I remember that project. It's developed as far as I could, but Junal gagged. Ron waited for her to either vomit again or hold it back. She managed to not retch over the side again. Is there a problem relating to the spell? Junal responded by hurling another mouthful of clear fluid over the side. Seems her attempt at not vomiting had failed. I can't handle this anymore. I'm casting there. The spell. Side effects be damned. Junal grabbed from a pocket her forearm-length wand, ensuring that it was pointed between her eyes. The healer mumbled a few words as a light green flash came from the end of the wand. The glowing aura gradually dissipated into her head. She recoiled slightly, feeling woozy for just a moment before she shook off the feeling of discomfort. I should have asked before you cast it, Ron began. How effective is the spell? And what side effects may there be? In response, Junal clung onto Ron's arm. It's rather effective. My nausea went away immediately. As for the side effects, it ruins your sense of balance. Ron's helmeted head turned to look at Junal, who was now leaning on the armored hero. He was particularly strong, so the extra weight wasn't a hindrance to him. Despite that, he still had his concerns. Do I need to carry you? The hero asked. What? Junal asked. Don't. Just let me lean on you. I can still walk, just not on my own. The fast ship slowed as it entered the port of New Frontierland. The two steadied themselves as the ship anchored itself against the Dr. Moore. Junal almost fell over, but Ron used a hand to hold her up. Deciding that it was probably best for her to keep hold of his arm while walking, the hero steadily stepped off the gangway of the ship with Junal in tow. We should stop off at a booth to grab an extra magical regeneration potion or two, Junal said. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Has that spell taken so much from your magical reserves? Ron asked. It's a rather advanced spell, Junal replied. I haven't had time to optimize it to use less magic. In part because the spell is far from complete. Stepping through the dock and onto the main road, Ron pointed to one of many stalls. It seems they may sell magical potions. Both of them walked up. Immediately, Junal piped up and asked the merchant for a potion. A medium-grade magical regeneration potion. Do you have any? She asked. She caught the merchant's attention for a moment, but his reply was quick. Nope. Junal furrowed her eyebrows. Low grade? None at all. She then gave a concerned look. I suppose I'll go somewhere else, then. Don't bother, the merchant replied. They're all sold out across every stall. The entire town's in a potion deficit. What? How long until you get more? No clue, lass. We get new inventory twice a week, but it's all new bought up that same morning. Even the raw potions. Junal shook her head. Even the raw. Are they insane? Who was buying it all up? No clue, the merchant replied. But they buy my product, so I have no reason to complain. Junal was about to say something else, but Ron held a hand up to stop her. Perhaps I can persuade you to give some information about your customers? The hero asked. He slid over a single small steel coin while saying so. The merchant caved immediately, snatching the coin. Well, it's a group of fellas, but I think they're all affiliated, he said, examining the coin. Do you know their affiliations? They're working with Madame Frau, the merchant continued. She's running some sort of potion business. Alongside her aluminum. Her what? Junal asked. You don't know? Thought she was part of your hero party. I have not been keeping track of what my party members have been doing after the war has ended, Ron replied. Some, like Madame Frau, had gone off to endeavor in other projects. So do enlighten me. The merchant slipped the steel coin into his pocket. Well, my sire, she's currently running an aluminum investing business. Supposedly it's a new metal that's lighter than steel, and valuable too. I'm no blacksmith, though, so don't ask me more about that. Ron stood there, as if contemplating for a moment. Thank you for the information, he said. Miss Junal, let us go. Junal looked up at Ron, still having to lean on him as he stepped away from the stall. Huh? Wait, I still want to ask some questions. We have the information we need. I believe I know where to find Madame Frau. Ron was almost dragging Junal the entire way there. The rather unfortunate healer tripped over rocks and skidded her shoes on the path. Ron, wait. Slow down. I'm gonna fall. Junal had to both balance herself against the hero while walking at a brisk pace to keep up with the hero. Where are you even going? Junal asked. Ron continued walking. I know where Frau likely is. That doesn't explain much. Junal almost tripped on another rock, stumbling before running right into Ron. He had stopped in front of a particular building. Looking up, Junel recognized it immediately. "Oh, doesn't she own this building? We stayed at it for a bit during the war. Looks pretty renovated." It was a street-side residential home. The windows were all shuttered and the door appeared to be a durable metal one, with a rectangular peephole on it. Ron knocked once. The rectangular peephole slid open, to reveal a pair of eyes looking out. "Who is?" "Oh, the hero." "What are you doing here?" A girl had responded to the knocking. "Is Madame Frau present?" Ron inquired. The girl on the other side stood still for just a moment, before replying. "Oh, yes, she is. I'll go ask if she's available, if that's what you're asking for." "Certainly," Ron replied. The peephole slid closed. Ron and Junel could hear the shuffling of footsteps slowly fade out on the other end. A few moments passed before the footsteps returned and the door opened up to reveal a short girl on the other end. "She wasn't expecting visitors today, so you took her by surprise," she said. "Give her a second to get ready, but for now you can wait inside." The doorkeeper girl guided both hero and healer into the room, shutting the door behind the two. "I'm guessing Frau hired you?" Junel asked. "Yep, she hired me as a personal assistant," the doorkeeper girl replied. "Name is Seela. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, too," Junel replied. Is there anywhere I can sit? The lounge here can do, I hope." Junel was still leaning on Ron when she finally pushed herself off of the armored hero and onto one of the lounge chairs in question. The healer gave a relieved sigh as she sank into the soft cushions. "How long will it take for Frau to prepare?" Ron asked Seela. Seela looked thoughtful for just a second. "She should be here around." Then, a loud voice reverberated from a hallway connecting to the lounge. "Ron, Junel, how nice it is to see the two of you." A tall mage woman stepped in, as evident by her particularly and ornate large hat, accompanied by her dress and cloak. She had striking blue hair that was done in a braid, and equally bright blue eyes that flickered over to Seela for just a moment. "Assistant, you may step away for now," Frau said. "Important discussions we're having, you see." "Yes, Madame." Seela scurried away into another room, leaving the three alone to their devices. It was only then when Junel and Ron noticed that Frau was carrying a box in her arms, full of various scrolls and assorted items. She dropped the box on the table in the middle of the room and sat down. "Oh, how nice it is to see you two," the mage exclaimed. "It's been a fair amount of time. How have you been doing? Hope the bureaucracy with the Demon Lord hasn't been too much trouble. Anyway, I've got this great idea here and..." "Frau, stop beating around the bush," Junel said. "What are you doing, exactly?" The mage gave an innocent look at the healer. "What do you mean?" Junel pointed down at the table. "Whenever you talk to us about some great idea, it's typically a terrible one. I saw what you've done to the potions market down at the docks." "Ah!" Frau exclaimed. "That?" She ruffled in the box in front of her to grab at something. Junel and Ron watched expectantly, until the mage pulled out 2 bars of metal to hand to the two. "It's just metal?" Junel asked, taking hold of it and looking at it. "Not just metal," Ron corrected. Frau, in the meanwhile, was grinning. "I'm making this new metal called aluminum. You've probably heard talk about it, but I've got this foolproof business plan that'll make me tons of money." Junel rolled her eyes. "Right. It's just a money-making scheme. As if you don't have enough money already." "What is the business plan you have in mind, may I ask?" Ron asked. Frau laughed. "Oh, I usually wouldn't disclose it to just anyone, but I'm willing to make an exception for you two. Come here and let me whisper it to you. Not like anyone else could replicate it, but it would be a bit troublesome if someone were to overhear." Ron leaned in and, after some hesitation, so did Junel. "Have you ever heard of this new metal called aluminum before?" Frau asked. "I'm in medical, so I've never heard of it before today." "Mentions of it on the economic field. I've also questioned merchants at the docks, but I am not particularly up to date on the market," Ron said. The mage then pointed at the bars of aluminum the two were holding. "What you're holding right now's called silver from clay. Do you want to know how expensive it is?" Junel weighed the bar in her hand. "Maybe a small electrum coin?" "I'm not too sure." "I have heard aluminum is expensive to manufacture, is it not?" Ron asked. "Precisely," Frau said. "Aluminum is worth 2 times its weight in gold. Then again, it's not nearly as dense compared to gold, so it still is a good-sized bar. What you're holding in your hands right now is worth 3 large electrum coins. Junel's eyes widened as she examined the small bar of aluminum. Really? But what's so good about aluminum? Seems like any other metal, like iron. It's not like any other metal. It's a third of the weight of iron and steel, and it might even be stronger as well. But so far, it's hard to make. Then how do you plan on turning it into a business venture, with its difficulty of manufacture? Ron asked. That's the good part. Using magic-aided chemical synthesis is slow and expensive. However, I've developed this. Frau rustled round in the box that she had carried out with her. She searched the box for a good minute, as both Junel and Ron watched expectantly. Haha, just give me a moment, the mage said. She finally seemed to grab what she was looking for, and pulled it out to reveal a rolled-up sheet of paper. Aha! This here. I've developed a spell that can easily separate the impurities from aluminum. Frau watched Ron and Junel's reaction to that revelation. There was a look of interest on Junel's face, but Ron, well, he was still wearing a helmet, so there wasn't much reaction to look for. In fact, the mage continued, my aluminum is purer than any other manufacturing process. Not only is it quick and only requires magic to use, all of that can be replenished with magical potions easily. Junel, who moments ago looked thoughtful about the revelation of Frau's spell, immediately scrunched her face in annoyance. Well, that explains the shortage of potions in the market, the healer exclaimed. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Frau said. I usually send my workers out to purchase them all early in the morning, on shipment days. Frau, you bird brain. You've ruined the market for potions. I can't even get my hands on one. And I bet the ones that are being sold are stupidly high in price. Now, just wait up. Don't start throwing accusations at me like that, the mage retorted. Either way, it's just the market correcting itself based on supply and demand. Demand goes up, so does cost. You can't complain about that, right? Yeah, I get that. The problem is that you seem to continue buying them even when the price keeps going up. That's the reason the price goes up in the first place. When people realize they can charge higher prices and they'll still sell. Frau raised both of her hands in front of her. Junel, calm down and just think. I've planned this all out accordingly, and there's a lot of benefits to this business plan. Just think about it. Junel sighed, closed her eyes, and leaned back on the couch. A lightweight metal meant that armor and tools would be lighter, and, with Frau mentioning that the metal was hard to make without magic, the healer could only guess that the mage wanted to kickstart the use of aluminum. I guess you want to make it cheaper for the average person? She asked. The mage scoffed at that answer. Oh, why would I make it cheaper when I'm right where I want the market prices to be? Frau asked. People are buying up aluminum in anticipation for the prices to rise, and I've been riding that wave. I've made tons of profits in the last few weeks, most of which I've reinvested back into buying potions. Junel's mouth was agape. And you don't want us to tell anyone? She asked. That'd ruin the opportunity. If everyone knew that I had a huge stockpile and learned how to make aluminum through my magic processes, nobody would bother buying from me. The healer looked at the ground, closed her eyes, then looked up at the mage. She rubbed her forehead, asked a question in a particularly accusatory tone. So, you sell aluminum at high prices as an investment, while not disclosing that you yourself have a large stockpile of aluminum, and are making more with magic. Precisely. Junel gave an incredulous stare towards the mage. Frau, isn't this market manipulation? Frau's smile dropped for a moment, but the woman quickly picked her composure back up. I wouldn't call it market manipulation. As long as people buy it at good prices, they can expect the price to go up higher, right? What? Frau gave a laugh. It's not like the price is going to suddenly drop, right? Junel simply stared at the mage. This is textbook market manipulation. Junel, be reasonable. It's far from market manipulation. You're advertising for investors to purchase aluminum from you for really high market prices, and you're not disclosing how much you actually have stocked up, which is enough to affect the markets. Frau shrugged. Well, I don't have much other choice. I've got quite a few investors who are rather grabby with their money. I need to keep them happy, you see. Investors, huh? I've never invested before. But what does that have to do with this? Ron, on the other hand, had remained quiet for most of the bickering between Frau and Junel. However, he had a nagging suspicion of something. Frau, did you use loan sharks to finance your operations? the hero asked. Frau reeled back and sputtered. Well, I mean, they count as investors too, right? Only, I went to them rather than them coming to me. Still the same thing. Ron remained steadfast. Frau, there is a fundamental difference between an investor and a lender. An investor enters a binding agreement with the understanding that they will only receive money when the business is successful. On the contrary, a lender will receive their money without care if the business is successful or not. And, if they do not receive it, they will pursue you for it. Junel glanced over at the hero. I didn't know you knew finance. I am my own accountant. Figures, was the healer's reply. Frau, in the meanwhile, was attempting to grasp at a justification for her plans. Well, it's working for me so far. I'm able to make all my loan payments on time, so them pursuing me is something I don't need to worry about. I am not one to judge an individual's financial decisions, especially if it appears to be working out for them. However, I do warn you that this business you have, ethical concerns aside, has the potential to end disastrously, Ron said. Junel shook her head. It's already a disaster. You've ruined the potion market. The price of even low-level magical regeneration potions are up like mad. Market forces are just like that. I bought potions, the merchants are the ones that raise the prices. That's out of my control. They should have stocked up on more potions. Frau, that's not my point. Junel muttered. Either way, I'm now somewhat glad that I've been learning how to heal people naturally. Considering the lack of potions here. Oh, you have? Frail inquired. Though, I'm no healing specialist. But isn't healing magic simply inherently better? It has its downsides. Internal bleeding, arrows lodged under the skin. That usually requires surgery and bloodletting. But in general, I've been looking at the underlying effects of healing magic on wounds, so we can better understand them. Frau leaned forward, engrossed in the conversation. I'm now curious. What have you been studying in particular? Healing magic has never been my strong suit, so it'd be great to hear what alternatives you've been looking into. New ways to apply leeches to skin. Frau recoiled back. Goodness, number. That conjures bad memories. I remember the last time you convinced me that leeches were the cure for my fever. It brought down your fever, right? I would rather contend with the fever than have to endure leeches again. Junel patted her knapsack. I just so happen to still have some leeches with me. In fact, I might just use a leech to suck the magic out of your blood, just so I have a potion supplement with me right now. About that. Do you want a potion? Frau opened up her knapsack and pulled out a small bottle from it. The fluid within was a light blue in color, which glowed slightly. She held it out to the healer. It's still raw, Junel said. It's glowing. That thing will spoil within a day. You said the price of potions is high enough already, and beggars can't be choosers, Frau replied. There's no difference between raw and refined potions other than the shelf life, as long as you consume it immediately, Ron added, looking at the potion. It should be fine to consume. I know, Junel replied. It's just. The healer stared at the mage's hand. She promptly narrowed her eyes. There's a catch. There has to be. Why would there be a catch? I still remember that time you charged me 14 coins over a cup of tea, and only after I drank it. Oh, that was a long time ago, back when we barely knew each other. But we're friends now, right? Junel gave a blank stare towards Frau. Friends? Yeah, she scoffed. The healer gave a short, unamused laugh. Yeah, you can say that again. If you're not too intent on my goodwill, I promise that this vial will be free of charge, Frau replied. Junel hesitated, then snatched up the vial from Frau's hands. Now that would be 5 large brass coins please. I could. Junel, wait, get that hand out of your bag. A live leech flew from Junel's hand and landed smack on Frau's face. The mage gave a shrill scream and flung the leech back at the healer. Junel promptly caught it midair and placed it back in her bag. Why do you still carry leeches in your pack? Frau exclaimed. I warned you, didn't I? I thought you were jesting. What's wrong with leeches? They're good for medical pro. Frau grabbed a bar of aluminum from her box and flung it at the healer. Just take your potion and get out. Junel stumbled out of the way of the projectile. Realizing that she was probably not welcome anymore, she immediately headed for the door, opened it up, then stepped out, and then fell flat on her face. She forgot that the anti-nausea spell was still in effect, and she still had no sense of balance. Ron stepped up from behind her, past the door. He closed the door behind them and then looked down at the healer. Junel, Are you alright? The healer in question tried to push herself to her feet, but trying to do so was difficult without balance. Ron, I can't get up. Ron closed the door behind him, then knelt down and placed one of his armored hands behind Junel's head. You cannot. The earlier seasickness got to me. I'm tired. And the lack of balance, I don't think I can get back up. Ron examined his incapacitated healer, looking her up to down before deciding on a course of action. He slid his hand below Junel's head down to her back, and swept his other hand under Junel's knees. The healer's eyes widened in surprise as he lifted her up effortlessly. Is that better? He asked. The healer looked up at him, then back down at the ground. A princess carry? Really? I could perform a fireman's carry, if you wish. Junel shifted within Ron's arms. I'm fine with this, but I'd rather walk, if I had the option. A group of women who were walking by giggled as they witnessed the healer being carried by the hero. Junel's face flushed a little. It's also rather embarrassing. Ron shook his head. You are tired and feeling unwell. I would not recommend attempting to exert yourself. I will find us an inn, and we shall rest. The hero looked up at the sky, towards the setting sun. Nighttime is almost here, too. Junel sighed. She leaned her head into Ron's armored chest plate and closed her eyes. Fair enough, just make it quick. Ron stepped through the slowly darkening yet still bustling streets of the port town. A lamplighter stepped by the hero, one of many who were getting to work lighting the various gas lamps around the town. Speckles of light flickered into existence along the roads of the town and the windows of buildings. Junel couldn't help but think of the conversation they had earlier with the mage. I'm almost relieved that Frau isn't joining us, Junel admitted. She wasn't too enthused by our presence, probably afraid we'd put a stop to it. While it is certainly unprofessional of her to be running such a racket, I would not have stopped her, Ron replied. But I do worry about the relationship between the both of you. It seems you two always bicker whenever you talk with one another. Junel looked up at Ron and frowned. I'm still irritated over her coin-pinching tendencies, you know that, she retorted. Both of you practice magic. Would that not be a point of collaboration? Frau's magic is different from mine. She uses hers to attack. I use mine to heal. Either way, it's not her magic type that gets me twisted in a knot. I can manage a conversation with other combat mages well. I just dislike her as a person. Junel could hear a shuddering sigh from beneath Ron's helmet. You two were not like this during the war. Because the war was before I learned how much of a money grubber she was. And I put aside my opinions then for the war effort. Regardless, Frau is a powerful and efficient mage. She has pioneered some of the best spell-casting theories of the last century. You can learn from her theory crafting, as she can learn from your attention to detail. Yeah, and what did she do with her casting theories? Wrote textbooks on them and sold them for insane markups. Not only that, she used her clout as a member of the hero party to make some really pricey closed-door deals with magical universities. Rather than releasing those theories for cheap, she gets a hefty royalty for every textbook that's sold. You know that? I do not really comment on the ethics or such economic decisions. Last time I have done so, it resulted in a run on brass coins when your words were taken out of context. I remember. I'm with you on that. You have a frightening amount of sway on material markets. But Frau here is just one person, and she's arguably doing more damage if you were to keep your mouth shut than if you were to say something. You have leverage. Just, I don't know, threaten to reveal her scheme to the city. That is entirely antithetical as to how I operate. Well, if not that, then think of something. We have not come here to critique Frau's business schemes, remember that. We are here to gather information and prepare for a search of the second coming. Whatever, Junel huffed. She crossed her arms. I have a hunch you're not much of a business guy yourself, so of course you won't understand. Ron turned his head down to look at his healer companion. Not only am I my own accountant, I have knowledge in basic bookkeeping, primarily for expenses relating to the party along with personal expenses. So I do have some knowledge in that. Of course you're a bookkeeper, too. What did I expect? Regardless, please do not discount my knowledge on other subjects simply because being the hero is my main profession. Sorry. Apology accepted. The hero left it at that, as he used his shoulder to push open the door of an inn that they would typically stay at in New Frontierland. The inside was bustling with activity, accompanied by the warm smells of stews and grilled meat. Do you wish to eat supper? Ron asked. Don't talk about food right now, Junel replied. I'm not nauseous anymore. but my stomach still hasn't settled. That is fine. Ron stepped up to the attendant, who was gawking at the hero standing before him. I will have to pay after leaving my companion in the room, Ron admitted, as it is rather difficult to reach my coin purse while carrying her. Will that be fine? Oh, yes. The attendant exclaimed. That is perfectly fine, my sire. What do you want? A room with 2 beds. Right on it. Ron bowed with his head. I give my gratitude. No need for that. The humble attendant exclaimed. I will lead you right to your room. Ron followed the attendant, until the attendant stopped at a door. Here's a room we have for you two. Let me open the door for you, since your hands are occupied. Thank you, Ron said. The door closed behind him. Ron proceeded to walk over to the second bed, then gingerly laid Junal down on it. You should consume that potion before it spoils, he said. Oh, right. Junal uncapped the potion and began to drink up the glowing fluid. Meanwhile, Ron was stepping back towards the door. Junal paused her drinking, then looked towards the hero. Where are you going? I will need to perform research on the Grand Elm region, Ron said. We were unable to gather much information here, as we were preoccupied with contacting Frau and dealing with your seasickness troubles. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. My seasickness was pretty bad, and I'm still tired after vomiting so much. Junal, there is no apology needed. I should have accounted for that when we embarked. The healer finished the last of her potion, then tossed the empty bottle on the nightstand. Ron, you don't need to take responsibility every time I mess up, Junal replied. Regardless, you always regardless me every time. Anyway, I'm tired. Good night. A rustling came from the bed as Junal turned over, pulling the covers all the way up over her head. Ron peered at her resting form, then turned to the door. Have a good rest. I will continue gathering information for our trip tomorrow. You should sleep too. It's not healthy to stay up all night. But you're the hero, so you do you. I have been without sleep for several concurrent nights before. I shall be at the city's library to perform research. As Ron opened the door, he paused. Good night. Then, he stepped out. Chapter 6, Shova. The large, makeshift tent was bustling with activity. Several demon folk were gathered around a large, equally makeshift table near the center of the tent. In the middle of it all was Mr. Billings. All right, quiet up everyone, the entrepreneur exclaimed. He slammed his hand on the table to catch the attention of all the demon folk. I gathered you all here today because this one's urgent. The chatter and conversation immediately died down. All eyes were on him. Recently, a fellow belonging to the Frontierland Rail Company approached me. They're currently building a rail line from New Frontierland to here, Grand Elm, and they're very behind schedule. General Forge, who was foremost in the crowd, raised a hand. What is this rail line you're referring to? Good question. It's a road, but with metal rails. Go figure why it's called that. Of course. The metal rails are designed to guide a self-propelling piece of technology that's basically like multiple wagons attached to each other. It's called a rail engine. The murmuring between the various demon folks started up again. There was curiosity and questions in the air. Most had never heard of such a device before. Solar and General Forge included. Rail engine. Rail engine. I'm excited. I want to see it, Solar said, in delighted whispers. Now, Lady Solar, General Forge said back. I'm curious at what it is too, but don't get ahead of yourself. I want to see it, Solar replied. She held both of her hands in fists in front of her and smiled. We can certainly take this job, if that's what you want. Before the demon folk girl could give a response, Mr. Billers spoke up again. Of course. The rail company and I drive a hard bargain, since the work isn't going to be easy for you folk, he said. Lifting gravel, metal rails, hammering. I certainly don't doubt your strengths, but it's hard work. And guess what? He gave a moment of silence, for emphasis. They promised to double what we're currently paid. A few demon folk cheered at that news. Oh, and that's not the best part, the entrepreneur continued. This was a risky move, but it paid off. You see, asking for labor on such short notice also came with a premium cost. Not only do they promise double pay, but if we can get it done in time, they also promised to grant all of us land. The cheers following that were even more cacophonous than previously. Mr. Biller's monocle reflected some light, as he spread out his arms to the cheering crowd of demon folk. I own homesteads. Can you believe that? I couldn't either. And I'm guessing they didn't believe me when I told them you all are willing to. Men and women, if we can get that railway completed quicker than they think we can complete it, The drinks and dinner party will be on me." In contrast to the cheering and shouting demon folk, General Forge and Sola were quickly vacating the immediate vicinity of the crowd. Sola had her hands over her ears to block out the noise. "Lady Sola, are you all right?" General Forge asked. Crowd loud. "I don't like." General Forge looked at the crowd, then back at Sola. He then sighed. "It's fine. I don't really like crowds or loud noises either. Reminds me of other things." The crowd gradually dispersed as Mr. Billers finished up with his parting words. As the entrepreneur stepped off the stage, General Forge walked towards the man. "Mr. Billers," General Forge asked. "You seem pretty enthusiastic about this." "Who wouldn't be?" he asked. "Double pay, and land." "It's a rather good deal, if you ask me." "I agree, it is," General Forge replied. "But I have a favor to ask regarding that." "Mind hearing me out?" "Sure, why not?" he asked. The man adjusted his monocle. "Doesn't necessarily mean I'll accept it, since I do need to be somewhat selfish here. But go ahead, tell me." "So, the land," General Forge said. He held out his hand to signify the land. "It's a good deal and all, but Sola and I don't really need the land." Mr. Billers raised an eyebrow. "You don't?" "Even if you can't do much with it now, holding on to it is best. The price of land on the frontier is steadily rising. You can sell it for good money months from now." "Sola and I just need money right now." "We can't afford to wait months," General Forge replied. "But I don't want to sell it for pennies to some random individual." "Are you willing to buy the deed to it?" "That's certainly a tempting offer," Mr. Billings said. "Despite my looks, however, I'm not made of money myself, so I might have to hold off on buying the land." "Ah," General Forge replied, giving a nod of understanding. "That's fine, or, you can also lease it to me." "Don't get me wrong, I'm still interested in the land." "Can't buy it, though." "A lease, like a renting agreement?" "I rent the land until you still own it. I pay you a renting fee plus a portion of what I make." "Deal?" General Forge held his hand out. "We can do away with the fractional fees. I'd prefer it most up front. With that, you've got yourself a deal." "Ah, let's not shake our hands on it so soon." "Can't count your chickens before they hatch. We need to get the railroad done quickly." "Huh? But it's nearing sunset." "We're going to get to work already?" "We need to get the beginning preparations done, of course," the entrepreneur exclaimed. He clapped his hands together. "Remember, we're being paid twice the usual rate per hour, so every hour you work is 2 hours you're getting paid. Here's the blueprints for it." Mr. Billers handed to General Forge a large, rolled-up sheet of paper. General Forge nodded. "All right. Give me a moment to look." He unrolled the sheet of paper and peered over it. "Let's see. We can definitely complete this project within 2 days. But we'll need to be clever when it comes to how we allocate labor. I'll rally the demon folk together and we'll..." "2 days?" Mr. Billers asked. "We have about a day and a half." "That'll be stretching it," the demon folk general replied. He rolled up the sheet of paper and looked at the entrepreneur. "But I'll see what I can do." General Forge then raised his hand into the air and called out in a loud, commandeering voice, "All crew leaders, gather on me." Within 30 seconds, the bustling crowd of demon folk reorganized around the tent, this time circling around the table that was in the middle. General Forge had laid out the paper plans right in front of him, so anyone nearby could lean in for a good look. Sola was next to him, peering at the plans too. "Looks like we'll need to break the ground and do some gravel work," General Forge said to all the others. "They've dropped off the earlier shipments of supplies that we need, but we can't get started till we prepare the ground itself." "Got that?" The demon folk that were closest to the table, the crew leaders, nodded. "All right. I want crew 1 through 5 to begin digging through the ground." General Forge pointed to a few demon folk, presumably the leaders of those respective crews. "Crews 6 through 8 will prepare the gravel to be laid down after they start the digging process." "We've got a fair amount of gravel, but you'll need to be loading it into wheelbarrows." The demon folk general tapped his fingers while scanning up and down the blueprints again. "It looks like 9 and 10 will be helping me catalog the supplies dropped off, because they did not have the courtesy to even list out what they've given to us." "Great." General Forge then looked up from the sheet. "Any questions?" "How long will we be working for?" came a voice from the crowd. "We have daylight to burn, so until sundown," the demon folk general replied. "Why not under lantern light?" "Because lamp oil isn't cheap." "Unless you're willing to foot the bill." General Forge waited for 10 seconds, waiting for a response. Hearing none, he continued. Anything else? What do I do? Solar asked. General Forge turned to look at her. It seemed that he had forgotten about the demon folk girl. The demon folk general looked from Solar over to the other few teams. You'll work with the gravel teams. Crews 6 through 8. Understand? Surely, she couldn't possibly mess up laying down some gravel. Solar nodded in response to General Forge's answer. Okay. The respective teams filed away to the areas they were assigned. Solar trailed behind the gravel teams as General Forge went off to inventory the supplies they had. Then, a wooden wheelbarrow was shoved into the demon folk girl's arms. Hey, girl. Solar, your name was? Another demon folk asked. You don't look suited to digging the gravel, so you transport it. Okay, I can dig, Solar replied. The demon folk raised his eyebrow. Can you? Well, you're wheelbarrowing gravel now. Got it? Solar hesitantly nodded. How do I? You start there, the demon folk man replied, pointing to a pile of gravel a good paces away. We'll load it up with gravel. Then you come over here, and dump the gravel out for us to flatten. Go there. Wait for it to fill. Then come back and dump it out. Yep. Dump it out where we tell you to. Got that? Solar nodded her head. Yep. I understand. Without another word, Solar immediately turned around with the wheelbarrow and set off to the gravel pile. The demon folk were organizing so quickly that a few had already readied themselves with shovels by the time Solar reached the gravel pile. Scoops of gravel went into the bucket of the wheelbarrow, filling it to the brim. It's full. Go back, one of the demon folk laborers exclaimed. Solar nodded, and turned back to jog at a brisk pace back to the staging area. All right, this is good, another demon folk exclaimed. Move up and dump it. We got to get the rails down. Solar proceeded to dump the wheelbarrow full of gravel right where she was told. Lass, we need more gravel. More, quicker. Solar jogged a brisk pace with the wheelbarrow in front of her again, up to the gravel pile. This continued on for quite a bit. Occasionally, Solar would take a short break or sit down as they shoveled more gravel into her wheelbarrow, but the pace was kept up, and the demon folk girl was beginning to enjoy the routine, tapping her foot to a rhythm that she made herself as they worked. It all stopped, however. A loud whistle pierced the ears of everyone on the worksite. Accompanying that was the sound of a hammer banging on a metal pan. Everyone, cease working, General Forge yelled. He continued hitting the metal pan with the hammer. Good job everyone. Sun is down. Everyone stop working. Solar slowed to a pause as everyone proceeded to drop their tools and began to walk away. She gazed around in confusion, knowing that something had changed but also taken by surprise at how quickly everyone was filing away. What do I do with this? Solar asked a passing laborer, pointing to the still-filled wheelbarrow. Just leave it, he replied. We'll get to that tomorrow. So, she placed the wheelbarrow back down and began to step away, too. It took Solar a minute to find General Forge in the crowd of departing demon folk. He was talking to Mr. Billers, pointing at a clipboard in his hand. Well, it looks like they sent us too much, General Forge said. Not a problem. But if they want the extra back, they'll have to ship it out themselves. We ain't touching anything else after the job's done. The demon folk general handed the clipboard over to the entrepreneur. You aren't? Mr. Billers asked. Wouldn't that pose some issues? We're getting paid to build the railroad, not to clean up, General Forge replied. Unless they're willing to pay us the same rates for all that, too. But it shouldn't get in the way, since all the supplies were put off to the side. Mr. Billers examined the clipboard. You're right. The contract only extends to building the railroad. I wonder if I can squeeze some more money out of them in the form of a cleanup fee. You'll have to negotiate that on your own, since I'll be heading to New Frontierland once the rail line opens up, General Forge said. But it shouldn't be too hard. The other demon folk trust you enough. While General Forge conversed with Mr. Billers, Solar walked up to him and stood next to the demon folk general. I'll trust your word on that, Mr. Billers said. He then looked up, spotting Solar. Looks like your cousin is here, too. First day on the job, not too hard for her, I hope. Who? General Forge asked. He looked next to him, and flinched upon seeing Solar so close to him. Goodness. Solar, don't scare me like that, he gasped. The demon folk girl cocked her head. Scare? I'm not scary. General Forge shook his head. Just don't sneak up on people like that. Anyway, was today good for you, Solar? Solar nodded. Yes. I pushed a wheelbarrow full of small rocks. Mr. Billers smiled. She has a lot of energy. Does she? I remember my first day laboring away. I was knocked out by the end of that day. General Forge scratched his shoulder. Well, I didn't lie when I said Sola doesn't tire. Unlike me, I'm exhausted. Best sleep, then, Mr. Billers replied. I'll leave you two to rest for tonight, especially since we're getting up early tomorrow. Yep, I'll be getting some good sleep tonight. General Forge turned to look at Sola. Sola, let's go. I've got a tent set up nearby. The demon folk girl followed the general as the two made their way over to an open field that was near the railway. Dotting the field were a variety of tents that were set up. A few fires had been set up outside the tents, surrounded by demon folk who were heating food for supper. General Forge scanned his eyes over one line of tents, before pointing to one at the end of the row. That one's mine. Let's go, Lady Sola. The two made their way towards the tent. General Forge pushed the flap to the front of the tent aside, and Sola did the same, before grabbing it, and feeling the material between her fingers. A house made of what clothes are made of? Sola asked. It's a tent, General Forge said. Since I'm managing the demon folk, I get my own. A tent? Is this what this house is called? The demon folk general glanced back. It's not a house. Just temporary lodging for now. Sola cocked her head. Lodging? What does it mean to lodge? You don't know what? Never mind. It figures you wouldn't. The demon folk general sighed. It means that we're staying here, sleeping in this tent, for the night, since there's nowhere else to sleep. Sola nodded, absorbing the information. Okay, I get it. As General Forge lit a few candles and pulled off his ragged coat, Sola looked around after stepping into the tent. There was a hammock hanging between two wooden stakes hammered into the ground, and a few boxes serving as makeshift tables. It wasn't extravagant by any means at all. Are we going to eat? She asked. Huh? Oh, I've got something, General Forge replied. He opened up a wooden box to grab a few items out of it. Some bread, dried beef, and cheese. Oh, and he pulled an apple from the box. We can split this, he continued. The two munched on their rather light supper. General Forge would chew through his food one at a time, while Sola would meticulously tear the bread into flat strips to craft into sandwiches with the cheese and beef. Sola, you like making sandwiches? He asked. It tastes better together, she replied. Unlike you. You're eating it weird. I'm not eating it weird, I'm just not preparing it, General Forge replied. It's still weird, she retorted. After finishing up what they had left, General Forge sliced the apple they had in half and handed Sola one half. She bit into it with a satisfying crunch, while the demon folk general proceeded to eat his half in 3 bites. Well, time to sleep, the demon folk general said. From yet another box, he pulled some sheets out of it and began to roll them onto the ground. I'll sleep on the floor. You can take the hammock, he said. Hammock? The thing hanging between the 2 wooden poles. You can sleep there. Sola peered at it. She frowned, dissatisfied. I still want something, though, Sola said, pouting. General Forge sighed. What is it you want, my lady? I can't get you whatever you want, so don't complain if I can't. I want to meet Luther and give him his crown back. The demon folk general blinked. Lady Sola, it's not that simple to just give Lord Luther his crown back. I mean, sure, you're next in line for there, but I said I'm not waiting in line for anything. Sola flung the crown directly at General Forge, the man ducking as it flew over his head. My lady, you can't just... forget it. We'll talk about it tomorrow. It's late. General Forge jumped into the makeshift bed he had set up on the floor. Sola huffed, and gave a pout. You know where Luther is? General Forge grumbled. In a sense, but knowing it wouldn't make any difference compared to not knowing it, considering the guard he's likely under. But you know where he is? Absolutely. He's holed up somewhere in the capital, guarded by hundreds of trained soldiers and mages, and that doesn't even account for the capital being on an island and fortified as well as the best demon folk fortresses I know of. Then I want to go to the capital place. General Forge turned around, mid-rant, to stare at Sola. You want to go to that place? Yes, she exclaimed. I want to see Luther again. Lady Sola, General Forge said, emphasizing her name. I told you this already. He's being kept in some dungeon and guarded by the most elite military forces the humans have ever mastered. We have no army, no weapons, no supplies, no communication, and I don't even think you can use magic. I can, Sola replied. She swished a hand around, and a handful of sparks flew from her fingers. See? Those are parlor tricks. Lady Sola, you can't hurt anyone with that. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that, the demon folk girl prodded the general with her pointer finger, lightly zapping him with magical sparks at every poke. You lied. It does hurt, she said. I was just surprised, but it didn't. Youch. Stop it, this is getting annoying. Sola did stop, but the displeased look on her face remained. I can use magic, she exclaimed. And we know where he is, so we can go there. General Forge rubbed at his side, where Sola had prodded him. And how do we get there, considering it's the most fortified island on this continent? We go there by boat. I can't believe I'm hearing this. We can't just buy a ticket to sail right into their place. General Forges trailed off, as he thought over that plan once again. Once he actually began thinking over it, he realized that the plan might actually be plausible. Hold that thought, Sola. That might actually work, the military general said. The demon folk girl glanced up, then at General Forge's forehead. How do I hold a thought? Just stay with me for a moment. Sola pouted once again. I am staying here. Everything lines up. The treaty lets any demon folk get into the capital without any fuss, and the hero does not know of your existence at all. But to actually bust into the place would be the difficult part. A few heartbeats passed, the two of them silent and in thought, before Sola broke the silence. General Farrar is smart, she said. But you forget that I have shovel. I can dig anything. Your shovel? General Forge asked. Come to think of it, he did recall asking Lord Luth about the exact abilities of the shovel. Back then, he languished over the fact that Luth spent his precious powers to create, of all things, an enchanted shovel. A small voice at the back of his mind was telling him something important about the shovel. He just couldn't place his finger on it. Lady Sola, what can your shovel do again? He asked. The magical abilities of it. It can dig through anything. General Forge shook his head. No, not what it can literally do. I meant the magic it casts. Sola frowned at his response. I mean it. It can dig through anything. Don't be foolish, my lady. That shovel can't dig through everything. I can prove it. Before the general could say another word, Sola raised her shovel up. She held one hand on the handle at the very end, and the other on the hilt, and slowly guided the end of it at a small rock on the ground. General Forge could sense that she was beginning to pour her magical energy into the spade. Lady Sola, wait. She thrust the shovel down onto the rock. The shovel didn't stop, nor did it bend or snap. The rock did not shatter, either. At first, Forge had thought that the shovel phased right through the rock as though it was a ghost. Moments later, Sola pulled her shovel towards her body, revealing that the stone had been cut in half, in one of the cleanest cuts that General Forge has ever had to witness. It indeed had the ability to dig through anything. The ability to cut anything. No, if it was cut then she would have had to slash the rock. She simply thrust the end of the spade right into it. It suddenly clicked as to how she was able to get rid of the boulder. She simply destroyed it. And, if his theory was right, that dumb shovel of hers might be able to dig through anything. Dirt, brick walls, armor. Could it dig through flesh? That was a particularly morbid line of thought, but nothing worse than what General Forge has ever had to witness on the field of battle. Sola. Can it cut through people? General Forge winced at his own wording a little. He wasn't unfamiliar with the blood and guts of battle, but just asking Sola that question felt wrong. People? She asked. No, 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 no. The demon folk girl shook her head with every no. It can't cut things that are living, like people and plants. Luther told me to not try that. Figures. Lord Luth was smart enough to include a very distinct restriction on Sola's enchanted shovel. Of course, he didn't want her to hurt anyone. But this also meant that the shovel could serve a secondary purpose. Cutting through metal restraints and cuffs was difficult, especially without injuring the captive. Lord Luth, without a doubt, had restraints made of the best alloys that the humans could create. This dumb shovel could be the answer to that. That would actually work. Oh my lord, it may actually work. Lady Sola, you're a genius. Sola cocked her head at General Forge. I am? She asked. Well, no, you're technically not. But you thought up of something that I couldn't, so I can give you credit for that. We can dig your brother out of prison. That shovel, it can dig through anything, right? Sola smiled, then nodded. Yes, it can dig anything. That's what it can do. She was waving said shovel up in the air. It can dig through anything. Which means we can dig your brother out of this mess. Yay! General Forge clenched his fists in excitement. as Sola raised her shovel in a celebratory stance. "Farah, can I ask a question though?" she asked. "What is it? What mess did Luthor make?" "Mess? What do you mean?" "Yes, you said we had to dig him out of a mess. Did he make the mess? Will it take time to clean up?" General Ford shook his head. "No, I meant..." Well, she was technically right. Lord Luth was in the middle of a mess at the moment, but she was probably thinking of a physical mess, like a spilled drink. "He's in trouble, let's say, and we can get him out of that trouble with the help of that shovel right here." Sola shook her head. "No, I mean, why is he in trouble?" "Why? Because people don't like him, that's why." The demon folk girl pouted. "I don't understand." "Me neither, Lady Sola." The demon folk general looked at the bunks laid out. "Let's go to sleep. My lady, are you tired?" Upon the mention of sleep, Sola yawned. "Yes, sleepy." Chapter 7, Utter. Junal woke up to the cooing of doves. Pigeons. They were pigeons, not doves. And there was one such pigeon tapping on the glass window of the room, blinking the drowsiness out of her eyes. The healer slowly got out of bed to stare at the pigeons that had ruined her sleep. It cocked its head and tapped twice again. "The fact that you're here means there's something important," Junal muttered. "And I can't just go back to sleep, because you'll wake me up with the tapping again." "Darn it." She hopped out of bed and shuffled over to the window, which she pushed open. The pigeon hopped into the inner windowsill perch, and held a leg out for Junal to access the message container around its leg. Wordlessly, the healer pulled the note out from it and unrolled the slip of paper to read what was on it. "Go to New Frontierland Library. New development. Urgent." It was in Ron's handwriting, which meant that it was a note from him to her. Still tired from the seasickness yesterday, the healer muttered. Regardless, she flipped the slip of paper over and fished a charcoal pencil out from her bag. "Coming. Give me time to prepare." She rolled the slip of paper back up, slipped it within the tube, and shooed the homing pigeon off for it to return to Ron. Junal yawned, and began to prepare her items. Thankfully, Ron didn't leave anything behind. Despite getting a two-bedroom, he did not seem to have entered the room again ever since he left last night. Which puzzled Junal. Why spend money on a two-bedroom when he didn't even plan on sleeping? What an enigma of a man. She quickly gathered all her items, and she even took the time to inventory what she had. Her bag had its medical supplies, from a variety of healing supplements and bandages to leeches. There was a thing or two to snack on, namely, some dried beef that she decided would make her on-the-go breakfast. As for her equipment, there were her clothes, enchanted to protect her against falls and scrapes, not much more. It was durable, but not suitable for someone like a combat mage. Thankfully, she was not a combat mage. Her clothes had plenty or pockets for potions of varying types, along with a hidden sleeve holster for her wand. She wasn't carrying any potions on her at the moment. Doing so would be quite cumbersome, especially for a sea trip. Her plan of action had been to purchase some at New Frontierland, but Madame Frowl's current aluminum scheme dashed those plans. Aside from her wand, Junal also had a two-handed short staff that she typically wore on her back, held up by a simple sling. She didn't use the short staff as much as the wand, but Ron always recommended she carry it just in case. She was all suited up, and ready to leave. The healer stepped down the stairs and out of the inn to admire the sights of New Frontierland before she was off to perform her duties alongside the hero. Price of aluminum per bar has risen approximately 1 small steel coin since yesterday. They say the price is just going to keep going up. Everyone, out of the way. The healer was almost trampled by a crowd that was rushing on the main road. She backed away from the commotion, stopping just short of the stampede of people rushing in one direction with bags of coins in hand. Why are you like this, Frau? Junal asked, to nobody in particular but herself. Aside from that little incident, which she quickly aimed to forget, the healer took in the sights of the bustling port city of New Frontierland. Unlike the capital, which was essentially a flat island with a towering spire in the middle, New Frontierland was built around a bay, on the face of a hill that bordered the ocean. This allowed for a very nice view of the city. From the right vantage point, it looked as though the town was sloping into the ocean, where the bustling ports lay. Yesterday, Junal had been too busy contending with nausea and trying to balance herself to enjoy the view. She took a breath of fresh salty sea air, closing her eyes while doing so. Yeah, the novelty of sea air wore off ages ago, since she had been in the capital for the past few months for bureaucratic reasons. Now it just smelled like dead fish to her. Regardless, Junel was enjoying the sights as she walked towards the library. It seemed as though the city had expanded quite a fair bit even since she was last here. There were some new, unfamiliar ports, and streets that once had mere grassland by the sides were now bustling with shops and homes. Junel's mood was spoiled immediately when she saw a poster on the wall, advertising Frau's aluminum. Aluminum. The hero was starting to get sick of the word already. She continued walking towards the new Frontierland library. It was a particularly large building that had originally been a barracks early in the war. Ever since the town grew, it first became the town hall before finally being refurbished and turned into a library. Junel stepped up the wooden steps and pushed open the double doors into the building. "Ron, are you around here?" she asked, peering around. There were a few people around, but on account of it being morning it was rather empty. As for the hero himself, he was sitting at a table. Several books and diagrams were laid around him, along with a notebook that he was jotting down a few notes in with his charcoal pencil. Junel walked up to him. She wasn't afraid of interrupting his studies. He called her over for a reason. "What have you found from your all-nighter?" she asked. Ron dotted and crossed his last few letters before picking up the hand-sized notebook and flipping it shut. "There is a lot of information on the Grand Elm region that I've uncovered." "That sounds good," Junel replied. "Almost none of it is of relevance, unfortunately." Junel blinked. "Then what was the point?" "Your message said something was urgent." "Indeed, it is indeed time-sensitive and urgent. Here, let me show you a poster I discovered." "Oh, please don't tell me it's about Frau's aluminum." Ron slapped a sheet of paper on the table. It was frayed at the edges, but otherwise completely legible. Written in big, colorful block letters were the words "Fastest Travel on the Continent," superimposed over a picture of a steam engine on wheels. The bottom was captioned "Frontierland Rail Company." "I heard news of this, but I could never have guessed that they would have won ready so swiftly," Ron stated. Junel shifted the sheet of paper so that she could read the text on it from her angle. "What is it?" "A rail engine. A mobile, self-powered steam engine that follows metal rails. There is one that can take us from here to Grand Elm." "Rail engine? I've heard people talk about them before, but I don't know much about them," Junel replied. "This poster says it opens tomorrow. Gives us time to prepare for the trip." "We will be departing as soon as possible," Ron replied. He began to pack up his belongings, to the befuddlement of a very confused Junel. "Right now, as in, once you're done packing your things, 5 minutes from now." "Despite the fact that we've prepared no supplies." "The trip from here to Grand Elm is usually 5 days on foot, 3 days by wagon, a day and a half on a fast steed. As you know, taking several days for a trip requires packing supplies, which lengthens the packing time. If we were to depart now on the rail engine, we would hardly need to pack the required supplies." "Ron, hold up. You're really saying that this," Junel pointed at the advertisement, "is faster than the fastest horses they have?" "They advertise speeds as quick as no more than 3 hours of travel from here to Grand Elm. Those transit times are revolutionary." Junel nodded. "Okay, I'll take that explanation. But you've still got 2 other things to explain." The healer held up her pointer finger. "1, the fact that the rail engine opens tomorrow." "Not today." "It does no one harm to ask if they are willing to accommodate us," Ron replied. "I should have known that you'd ask them for an early ride. But what if they don't?" "We'll wait for opening day." "All right, fair enough." "The second question, why are we in such a hurry?" "It's not like the Demon Lord's sister has begun rallying up Lord Luth's former armies on short notice." "We do not know that for sure," Ron said, "but there is a related concern that I have, which makes our trip far more urgent." "What is it?" "Once the rail officially opens, the Second Coming will also have access to the rail from their end. That gives her direct access from Grand Elm to New Frontierland, and thus, to the capital." Junel mused over what Ron just said. 3 hours from Elm to here, and if she had the money for a fast boat, that's another 2 or 3 hours. "Not even a full day trip," Junel said. Ron nodded. "Indeed. She will be capable of reaching her brother within a day if we do not act fast." "Do you understand my sense of urgency?" Junel nodded in solemn agreement. "Yeah, I see where you're getting at. But departing might not change much if the rail engine operators refuse to let us ride early. This is technically official business of the hero party, and I would have full right to commandeer the rail engine. However, I do not know how to operate one, and I do not wish to fall in the bad graces of the company that manages this rail. So, I will not push the matter if they strictly refuse. I mean, if it's that concerning, I can have guards which have been given warning posted at the rail station in question, should the issue rise further," Ron replied. "However, the fewer people know of our mission, the better." Juno looked up at Ron, as the two stepped out of the library. "To prevent panic?" "Precisely." Juno nodded. A thought came to mind for her. "Is that why you didn't elaborate to Salkin or Frowl about our plans?" I assessed that Salkin would have been too prone to unintentionally divulging the information, due to his habits. As for Frowl, I did not wish to add another burden onto the work she already has. "You're far too noble." "I am a sire. After all, I must live up to my title of being a hero." After stacking up the various books and maps he had been glossing over on the table, Ron gave a wave to the librarians before departing. The hero's heavy armor clanked as the two walked out of the library. "Do you know where the rail engine is?" Juno asked. "It mentioned a location on the map, but I'm not familiar with New Frontierland, especially with all the new buildings and streets." "I am aware of its location," Ron replied. "Follow me." As the two stepped through the busy streets of New Frontierland, they had to push through increasingly large crowds of people who seemed to be in a hurry. Juno caught glimpses of conversation from them, and it seemed they were all talking about the accursed aluminum trade. "What a racket Frowl has built up," Juno said. "I don't like it. She seems to have invited a lot of economic activity to the city. However, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I don't like it. There's something about it all that I really don't like." Ron pushed through another crowd of people, and Juno followed in his wake. "Perhaps you are envious of her success," Ron suggested. Juno frowned at that statement. Worst of all, it might actually be true. Not the money, but the success part. She hadn't been nearly as successful in her medical breakthroughs as Frowl has been in the magical field. She held her tongue, though. The healer knew she had absolutely nothing nice to say about that assertion. The two finally reached the station. It was a roofed platform beside the road. Several large cut stones made the floor of the platform, and much of it was fenced in by a metal guardrail. A pair of iron tracks ran through it, ending in a buffer on one end of the station and going off into the distance on another. Waiting within the station was a wheeled machine, pulling behind it numerous carriages that were also placed on the rail. Steam wafted off the idle device, as two people within the cabin of it sat and rested. Without hesitating for a moment, Ron stepped up to the ticket booth. "What is the current going rate for a single trip?" he asked. The man in the ticket booth jumped up at the unexpected question. "What? Wait, what? The rail isn't open yet. What are you asking for?" Ron remained steadfast. "I am asking for a ticket, and the cost of one." Silence. The ticket vendor looked between Ron and Juno, seemingly begging Juno for an explanation. "If it is a matter of money, I am willing to compensate you 3 times the going rate for a trip," Ron continued. The ticket vendor sputtered. It's not that, it's just, well, the railway isn't complete yet. It opens tomorrow." "That is not something that I mind," Ron replied. "The railway doesn't go all the way, though. It's still under construction. I am capable of walking the rest of the way, but it doesn't feel right to have you, the hero, pay for fare and then walk the rest of the way." "I will take no issue with the state of the rail in its currently incomplete state, granted that it is safe," Ron said. "I simply wish to utilize this rail as a swift way to reach my destination. Even though you have to walk the rest of the distance, it is preferable for me to walk part of the distance than the entire distance." "Yeah, but," Ron decided to convince the man in a more authoritative manner. "The task in question is related to official, time-sensitive business by the hero party." Oh, why didn't you say so?" "I mean, well, I should have assumed that from the start, so I apologize." "Apology accepted. Fair enough." "What was your offer?" 3 times going rate." "Yes." The ticket vendor narrowed his eyes at Ron. We'd usually send out the train on a full carriage, but since it's just you, the cost of fuel and labor will be on you." 6 times going rate. 6 times it is," Ron replied. He placed the money on the counter. The ticket vendor glanced down, surprised that his demand actually worked. "All right," the ticket vendor said. He initially seemed unsure if the hero was genuine in his offer. "I'll tell the conductor to let you on. We can justify it as a test run, of sorts." The ticket vendor latched open the gate to allow Ron and Juno to step in. Ron nodded. "I appreciate that you are willing to accommodate us." "Well, if it's for the hero, How could I refuse? The ticket vendor asked. But, I want to know, are you interested in doing any promotional stuff for us? Ron shook his head. My schedule is far too busy. Unfortunately, if you wish, you can state in your future advertisements that the hero himself held enough interest to ask for an early look at the rail, even before it was completed. The ticket vendor's eyes lit up at that suggestion. Really? Will you sponsor us? But I will not stop you from using my request today as future marketing. Junal and Ron walked up to the platform. The ticket vendor gestured for them to get inside one of the carriages, which he opened up for them. The conductor's inside, and he'll give you the rundown on what you should and shouldn't do while in the train, he said. Oh, and I apologize for not introducing myself. Name's Urta. He held out a hand, which the hero took and shook. Soon, both Junal and Ron went inside and found themselves a seat to sit on, near the front. It wasn't long before the train conductor stepped up. His apron was streaked with black coal dust. "Ah, I've heard that you two were coming aboard," he exclaimed. "Bit of a privilege to test this out for the first time, isn't it?" "I greatly appreciate you taking time out of your day to transport us," Ron replied. The conductor laughed. "Oh, that's no problem. Really, there's only one thing I have to tell you." "What is it?" Junal said. "Rules of the railroad," the conductor said. "Arms and legs stay inside. If you have to move round, do so slowly and carefully since the train can rock back and forth. Otherwise, you can get hurt." The conductor glanced at Junal. "Well, you've got the healer with you. She can probably heal up your scrapes." "I won't," Junal assured. "Just to make sure you know." "You don't? Aren't you a healer by trade?" Junal grunted. "I only heal critical injuries. If someone gets a scrape or a minor cut from being dumb, that's their problem." The conductor gave a short laugh. "Well, I can't argue with that if it comes from the healer. Just better hope nothing big happens on the way there." He then adjusted his hat and turned around. But, before he could turn around completely, he stopped, then looked back. "I know your names already, since you two are rather famous around these parts," he said. "But sorry for not introducing myself." "Name's Clark, your conductor." "Enjoy the trip." The man then stepped back to the front of the train, where he yelled instructions to the other who was running the main engine of the machine. Ron then looked at Junal. "Is this your first time on a rail engine?" Ron asked Junal. "It definitely is. It is also my first time on a rail engine, too." Junal then peered up at the hero. "Is that meant to be reassuring or, because if this is your first time, too, that means you have no idea what can go wrong?" The hero adjusted in his seat. "I have said nothing of the sort. I am confident in the reliability of this rail engine company." "Maybe I'm reading between the lines too much," Junal replied. "You might be, indeed." Junal huffed, but didn't say anything else. The rail engine hissed, and the two leaned back in their seats as everything jolted forward. Junal gripped the armrests tight, while Ron remained calm as always. It took a few short minutes for the rail engine to accelerate, and when it accelerated, it certainly did. Out of worry about his healer companion, Ron turned to look at Junal. But it seemed that she had gotten over her initial worry, and was wide-eyed at the scenery passing by. "This is fast," Junal exclaimed. "I can feel the wind on my face. It's like taking one of those fast boats, but on land, and a lot less vomit-inducing." "Indeed," Ron replied. The rail engine's carriages rumbled on the tracks. After a few minutes of Junal watching the sights out the window, she turned around to look back at Ron. "Now that I think about it," she started. "Wouldn't it be better to grill the Demon Lord's generals on the location of his sister?" Ron glanced at Junal. "Elaborate on what you mean?" "We can just ask them," Junal replied. "We have the generals in our custody, right? So it shouldn't be too hard to interrogate them." Ron shook his head. "So far, we only know of the whereabouts of one of them. General Riol is currently managing the current demon folk territories under our supervision." "Great," Junal replied. "Then we can ask her, right?" The hero shook his head. "It is not so simple, unfortunately. Of the four generals, or as we are aware, Riol has a particularly weak disposition." "Weakness? That means she's easy to interrogate, right?" "And we already have a deal with her," Ron replied. "She has agreed to give her whole cooperation in assisting our management of the demon folk territories, in exchange for gentle treatment. Forcing her to divulge information she does not wish to would be a violation of that." Junal shook her head. "This seems inefficient. It's not like she can do anything if we don't hold up our end of the agreement, is there? Even if there is no recompense if we do not, It would be improper otherwise, Ron replied. Regardless, General Riel does hold the stability of the entire demon folk territories over our head. She is the only reason we are capable of occupying them in the first place. The healer sunk in her seat. Darn. I thought it'd be easy to get information, but the politics behind it make everything so much more complicated. It is no loss, Ron said, as I never intended to use Riel in the first place. As the two finished up their conversation, they could feel the rail engine slowing to a gradual stop. Ron and Junel waited in their seats for a response from the conductor. All right. Rail ends here, the conductor said. Ron stood up and began to walk towards one of the departing doors. The trip was shorter than I had expected, Ron said. How much further do we have to walk? Not far, the conductor replied. Feels short compared to walking the several day-long footpath, huh? The end of the rail is all the way that way. And Grand Elm is there, too. I give my thanks, Ron said. Don't mention it. Well, actually, mention us to a lot of people, so they get news in on the fastest, newest way to move. Got that? The conductor grinned. Both hero and healer then stepped down off the train. Before them was a buzzing construction site. Demon folk were dispersed everywhere, hammering nails into railway ties, laying down track, and carting wheelbarrows of gravel to and fro. They didn't have far to walk, stepping through the grass past the groups of demon folk with tools and supplies. Junel stepped aside as one helmeted demon folk girl walked past them with a wheelbarrow full of gravel. Ron, however, accidentally stepped in the demon folk's path, and, with a stumble, the demon folk girl tripped over his armored foot. She wobbled around, her tail jerking in an attempt to balance herself, before the demon folk girl fell to the ground. Both hero and healer looked down at the fallen demon folk. The hero kneeled down, gingerly grabbing both of the demon folk girl's arms and pulling her back onto her 2 feet. Are you alright, miss? Ron asked. She glanced up with her apricot orange irises. Then, she cocked her head. Armored human? She asked. Ron grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her back onto her feet, before dusting the demon folk girl off. I apologize for that, young lady. I did not watch where I was going, the armored hero said. The apricot-haired demon folk girl adjusted her helmet, then looked up at Ron. She flashed a smile. It's okay, armored human, she exclaimed. No hurting. I'm okay. She turned back to her wheelbarrow, which had miraculously not fallen over when she stumbled. The girl immediately got back to work, and pushed the wheelbarrow towards whatever destination she had in mind. They're working rather hard here, Junel commented. Compared to the factory workers in the capital. The two continued off towards Grand Elm. They likely have a secondary incentive, Ron replied. A bonus, should they finish early. That is what I would assume. A bonus? Junel asked. What for? They're getting paid regardless. I have the sneaking suspicion that the rail company is behind schedule, Ron said. The rail opens tomorrow. However, they still have a stretch of rail to lay down today. Everyone here is working as quick as they could. I can only presume that the demon folk are willing to work with these crunch times only because the pay is handsome. Junel nodded. Oh, makes sense. The two continued walking without speaking a word to each other. Ron observed the demon folk working around closely, as though trying to gauge which one was most likely the demon lord's sibling. Junel, in the meanwhile, was idly tapping the end of her staff on the ground with every other footstep. Eventually, they could see Grand Elm in the distance. The small town's clock tower was the first thing they could see, accompanied by the new development and buildings around the town center. Everyone seems to be expanding, Junel said. Even Grand Elm looks different now. Look, they're actually paving the roads too. Indeed, Ron replied. Economic growth spurred by the end of the war. If I must say so myself, Grand Elm would certainly be a prime location to invest in. Is it? Junel asked. Indeed, I have studied the geography of this location last night, he replied. The town is situated at the crossroads between a fertile valley, shallow creeks for irrigation, and a forest for timber. Not too far are quarries for mines. The only disadvantage of this location was a lack of accessibility, which will soon be solved by the rail engine. Junel looked up at Ron. You've really done your research. Huh. Indeed, I have. But it is not enough, the hero replied. We should begin gathering information, Junel. We should take a look around the town and begin asking questions. Chapter 8, Rivermore. Sola yawned and sipped on the hot water provided to her by General Forge. The sun was still barely peeking over the horizon, as everyone was cast in an early morning blue. Waking up early is hard, she complained. That's what we have to do. Daylight is important, Lady Solar, General Forge replied. Your brother also woke up early, too. Although he'd wake up too early, sometimes. Wake up too early? The demon folk girl asked. She yawned, then wiped her eyes. Yes, he has good night vision, so he usually wakes up early to work with General Says on bookkeeping. General Forge sighed while reminiscing. He'd wake up too damn early. The amount of candles he'd burn in a month. The demon folk general handed to Solar a handful of tin coins. Go into the town and get us some breakfast. Bread and some mutton or dried beef. You can do that? Solar held out her hand to accept the money, while wiping her eye with the other fist. Yeah, I can get food, she replied. The town, it's that way, right? Yep, General Forge replied. Just go down that way, and the town will have a main street with the bakery and butcher shop right next to each other. Solar nodded. Okay, I'll go there. As she walked away, General Forge called back out, oh, and don't forget to get breakfast for both of us. Solar nodded again as she walked the dirt road to the town of Grand Elm. Passing by her were some other demon folk, many of whom had already grabbed their breakfasts or were going to the town for a meal. The walk didn't take that long, and Solar easily found the bakery, from the smell of fresh bread wafting through the open windows. A handful of demon folk were idling outside, but Solar simply stepped past them into the building. A slightly chubby middle-aged woman was behind the counter. Before her was a tray of bread rolls. Steam was wafting off of them, evidence that they were fresh out of the oven. The woman's eyes darted up to the door, seeing that Solar had arrived. Oh, dearie, you're a new face around here, aren't you? She asked. Her voice was smooth and sweet, almost inviting. Solar nodded. Yep, I came here just yesterday. I'm working on the rail thing. The demon folk girl pointed all the way behind her, in the direction of said construction project. You? The baker asked. I'm impressed. You look a little young for that. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Whitewood. I'm the town's baker. And my name's Solar, the demon folk girl exclaimed. She walked right up to the counter and peered at the fresh miniature loaves. I need to get 2 breads. You're just in time, they're fresh, Whitewood replied. 1 small tin coin for each. Tin coin? Solar asked. She fished around in one of her pockets and grabbed the handful of coins that General Forge had given to her. There were a few small dull grey coins, 2 large ones, and a single small brass-colored coin. Just the small grey ones, Whitewood replied. 2 of them. The demon folk girl picked out 2 of the coins, and handed it over. As she was doing so, Whitewood grabbed 2 of the small loaves and wrapped them in wax paper. Here you go, sweetie, she said. Both loaves were in a paper bag, handed to Solar, as the baker accepted the 2 coins. If you need anything else just ask me. All right, hun? Solar nodded. Okay, thank you. The demon folk girl turned around and was just about to step out of the door, before turning around on her heel and looking at Whitewood. Where's the place you buy the dry meat? Solar asked. Oh, the jerky? Whitewood asked. That's Rivermore's butchery. He's just right next door. The baker pointed to the right. I'm not sure if he's back yet, since he needed to check up on something. But you can wait there until then, okay? Okay, Solar replied. She bounded over to the next building, stepping past a few other demon folk who were waiting in line. She was just about to step through the door, but immediately noticed the lack of light within the partially ajar door. Solar inched forward and pushed on the door, allowing it to gradually swing open. Hello? She called out. The demon folk girl peered through the front door of the butcher's shop. There was nobody inside. Hey there, lass. Solar jumped up from where she stood as she heard the voice right behind her. The startled demon folk girl turned on the heels of her feet to look at the man behind her. He wore an apron that was stained in various dark fluids, and in one hand held a few pieces of dried meat hanging off some twine. Name's Rivermore, town butcher. Guessing you wanna do business? He asked. Solar nodded. Yes, I need to buy jerky. Rivermore grinned and held up the dried meat that was skewered through by twine. Just in time. I have some lamb jerky for you. Just give me a moment here too. He stepped past the demon folk girl and hung the twine of jerky on a hook hanging from the ceiling. How much you want, lass? 2. Solar replied, pulling a small knife from a leather holster on his apron. Rivermore cut the twine off 2 of the lower pieces of jerky. He then ripped some butcher paper off a roll that he kept nearby, wrapping it neatly. 4 small tin coins, he said. Sola fished for 4 coins from her pockets and handed it to him. "Ah, miss, there's a large tin coin in here," he said. Sola cocked her head. "What's a large tin coin?" "This," he replied. He picked up the out-of-place coin, showing that it was almost 2 times as large as the small, dull grey coins. "It's worth 5 of the small tin coins." "But I need to give 4, Sola replied. "Isn't that enough?" "Oh, it is," Rivmore replied. "Just hold on, let me give you some change." The butcher placed the large coin on the table and fished around his own pouch, pulling out a single small tin coin. "Yeah, here's your change." He dropped the coins into Sola's outstretched arms with one hand, and then handed to her the wrapped jerky with the other hand. "Is that it, lass?" the man asked. Sola nodded. "Yes, that's all." "Thank you." The demon folk girl bounded out of the butcher's shop, and the speedy girl began to bound her way back towards the construction site. She passed by plenty of other demon folk who were going to and from the town to retrieve breakfast. By the time she reached General Forge, he was already getting started with work. The demon folk general was shouting out orders at other demon folk on the work site. "At least 3 per rail. They're made out of solid iron, so keep in mind that it'll hurt if it falls on your foot," he exclaimed. "And don't forget about the fora," Sola exclaimed. "I'm here." General Forge glanced over at the demon folk girl. "Oh, there you are, Sola," he said. "You've bought the stuff?" "Yep. Here you go," she exclaimed, handing him one of the bags. General Forge peered inside to see the bread rolls. "Good. Spare change, too?" "Change? Extra money you have left that I gave you." The demon folk girl dug into her pocket again, before retrieving the handful of coins. "Here they are." "But I don't get how they work." He said. "One is 5 of the other." "You probably paid with a large tin coin," General Forge said, counting the change left. "Speaking of that, I should probably teach you how money works. There weren't any problems buying, I hope?" "Nope," Sola exclaimed. She placed both hands on her hips, in confidence. "Now, we're doing the job thing, right?" "What do I do?" General Forge looked up at her. Then he peered over at the construction site before them. "You can." "Ah." The demon folk general scraped his mind for ideas, until his eyes landed on one of the wheelbarrows that were used yesterday. Continue scooping the gravel," he said. "You did fine yesterday, right, with the gravel?" Sola nodded. "Yep. I can do gravel." "Great. Just continue doing that, and listen to what the others say to do with the gravel. Do that for the rest of the day and you're good." Sola nodded. She immediately set off, grabbing one of the rickety wheelbarrows to roll over to the large piles of gravel that were set aside for the project. The next few hours of work went by in a blur, as the demon folk girl delivered wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow full of gravel to the site. It was almost routine at that point. Sola would pull up with her wheelbarrow, and 2 demon folk at the gravel pile would quickly shovel the wheelbarrow full. She'd then pull away to the rail line and dump it right where another demon folk that told her to. 3 of the many large piles of gravel disappeared within that time, and the gravel path that had been laid out was long enough for the demon folk to begin hammering in the first wooden rail ties and rails. If anything, it seemed that Sola was the quickest out of all the other demon folk with their wheelbarrows. She would jog with the cart in front of her, even when it was filled to the brim with the heavy gravel. On one occasion, she would stop a little too quickly, and the gravel in front of her wouldn't stop. Some would continue flying forward in front of her, showering the demon folk that were a few paces ahead of her. Said demon folk would glance at her, but said nothing. As the sun rose, so did the temperature. General Forge, who was working on hammering the nails, stared up at the sun above. He held a hammer over his shoulder. "The weather's getting hot," he said. The general glanced at Sola, as if expecting an answer. The demon folk girl wiped her brow as if there was sweat on it. There wasn't. She was hardly exerted, but she saw some of the others do that and proceeded to mimic that. "Yeah, it's feeling warmer," she replied. General Forge then looked over at the town. "I've heard they got a wagon caravan in town. Maybe got something good. I'll see what they have there." General Forge placed his hammerhead down on the ground and started to make his way towards the town. Meanwhile, Sola was continuing her work. She took a few glances at the shrinking form of General Forge, but otherwise continued with her work. She was so engrossed in her own work that the demon folk girl was tunnel-visioned on the very front of the rail line, where gravel was being laid down. Unfortunately, Sola stumbled. She didn't just stumble on the ground, she stumbled on someone's foot. The wheelbarrow teetered and rolled forward, and the demon folk girl tripped on her own legs trying to rebalance herself. Her tail waved to and fro, as she attempted to balance herself, before she fell directly onto the gravel. Sola gave a grunt of surprise. The fall didn't injure her at all, as she slid across the gravel. Taking a moment to compose herself, Sola was about to stand back up, before she felt two armored hands, one on each shoulder, pick her up. It was the armored human who had accidentally tripped her. She glanced up at him, her feet steadying as he lifted her up. "Are you all right, miss?" the man asked. He began to dust the girl's shoulders off. Sola cocked her head. A human in armor? She knew demon folk wore armor, but she had never seen a human in armor before. "Armored human?" she asked. The human in question finished wiping off some rock dust off of Sola's helmet. "I apologize for that, young lady," he said. "I did not watch where I was going." The man's voice was deep and aged. It reminded her of one of the generals. Sola peered up at him and grinned. "It's okay, armor human," Sola replied. "No hurting." "I'm okay." Sola turned back to her wheelbarrow. It was still sitting on its two legs and wheel, thankfully having not fallen over when she had tripped. She grabbed the handles of the wheelbarrow and gave one last glance up at the armored human, before striding her merry way. It wasn't long before General Forge returned to Sola. In his hands were rather large slices of what appeared to be fruit of sorts. "I'm back," General Forge said. "Got us some watermelon." He glanced around to look at the other working demon folk. "In hindsight, it seems a bit unfair that I'm taking off," he said. He then raised his voice, projecting it out for all the demon folk to hear. "Hey, everyone," he announced. "You all want a break? We've been working pretty hard." A few grunts of approval met General Forge's words. "All right then, 20 minutes," he exclaimed. The demon folk laborers dropped their tools. Some sat, others filed off the workplace. Meanwhile, Sola cocked her head at General Forge. "Are you tired?" the demon folk asked. "If you are, you don't have to work the rest of the day." "Tired?" Sola asked. "I'm not. I have a lot of energy." "Too much energy," he said. "Here, take a slice." He handed the slice of fruit to her. "What is it?" she asked. "Fruit." "It's a slice of melon, apparently." "Watermelon." The demon folk girl took the slice of watermelon and examined it. She could feel the moisture of the slice on her hands. The chill of the fruit seemed to waft off into the surrounding air. "It's cold," she said. General Forge nodded. "Yep. They were packed in ice, or so I saw. So it's nice and cold." Sola's eyes glimmered as she stared at the slice, before biting into the red flesh of the fruit. After taking the bite, she looked up at the demon folk general with a smile, as a few drops of watermelon juice rolled down her chin. "It's good," she exclaimed. "Is it?" he asked. "Well, I'll give it a try." General Forge took a bite. He chewed it a few times, then gave a slight nod of approval. "Didn't expect that," he admitted to himself. "I really need to enjoy the sweeter things in life." The two finished their fruit, and work soon started up on the rail line again. Sola was even more energized than before, breaking into a full-on run whenever she had to load or unload more gravel from her wheelbarrow. There was one incident where an overeager demon folk shoveled some gravel over her head. General Forge witnessed it, and was about to take a few large steps over. "Sola, look out!" The demon folk girl looked up at him. The gravel showered all over her, most of it pinging off her metal helmet. General Forge stopped, then stared at her. "I need to get myself a helmet like that." It wasn't long before the workday was over. General Forge held up a plate of metal and began to bang on it with a hammer repeatedly. This caught everyone's attention. "All right, everyone," General Forge exclaimed. "We're stopping work on the rail line now. It's getting rather late." The demon folk proceeded to stop what they were doing. It seemed they did not want to work a second over their allotted time. "Pick up supper in town. We'll be waking up early tomorrow to finish it," General Forge continued. "You got that?" A scattered chorus of yes and okay met the general's ears. Sola mimicked what the others were doing and dropped her wheelbarrow to the ground. She stepped over to General Forge, right as he was patting his hands clean of dust. "We worked hard today, Lady Sola. Isn't that right?" he asked. "Yes," Sola exclaimed, nodding. "Lots of hard work." The demon folk general leaned on a stack of rails. "Yeah. We still have some left to do, and the deadline is the day after tomorrow." He peered over at it. "I guess we'll be having an early morning tomorrow, too." Sola replied. "I don't like waking up early." She gave a pout. "The railway's almost done. So just bear with it, Lady Solar, General Forge said. Payday is almost here, too. Once the rail is done we'll be counting our money. The demon folk general looked at Solar, and grinned. Hungry? We can get some hot supper in the town. Food? Solar asked. Yes, I'm hungry. Let's go. The demon folk girl immediately took off. Wait up, I can't run as fast as you, General Forge yelled, as he jogged after her. Interlude 2. How is my favorite demon lord doing? Scarl asked, stepping into the cell. I haven't seen you in some time. Lord Luth looked up at Scarl. The chains clinked as they swung from his hands. The last time you met me was yesterday. Well, yesterday or not, I've been given a job. Is this my sentence, to be irritated to death by you? No, your food. The harpy stepped over, carrying a tray with a jug of water and a pile of bread scraps accompanying a half loaf of bread. Some bread and water. Well, the soldiers of the garrison won't allow me to leave to get the fresh stuff, so the leftovers are all that I have to give. More bread? Lord Luth asked. Well, yeah, Scarl replied. Junel told me to. You need to stay healthy, after all. The harpy held out the tray to the demon lord. Luth hesitantly took the stale loaf, and squeezed it in his hand to confirm that it was at least slightly less stale than the one he had eaten yesterday. Thanks, I suppose, he said. Don't forget your water, too, the harpy exclaimed. I remember you mentioned not having enough water last time, so I brought extra water. Lord Luth glanced up at Scarl. Thanks, he said, with a hint of reluctance. The demon lord bit into the bread, crumbs flying everywhere as the stale bread gave way. Scarl, in the meanwhile, watched him do so. How's the food? The half-harpy asked. Terrible, Luth admitted, but edible. Scarl supervised Lord Luth as he chewed away. The harpy looked to the side, and pulled a wooden crate towards himself to sit on. Do you wanna do any small talk? The half-harpy asked. Lord Luth glanced up. I feel like I can't really refuse, the demon lord replied. So no, I don't want any. But go ahead, because I know you're going to say something regardless. You know me really well already, and it's only been a day. I'm just good at picking up signs. Luth took several hearty gulps of water, then set the cup down. He looked at Scarl again. Well, what is it you want to talk about? Might as well get over it now. Oh, it's about your sister, Scarl replied. Lord Luth paused right as he was about to take another bite of bread. My sister? What about my sister? Well, the hero is after your sister. You know that, right? Lord Luth gave the harpy a wary glance. Yeah? Where are you bringing this conversation? I'm just saying you might get to see her soon, courtesy of me triangulating the message you sent. The silence between the two persisted for about 10 seconds as Lord Luth processed what Scarl was saying. He then dropped the bread back on the tray, and took a deep breath. You told the hero where my sister was? The demon lord roared. Scarl did not expect that reaction from him. The harpy stumbled back out of instinct, the outburst of unexpected emotion instinctively looking for an explanation to placate the angered demon lord. Well, I only told him the general direction, Scarl said, defensively. Nothing more. It's not like I can point to a map and say where she is, I just know she's in the Grand Elm region. That's not any better, Lord Luth exclaimed. He brought his hands up to his head, the chains on his arms rattling as he did so. What were you thinking? Why were you thinking? What is wrong with you? It just... Well, it's what Sciron expects of me. It's what he expects of you? Is that what you're saying is wrong with you? Answer me. But, you're getting awfully emotional about your sister here, isn't this all? You don't even know my sister. The demon lord pulled against his chains while reaching out for the harpy, but failed. He collapsed in a heap on the floor of the cell, giving a defeated sigh followed by a pitiful groan. Scarl felt bad. Look, well, I feel like it's a bit too late to say sorry here, he said. The demon folk general turned his head and glared at the half-harpy with hate-filled eyes. I'm going to strangle you, Luth threatened. You're still in chains at this very moment. Lord Luth's gaze bore into Scarl. I'm going to take back my comment about the pigeon stew. I will wring your neck. I am going to boil you into a broth. I am going to make the first harpy stew in existence right here and right now. Scarl was not a very confrontational individual. He winced at every word, but couldn't help but try to point out some inconsistencies in what Lord Luth was saying. Wait, the first. So the rumors about you guys usually eating harpies wasn't true? Lord Luth growled. Ah. Forget about that, the harpy said. He then raised a finger, as he continued speaking. Firstly, I need to know why you're so angry over this. Other than the fact that she is your sister. The demon lord remained quiet. No, nothing? Scarl asked. Lord Luth still didn't answer, only opting to turn his head away from the harpy. I suppose I'll leave, then, Scarl said. He turned around and was about to step out when Luth interrupted him. Sola. Her name's Sola. Scarl paused. Pardon? Her name's Sola. She's my sister. Of course I'd be worried about her. But I'm also worried about her because she's... Luth paused and looked down, sighing. Scarl leaned in, suddenly curious. She can't really live in the real world. The harpy cocked his head. What do you mean by that? She just can't really understand much. If you get what I mean. Lord Luth made some hand gestures around his head, trying to get the message across. Despite that, Scarl genuinely couldn't figure out what the demon lord was trying to allude to. She can't understand there. Luth, you might need to be more specific. Oh, I can't sugarcoat these words anymore. She's stupid, a simpleton, half-witted, unintelligent, invalid from birth. Lord Luth deflated with every word he uttered. Meanwhile, Scarl was taken aback by the outburst. But you're the demon lord. She's your sister. That doesn't make any sense if you share the same blood. Shouldn't your bloodline be all-powerful and almighty? I don't have an answer for that, but I'd pay in my own magical reserves several hundred times over just to get an answer as to why she was born the way she was. It can't be that bad, right? She has trouble with simple arithmetic. Oh, that was certainly not good. I've done everything, Luth muttered. Hired some of the best tutors and practitioners of healing and medicine. They weren't able to teach her, and the healers said there was nothing wrong. But there is something wrong. I just can't. Lord Luth sighed. But none of that changes the fact that she's my sister. Scarl stared at the demon lord, who was currently falling into despair. From my impressions, I thought you would have cast her out, the half-harpy said. Lord Luth's head snapped up to look at Scarl. Are you daft? Of course not. Scarl retreated a step. I mean, I was expecting your kind to be the more brutal, survival of the fittest types. The human propaganda really got to your head, huh? Scarl grit his teeth. Alright, maybe it did. But you're not lying to me here, right? She's harmless. Lord Luth sighed. She can't even fathom hurting anyone. Now I'm worried over her safety. I wouldn't be worried, Scarl replied. I mean, since I only told them the general direction, she can't be in that much danger, right? The demon lord gave a deadpan stare. Alright, Scarl continued. Okay, I admit that she might be in some danger. But, well, she's low profile, right? Not the type to really boast about how she's literally the demon lord's sister? Lord Luth released his breath and pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers. I'm not the type to take chances like that, the demon lord replied. Any chance she can be in danger is a chance that's not acceptable at all. Scarl blinked. You're quite the risk-averse one, are you? No, really? Do you think I wouldn't be risk-averse when it comes to my own sister? Lord Luth snickered. The harpy frowned. Alright, I'll try to do right. Just tell me some of her personality, at least. My earlier question, she's not the boastful type, right? Not really the kind to get attention? Lord Luth shook his head. No, not at all. That can work in your favor. Maybe the hero can't fathom her possibly being the demon lord's sister. What do you mean? Lord Luth asked. Scarl tapped a finger to his temple. He'll be looking for someone clever. Think about it. He'll have assumed that you raised your sister specifically to avenge you, should anything ever happen to you. Because that's what I'd do if I was the demon lord. Well, Lord Luth said. I'm glad you're not the demon lord, then, if that's the way you'd see a sibling. But you're right. When he grilled me about her, I gave him the truth. But he didn't believe me. That works to your advantage, Scarl exclaimed. I see where you're getting at, the demon lord admitted. It's comforted some of my fears. Not all, though. Scarl grinned. Well, now that I've made you feel better I can say we're a little more even. Anyway, I have to head back now. The other guards might get suspicious of me for staying in for so long. Scarl gathered the tray and the cup of water that he had brought in. But don't worry, I'll be back. He finished. Lord Luth laid down on his back and closed his eyes. I was hoping you wouldn't say that, he replied. Chapter 9. Mandrill, we've got absolutely nothing useful, romping around fields and asking everyone weird questions, and nobody's even given us a lead. Junel yelled. Both the hero and the healer were stepping into the town's inn for the night. The sun had almost already set, the sky darkening from a sunset yellow to a gradually darkening blue. Please lower your voice, Miss Junel. It is terribly rude to speak so loudly. Ron, we've been walking around this town like fools. At least let me be mad. We have gathered good information about the current state of this town's reconstruction after the war. Does that not account for anything? Junel grabbed a chair at one of the tables and pulled it back. Oh, sure. I mean, that info is probably useful to someone running the reconstruction programs, or a census. But are we running a reconstruction program right now, Ron? Are we gathering information explicitly for a census bureaucrat at this very moment, Ron? Or did you forget what we're here for in the first place? I did not forget, he replied. My questions were geared to find as much information as possible, while simultaneously revealing as little as I could. That annoys me. I can't argue with your logic, so I'm just going to stay annoyed. The healer crossed her arms and gave a huff. She took a seat as the hero stepped over to a receptionist and requested for a room for the night. Gazing her eyes over the occupants of the room, she could see a few semi-familiar faces that she had seen on the construction site. It seemed that a lot of the demon folk were dining here. There was a cacophony of voices, plates, chairs screeching on wooden floors that assaulted Junel's ears. This only served to sour her mood. The healer heard the bell on the door chime, and glanced over to the newcomer. She stared at the new arrival for a second, then turned away, then did an immediate double-take. Looking back at him, she could recognize a demon folk general no matter where she went. Right now was definitely no exception. As Ron stepped back over to the table, Junel gave a tap to his armor. What is it? Ron asked, looking down at the healer. Junel pointed at the front door, and the hero immediately saw who she was referring to. I see, Ron said. I shall go talk to him. Leaving Junel behind, Ron walked over to the front door. The demon folk general spotted him, but wasn't able to turn or step away before the hero was right in front of him. Hello, General Forge, Ron said. It has been quite some time since we've last seen each other. General Forge, in response, narrowed his eyes at the hero. He scooted his left leg back a little. Oh, it's you, he replied. Yeah, long time no see. Wish it was longer, though. Ron shifted his gaze to Forge's damaged horn. I see that the wounds I have inflicted still remain. The demon folk general rubbed the chipped end of his left side horn. It'll grow back, given a year or two. You still resent me? Yeah, I do. Wounds heal. The damage you've done to my pride? Priceless. General Forge narrowed his eyes. I haven't even been able to repair my mandrill. Not after you sliced it in half. Pardon? The hero asked. What may you be referring to? My halberd, mandrill. I can't find anyone to fix it yet, so I've basically got nothing to my name. The demon folk general continued speaking, as he turned halfway around on the heel of his foot. Now, if you're done with your talking, I'll take a nice, long walk outside just so I can stay as far away from you as— Wait. General Forge frowned at Ron's interruption. He also stopped, in part because Ron had grabbed him by the arm. The two stood there, tense. What is it? I don't have much time, the general asked. I find it slightly suspect that you happen to be here, as we are surveying this location, the hero stated. What are you doing out here, at Grand Elm? General Forge pause extended for a few heartbeats. What I'm doing out here? He asked. Well, I wanna know why you're so eager to see me in the first place. Covered that distance from the table to here in, what, 5 paces? That is irrelevant, the hero replied. I simply wish for an answer to the question that I have. Nothing more. General Forge scoffed. Fine. If you want to know so badly, I'm just working as a laborer now. Nothing more, nothing less. The demon folk general stared at the hero. He then looked down to his arm, which was still held by the armored glove of the hero. Can I go now? General Forge asked. Or are you gonna laugh at me, a general, for working as a simple laborer? Ron replied almost immediately. You hesitated when talking about your occupation. Oh, for goodness' sake, the general exclaimed, turning back to face the hero, who wouldn't hesitate if the hero himself was right in front of him. You were not contacting the Demon Lord at all, were you? General Forge recoiled at that question. What number? You geese severed the connection ages ago. Come on, let's not make a commotion here. Indeed, the conversation between the two was beginning to attract attention from the other patrons of the inn. You plan on turning a new leaf? Well, I'm just making money. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with it, is there? While the hero wasn't so willing to lend his trust to a former general of the Demon Lord, he could tell that General Forge said not a single falsehood. Very well, you may take your leave. Ron released General Forge's arm. The general pulled it back and rubbed where his metal gloves had gripped his arm harshly. Is that it? The demon folk general asked. I expected some more. Well, resistance. That is it, came Ron's reply. However, I do wish to discuss matters with you at a later time. Not immediately, but in the near future. And I was hoping I wouldn't see you again. General Forge took a few steps towards the door, then looked back at the hero. He waited a moment, as if unsure the hero was really willing to let him go. Then, he stepped out, the bell on the tavern's door ringing with his departure. Ron stared at the door, as though he was thinking his attention would snap away the moment Junil grabbed him by the arm, guiding him back to the table they had sat at. The food's here, the healer said. And did you get any useful info out of him? She sat at the table, as Ron took a seat next to her. What do you mean? The hero asked. Well, think about it. Did he answer any of your questions directly, or did he just sidestep them? Ron took a moment to think. I could not tell if he was lying, but his behavior seemed suspect. Ron said, that's because you've never had a conversation with him that doesn't involve fighting. Junil exclaimed. She was speaking in as loud of a whisper as she could. You can't just say that you know if he's lying or not. Ron's helmeted head turned to look at Junil. I wish to believe that I am a good judge of character. The two sat at the table. Before them were 2 plates of a meat stew, both of them steaming hot. A good judge of character for humans. What about demon folk? The healer asked. I am capable of reading demon folk, to an extent, Ron replied. General Forge may have been a challenge, but I can understand him. Regardless, we should begin eating. That's because the total amount of time you've ever interacted with him is probably less than an hour. You can't just, Junil, expect us to figure him out with, Junil. 3 minutes of conversation. Seriously, we need to, Junil. Go and talk to him again, Junil. Eat your food. It's going to get cold. The healer blinked, then looked down at the bowl of hot stew that had been placed before her earlier. We should, wait, now don't you change the subject, Ron. I have taken your opinions into consideration, the hero replied. He lifted the mouthpiece of his visor up. It is too late to pursue General Forge at the moment. We will do so tomorrow. Then, Ron began to shovel spoonfuls of the stew into the opening on his helmet. Although he was definitely eating the stew, it wasn't something that could be seen from the outside. The darkness of his helmet made it impossible to see his mouth, much less his face. Fine. But we'll need to get to the bottom of that. Hurry up with eating. Gotta go to sleep early tonight for an early morning. Junil shoveled a spoonful of the stew into her mouth. She immediately coughed and gasped, almost tossing the spoon across the table. Ouch. Hot. Be careful, Junil. The soup is hot. Would have been helpful if you told me that earlier. The two ate their meal in silence, the only sounds between them being the scraping of their spoons on the bowl and chewing. Then, Ron broke the silence. Perhaps we should return to New Frontierland. The healer, who had been idly gazing out one of the windows, looked at Ron. What? She asked. Ron looked down at Junil. Indeed, we may need to return. Are we really returning to New Frontierland? Junil asked. After getting the tickets and everything to get here? Yes, the hero replied. We may be taking the incorrect approach in our search. However, I must elaborate when we are in our rooms. We cannot talk of the exact reasons in public. Okay, Junil replied. She averted her gaze and scraped the last of the stew from the bottom of the bowl, spooning it into her mouth. After the two finished with their meal, they filed away to the room they were staying in. Ron had paid for the room alongside the meal, as they were staying the night at Grand Elm. The moment the hero closed the door into the room with 2 beds, Junil immediately leapt on her soft, animal pelt bed. She gave a tired groan and rolled herself in the sheets. The beds in the little frontier town inns are so nice, Junil said. Compared to the bigger cities, it seems like you can't get a decent room without paying a pretty penny. Inns are a traveler's first impressions of a town, Ron replied. He set down a lit candle by his bed's nightstand. A good night's sleep is one way to incentivize people to return in the future. Junel gave a chuckle. Must mean that the ones in the cities don't want people to return. Maybe they're saying they're full. No, don't come here anymore, we're out of room. Or something like that. I believe there are also economic reasons, Ron replied. Inns on the outskirts are closer to fur trapping and wool resources. Those materials are likely not as expensive to obtain as in the cities, where craftsmen are also looking for high-quality materials. Ron, don't talk about that anymore, Junel said. You might actually put me to sleep with that. And, well, we have privacy now. What was it you wanted to tell me earlier? Ron sat down on his bed. Our methodology is flawed. The healer raised her head. What? Being out here has given us almost no leads to begin with, the hero continued. And it stands to reason that the Second Coming may utilize the railway to reach New Frontierland first. One option we have is to return to the railway station in New Frontierland and vet everyone who comes aboard. Junel groaned. Ron, you literally mentioned that earlier but discounted it because it'd be too obvious. Indeed, the hero confirmed. It would not be possible to do so discreetly. So, while it is an option, it is not one that I am willing to immediately utilize. Do you have any additional ideas? Junel placed a finger on her chin and peered at the ceiling, thinking for a moment. Well, General Forge is literally right here, Junel said. We could nab him right now. Unlike what you did in the war. Are you referring to taking him into our custody? Ron asked. Yes, the healer stated, pointing her finger up. Precisely. She paused for 10 seconds, then frowned. I can tell already, you're thinking of a rebuttal, she continued. I already do have a reason, I am attempting to formulate the best way to deliver it to you. Spit it out. All right, Ron said. I am aware that you will not be satisfied with my answer. We will not be apprehending General Forge at this moment. The healer was glaring at the hero. And why is that? She asked. He is not a priority. The Second Coming is. We cannot afford to delay this mission, as the Second Coming is a far more imminent threat than General. The healer rolled her eyes. Again? This is the exact same thing that's happened with the Demon Lord, you know. It is a matter of task prioritization, Ron replied. Attempting to apprehend General Forge now would be troublesome, for a multitude of reasons. Not only would detaining him greatly hamper our current abilities, but it may alert the Second Coming that we are already aware of her presence. But, look, Junel retorted. You said something similar when we were steamrolling towards the demon folk capital during the war. That we couldn't go after any of the demon folk generals because the demon lord took priority. You have misinterpreted my intent. Defeating the demon lord and ending the war was a priority. The generals, while important, were not. And, of course, that meant we were only able to capture one of the 4 generals, leaving the other 3 to run around and cause problems. The hero sat down on his bed. We have not noticed any sizable movements of demon folk after the war has ended. The generals have either fled the continent, or are lying low. Regardless, and I will insist on this, they are not a priority when compared to the Second Coming. All right, whatever, the healer muttered. She trussed the bedsheets over her body. You win. The Second Coming is more important. You have additional ideas, Miss Junel? I'll sleep on it, Junel said. I'm exhausted after today. This is a time-sensitive matter, Ron started, but Junel had already turned around in her sheets. He could see her body slightly rise up and down with her breathing as she began to snore. Sitting down on his bed, the hero sighed. I suppose the rest can assist with the creation of new ideas. He should get some sleep, after all, especially considering the all-nighter he had the prior night. Chapter 10, Whitewood. I'm ready to get some hot food for once, General Forge said. It's not cheap, but it'll fill our bellies and ready us for work tomorrow. Tomorrow too? Solar asked. There was slight disappointment in her voice. Even in the morning? Yes, in the morning, my lady. The demon folk general replied. We need to finish the rail line by early afternoon, and we're a little behind. Solar frowned. Don't worry, General Forge continued. It'll be done soon, just you wait. And, while we're at it, you're definitely hungry for something warm to eat, right? It's getting chilly, after all. The demon folk girl nodded. She shielded her face from a gust of cool air. Yes, it's a little cold. The two stepped over the dirt path. The sky had darkened above, making it difficult to see. General Forge had borrowed a candle holder and a lit candle from the worksite, but early on in the trek the wind had blown out the small flame. He didn't feel like exhausting any of his magic to relight it, so the two continued toward the lights of the town. The tavern they were headed for was lively. It was where a lot of the townsfolk and nearby residents converged on when they wanted to socialize over drinks and warm food. It seemed that a fair amount of demon folk were filing in, too. General Forge took note of this, figuring that the two could get some stew and warm bread. "Sola," he said, "have you ever eaten at a tavern before?" The demon folk girl didn't reply to him immediately. After a few seconds, he glanced back to see that Sola was a few paces behind him, standing still. "Fora," she said, "I think there's something I forgot." General Forge's eyebrows furrowed. "Forgot? What could have you forgotten?" "At the worksite," the demon folk girl replied. She clasped her hands together and gave a nervous look down. "I think I forgot." "You?" She had a feeling, a nagging sensation in the back of her head. Meanwhile, General Forge was little more than confused at her antics. "What is it you forgot?" he asked. I don't know," she admitted. "What do you think I'm missing?" General Forge blinked. "How should I know? I don't catalog everything you carry," he replied. The general glanced over the girl again. "Then again," he continued, "you seem to be missing your shovel." "Shovel?" Sola cried out. "I forgot it." General Forge grunted. "Figures. Where do you leave it?" he asked. "On the workplace, next to the gravel. I put it there when I didn't need to use it," the demon folk girl replied. "Well, we can get it on our way back," the demon folk general replied. "No, I need it now." "What if someone else takes it?" Sola asked. "Lady Sola, nobody's going to walk on a worksite at night and begin stealing tools." "But what if they do, my lady?" Sola stomped a foot. "What if you had left your special tool behind?" "Your spear thing." "Halberd," General Forge corrected. "And? Well, I'd be worried about someone taking it." "True. But not another demon folk. Our own kind understands the value we hold in our unique weapons. But I can't just leave Shavada." The demon folk general gave an exasperated sigh. "Fine, you can go grab it. But can you get it on your own? The whole trail back there is dark." Sola nodded. "Yes." "Let me run there." "Are you really going to run all the way there?" "Yes, I can." General Forge pinched the bridge of his nose. He knew he wasn't going to stop this girl from doing what she wanted to do. And she still had energy, despite the busy day they had before. "Fine," he conceded. "But be quick. I'll get us a table in the tavern." "Okay, okay," Sola exclaimed. Not even a second had passed before she pivoted on a single foot and sprinted off, kicking up a small cloud of dirt and dust as she did so. The demon folk general waved the cloud away from him, shaking his head. "That girl," he said. "Honestly, what am I going to do about my lady?" He stared at her distant form, before pushing the door into the tavern. Meanwhile, Sola was sprinting full speed over the dirt trail. It didn't take her all that long to reach where the mounds of gravel were being kept for the rail engine line. There was a problem, though. She looked left, then right, then straight ahead, over the gravel pile. "Oh, where did I put it? I forgot." The demon folk girl glanced over the numerous piles of gravel, before her eyes gravitated toward one that had been partially dug up. Her eyes glimmered the moment she spotted her shovel. Its spade stuck right into the gravel pile. "I found it!" she exclaimed. Sola bounded over and pulled it out, scattering gravel onto the ground. She pulled up the spade to face level, to examine it as though looking for any scratches. "All fine," she exclaimed. The demon folk girl held the shovel over her shoulder, and bounded back to the tavern as quickly as she had run there. The wind rushed past her as she saw the lights of the town near, and she skidded on her feet the moment she got back, to see General Forge closing the door behind him out of the tavern. He had an expression on his face that Sola couldn't find a word to describe, but at that moment she was more worried about dinner. "Fora," she exclaimed. "You didn't eat without me, right?" It took a moment for him to snap out of his stupor. "What number that was? You're fast." "That wasn't even 5 minutes." Sola glanced over at the door of the tavern. "Then, did you get a place to eat inside yet?" she asked. The demon folk girl cocked her head. "Sola," General Forge said. He gave a nervous laugh and patted her on the back. "What do you think about skipping supper and getting dessert early?" "Early dessert?" she asked, as though not believing him. "Yeah, early dessert. I don't really feel like eating stew anyway." The general glanced over at the tavern as he spoke. "Early dessert?" Sola exclaimed. "Yes, yes, yes." She had already gotten her sugar rush, without even eating the sweets in question. "Thank you," the demon folk girl exclaimed. She almost jumped on the general, giving him a hearty hug. "Easy, Sola," General Forge replied. He gently pushed her off him. "I just don't feel like eating supper today, but it'd be a shame to miss dessert, right?" The demon folk general then peered down the road, to where the bakery was. He could see that the inside of the building was lit up by lantern light, and, based on the smell of something sweet coming from there, the baker was probably finishing something up. "Let's go, Sola," he said. "Want to get dessert at the bakery?" "Yes." The two stepped over to the bakery. General Forge pushed open the door to allow the two of them, and the surprised baker within glanced at the two newcomers. "Hello, Forge," Miss Whitewood said. "I don't usually see you out there at this hour." General Forge nodded. "Yeah, I usually get supper or retire by this hour. It's just that Farah is saying we can get dessert early." Sola exclaimed. General Forge peered at the girl, but didn't say anything else. "Oh, dessert already? It seems rather early for it, Forge," Miss Whitewood said. The demon folk general gave a nervous chuckle, as he scratched the back of his head. "Well, just not in the mood for supper," he said. "And Sola here agrees, so we decided to stop by." "What's the special today?" "Oh, I've just finished the recipe, too." Miss Whitewood pulled from the wood-fired oven a tin tray covered in pastries. "It's an apple tart pastry, lightly dusted with sugar." "Do you fancy this?" Sola's eyes glimmered as she glanced over the individual servings of apple pastry. Steam wafted off the baked golden brown apples atop the fluffy sweet bread. "I've never actually had apples before," General Forge said, glancing over the pastries. "What is it like?" You've never had an apple before, really?" Miss Whitewood asked. "I'm surprised. I don't really look for variety in my food, I have to admit," he replied. The baker held a hand up to her mouth. "Oh my, you're missing out." "I'm not sure how to describe it, though. I've never had to explain how an apple tastes." "Oh, I do," Sola piped up. "Luther always brings me fruit, and this one time he gave me an apple." The demon folk girl held out her hands as though she were holding an apple right before her. It was red and shiny, and the inside was yellow and sweet. "And a little sour." "But more sweet than sour." General Forge raised an eyebrow. "Sweet, slightly sour?" "So like most other fruit. Baked apples are a little different," Miss Whitewood explained. "Baking them makes them softer and sweeter." General Forge had his index finger under his chin. "Well, it won't hurt to try," he said. "Two for each of us, please." "Two?" Sola exclaimed. "That is so much." "You can finish that, right?" The demon folk girl smiled, then nodded ferociously. "Yes, yes." Miss Whitewood smiled. She used wooden tongs to grab 4 of the pastries off the tray, individually wrapping each in wax paper. "I see you're going all in. You won't regret the taste, I guarantee you that." 3 small tin coins, please." General Forge fished around in his pockets, and soon handed to the baker 3 of the small, dull gray coins. Miss Whitewood handed them the stack of wrapped pastries at the same time. "Do enjoy," she said. The two stepped outside. Sola was almost ready to grab one of the wrapped pastries, until General Forge stopped her. "Give me a moment, I'll unwrap one," he said. "We'll walk back as we eat, so we can save time." He gave a glance at the tavern, before quickly returning to the pastry that he was about to hand Sola. "Here," he said. "You want this one?" "Sure," the demon folk girl exclaimed. She basically tore through the wrapper the moment she got her hands on it, and immediately took a large bite out of the warm sweet meat. She loudly chewed for a few moments, before gulping the bite down. Sola grinned at General Forge. There were some dribbles of the pastry filling on her face. It's good." The moment Sola finished talking, she took another immediate bite, savoring the sweet pastry. General Forge shook his head. "Chew slowly, Lady Sola. It's not good to eat so fast." Sola paused, then looked up at him. "Take a bite," she said, between bites. "You'll like it." The demon folk general glanced over at his own pastry, still in its wrapper. Then he took a bite and chewed it. Slowly. He liked it. "Warm and chewy, but the good kind," General Forge said. "Also rather sweet." The general took another bite, and continued to savor the explosions of flavor as the two walked back toward the camp. It started off sweet, then when the apples were split open by his teeth there was a tart flavor that intermingled with the warm, buttery bread of the pastry. It wasn't long before he tossed the last bit of it in his mouth. By then, Sola had already gotten started on her second one, and she was halfway through with it when he reached for his second pastry. General Forge stared at the second unwrapped pastry. As good as it was, he didn't feel like eating another. "I think this is too sweet for me," the demon folk general admitted. "Sola, do you want my other one?" The demon folk girl was almost done with her second when she turned to look at him, as he mentioned her name. "Another one?" she exclaimed. "Really? Yeah. I can't finish it." Before he could finish his sentence, Sola had swiped the pastry and was looking at it with her glittering eyes. But she hesitated. Farah, are you sure?" she asked, glancing back at him. "It's fine, I'm just not all that." Sola placed both hands on the pastry and ripped it in half. She held out one half at him. "Eat," she demanded. General Forge frowned, but he couldn't really deny her when what she said would technically constitute an order. So, he took the pastry and took a bite out of it. Meanwhile, the demon folk girl was already chewing on her half. Then, suddenly, she paused. Farah." General Forge glanced at Sola. The girl raised her head to look at him. He could see her smiling in the dim moonlight. It wasn't one of her more oblivious grins, but a genuine smile. "Thank you," she said. General Forge blinked a handful of times, then shook himself out of his stupor. "You're welcome." She then snapped back to consuming the rest of her pastry. That was when the general remembered that he had something he needed to tell her, too. "We'll be going back, getting some rest," General Forge said. "You ready to sleep?" "A little," Sola admitted, "but I can stay awake." No need to do that. You need sleep in order to function." The demon folk general thought himself a slight hypocrite for those words. He didn't really sleep all that much, especially during the key battles of the war, especially since General Sayes would nag him about staying healthy for battle. "But I don't feel tired," she replied. General Forge rubbed his shoulder. "Then run around, I guess." Sola took those instructions to heart, and immediately ran off in the direction of the camp. As he watched her essentially sprint away, the demon folk general had some musings himself. "She's not a bad kid. Nor is she a kid anymore, really," he muttered, as the energetic girl bounded ahead. "Just ignorant. And stupid. Probably too much heart in her." He saw that Sola was starting to get dangerously far, so General Forge shouted, "Hey, Sola, wait up. Don't get too far from me." She stopped, and looked back at him. Her head was tilted, as though she were confused why he asked. "We've just had a full shift today," the general said to himself. "Where does she get all that energy?" Chapter 11, Tilsey. Ron had woken up early, just as the first rays of light broke through the top of the window. He rose from the bed, still clad in his armor. The hero didn't bother sleeping with his armor off. Even though the war had ended, old habits die hard. The man used a small amount of fire-based magic to light a candle. He could practice magic, to a much smaller extent compared to Junal or Frowl, but it was incredibly convenient to know. Under the candlelight and dim morning blue, he recorded the party's expenses into a small notebook that he kept, using a charcoal pencil. The man didn't know how much time had passed, but the light outside the window had grown a little brighter. A rustling in Junal's bed momentarily distracted him from his booklet. "Did you sleep well?" Ron asked. He kept his eyes on the booklet as he continued writing. There was some more rustling, of Junal turning over in the covers. Junal groaned. "I slept terribly." "Maybe I would have slept better if you didn't wake me up." The hero's eyes did not leave his little accounting booklet. "Did you not mention that the beds in these places are better?" There was a pause as the still sleepy Junal collected her thoughts. "I did? Oh. Yeah, last night I did. It was nice, but even though I'm exhausted, it doesn't help me wake up feeling any better." "I recommend bringing up a line of conversation," Ron replied. "That typically reinvigorates your mind, and encourages wakefulness." "Really?" Junal asked. "What should we talk about?" "You may choose the subject." Junal was silent, and so was Ron. They both remained silent until the healer broke the silence. "The demon folk name their weapons, right?" "It is part of common demon folk military doctrine, yes." The silence between them started again. The only sounds that interrupted the silence were the tweeting of birds outside, and the scratching of Ron's pencil. "Tilsey," Junal said. Ron paused his writing. "Pardon, Tilsey?" "That's what I'd name my wand, if I was a member of the demon folk." The hero took a moment to process that, then continued writing. "An interesting name." "What is it derived from?" Junal flicked her wand out of her sleeve pocket, and glanced at the light green tool. The gem embedded in the middle shimmered as the morning sun rays hit it. "I don't know. It just sounds like a cute name," she said. "A whimsical one." "What of a name for your staff, though, huh?" "Oh, that staff. Honestly, I wouldn't name it." "You would not name your staff, too?" Junel peered out from where she was under the sheets, to look at her magical staff. The tool, which was leaning against the bedside, looked like a much larger and more complex version of her wand. "I prefer my wand over my staff," the healer replied. "If anything, I'd only use the wand." "That staff was expensive to custom order," the hero said. "Don't you guilt-trip me," Junel retorted. "I never asked for it. But Frau convinced you to get me one." "Staves are used for magic over a large surface, which my healing is not." "Magic over a wide area is still important to learn," Ron replied. "Such as wide area healing." "I didn't say that wide area magic is useless. It has its applications, but think about it," Junel said. "Blanketing a battlefield of enemies in fireballs is spectacular and all, but burning up any surface that isn't covered by enemies is wasted spell potential. Cast a wide area healing spell, and the space over that area which aren't filled by soldiers looking for healing is wasted magic." Junel leaned back while sitting on the bed. "Either way, I prefer using a wand. More precise, more efficient. And not all ninjas are the same, you know." "I'm aware," Ron replied. He finished the last few strokes of his charcoal pencil on his booklet, and closed it. Using his armored fingers, the hero snuffed out the candle by pinching the flame. "Are you ready to depart, Junel?" "We shall be heading back to New Frontierland." "So soon?" the healer asked. "Yes." "Please get out of bed, time is of the essence." "At least let us refresh ourselves. Get something to eat, at least." "We can grab something on the way out. There is a bakery on the main street." Junel shrugged. "Fair enough." Both hero and healer gathered their belongings and stepped out of the room. They passed by the tavern portion of the inn, where a handful were being served breakfast. The two, having little time to sit down for a proper meal, walked by and out the front door. Despite it being so early in the morning, a lot of demon folk were already up and around. "Well, there's the bakery," Junel said. "And it smells like they make fresh bread. Unlike the ones in the city." "You dislike bakers in the city?" "Maybe it's just me," the healer replied. "But it seems they're more likely to sell stale bread than the ones on the frontier." "You seem to harbor a dislike for the cities." "Yes, I do. Which is why it's a tragedy that New Frontierland is turning that way." Both hero and healer had stepped to the front of the bakery, where a short line had formed already. The one that seemed to be running the bakery, a middle-aged woman, was talking to one of the customers at the counter. "Don't forget to eat it while it's still warm," she exclaimed, while waving to the demon folk who were stepping away from the counter. "Thank you," the demon folk girl replied. Both Junel and Ron watched as an apricot-haired demon folk girl stepped past the door. She waved back at the baker before strolling away. "That's the same demon folk girl that I ran into yesterday," Ron stated. "It seems that they are basing their labor operations out of this town." "You remember her?" Junel asked. "How?" "You bumped into her just once." "I have an excellent memory." Junel glanced up at the hero. "Of course you do," she replied. The two waited in the line for a handful of minutes, before purchasing their bread. "Oh, are you two the hero and healer that I've been hearing a lot about?" the baker asked. "You were surveying this humble little town of ours, haven't you?" "Something like that," Junel replied. "But we'll be departing today." "So soon?" the baker lady asked. "Oh, why can't you stay another day?" "We're hospitable folk." "It relates to official business, unfortunately," Ron replied. "Your town is very pleasant, but we simply do not have the allocated time to remain here." "Still busy after the war, are you?" "Well, the rail line's finally opening up in the town. You can depart through there," the baker continued. "Do come again, though." "It's in the town?" Junel asked. "When Ron and I got off of it yesterday, the track ended a good walk away from the town. And the demon folk managed to put down that much rail in that little time, too," said the baker. "It's impressive, really. They woke up early to do it." Ron nodded. "Thank you for the information." "Junel, let us go." "We must depart." The baker lady gave a goodbye wave to them, as both hero and healer walked through the town. It seemed that the local demon folk weren't giving the hero and healer duo much mind, must seemed busy carrying supplies and equipment. "It's very calm around here." "I'm honestly surprised," Junel said. "I expected more." The healer trailed off, but Ron had in mind what she was looking to say. Tension? He asked. Indeed, the human-demon folk relations in the frontier towns tend to be much healthier than in the cities. But why is that? Junel asked. I'd imagine it'd be bad on the frontier because that's where all the fightings happened, right? Ron grunted. Relations are complicated. I have my own theories, but they are incomplete and may not be accurate. Go ahead, Junel replied. We've got time, since we're going for the rail line. The hero nodded. The theory stems from the idea of respect, that the respect humans hold for the demon folk on the frontier correlates to how much they fear the demon lord. Likewise, the lack of respect within the larger cities correlates to the lack of fear the residents have of the demon lord, as they have never witnessed or faced attacks by his armies. Junel had a finger up to her chin. The fear part makes sense. But how does that correlate to respect? I mean, shouldn't the demon folk be hated on the frontier then? The humans and demon folk of the frontier relate to each other very much. Both live off the land, both engage in hard labor. Both were witness to the destruction in the war. As I've observed, the frontier has a healthy respect and fear for the demon lord. That respect, in turn, transfers to the individual demon folk who were led by the demon lord. Junel frowned. I get what you're saying, it's just, there can't be all reconciliation, can there? That is true, scars exist. But I've found that enemies who fought bitterly in the past are likely to befriend or, at minimal, tolerate each other when their desire for peace overcomes their spite. The pebbles on the dirt road crunched beneath Ron and Junel's feet as they neared the rail line's station. Okay, but what do you say about the cities? Junel asked. Ron was about to speak, but then the healer looked forward and immediately interrupted him. There's General Forge! Junel exclaimed. She was pointing down the road. Sure enough, a hurried General Forge was running, almost sprinting down the town's main road. He, too, saw the healer and hero right ahead of him, and his feet almost skidded on the dirt as Junel stepped in front of him with her arms outstretched. What's your deal? General Forge asked, stopping in front of Junel. His thin tail flicked in annoyance. We just want to ask you something, Junel said. She lowered her arms. Mind sparing a minute? Sorry, but I'm in a hurry right now. And you already talked to me last night, he replied. General Forge sidestepped Junel and was about to make off, until he was stopped when Ron's armored hand proceeded to grab his arm. Yet again, the demon folk general stopped, and glared daggers at the hero. General Forge, this question is important, Ron said. You are unwilling to fulfill a simple request for the hero? You're grabbing onto my arm right now, the general replied. I'm guessing that this won't be an optional question. Number. I wish to be more polite, but this is urgent. General Forge kept his scowl, but replied. All right, go ahead. Shoot. I probably won't have an answer for it anyway. The Demon Lord's sister. Are you aware of her whereabouts? General Forge's eyes widened a tad. He opened his mouth, closed it. After just a second, he recomposed himself and said, what number? I guess I knew her, but I lost track of her after your forces invaded our capital. Ron stared at General Forge. So, you know her. Do you mind informing us of her features? General Forge's red eyes glistened, as the hero stared into them intently. Look, you're smart, he replied. You can probably figure out that she looks like her brother. Use your imagination. That is not a sufficient answer, Ron said. Well, what do you want me to tell you? Her favorite food? The Demon Lord kept her under very close guard, and I didn't even see her that much. Was more focused on the war than a single girl. Get off my arm. The hero's helmet concealed his face, but it couldn't have been difficult to imagine a frown on his face right now. Despite this, the armored hero released General Forge's arm. He did not want a confrontation out in public. General Forge proceeded to vacate the vicinity of the two, and, once he was out of earshot, Ron spoke to Junel. I am very sure that he is lying, or, at least, he is not telling the full truth. Junel huffed. You should have called him out on it. Damn it, Ron, this is why we can't do our jobs. The hero peered in the direction that General Forge ran. He has gone already, and I do not wish for an altercation in the middle of a town. Junel shook her head. Whatever. But I still think we should have grilled him harder. If I could fight, I'd go after him. I would highly advise against that, Miss Junel. Of course, I have some degree of self-preservation. Also, sorry for interrupting you earlier. What were you going to say? The hero tapped the front of his helmet. I do not recall the question. It was about why the people in the cities don't respect the demon folk as much. Ron nodded. Yes, that is due to a multitude of reasons. Fear of the demon lord in the cities is certainly lesser when compared to the frontier. This is mostly due to the fact that most of the cities had never faced a direct attack by the demon lord's forces in the past. They do not have that fear associated with him. And without that fear, Junil continued, comes the lack of respect for the demon folk themselves. Precisely. New Frontierland had only faced probing attacks during the war. There was nearly a siege once, but the attacking force was thwarted before they could arrive. The capital, too, was the most fortified emplacement during the war. The demon lord could not have hoped to attack it without massive losses, even if he had gathered the ships and material to do so. But there's something I still don't get, the healer asked. People in the cities don't like the demon lord by any means, so I don't get why they're not scared of him. Talking good of the demon lord in the cities will have you looked at in an unfavorable light. But tell me, Junil, how many times have you seen or heard drunk bargoers in the cities cursing out gods and singing drunken praises to the demon lord when they were being dragged away for public intoxication? More than I can remember. Indeed, that behavior, while frowned upon, is tolerated in the city. The demon lord's name is not taken as a danger. There are even individuals who grant unfounded accusations of collusion with the demon lord to those they do not like. Doing so in the frontier would be absolutely unacceptable. Junil sighed and rubbed her shoulder. You've really thought a lot about this, haven't you? How long did it take you to notice this? Only recently, Ron said. Namely, the treatment of demon folk indentured servants by our very own Sir Solkin. Although that is in part because he is frequently inebriated. But the indentured servitude contract that we have offered to demon folk who served in the military is a point of contempt I worry about. The healer glanced up at the hero. What do you mean? They work off a potential prison sentence in the form of labor, and have some degree of freedom. I don't see how that's an issue, considering they accepted it themselves. The contract is fine, Ron replied, but the connotations of it worry me. Indentured servant has almost become synonymous with demon folk, even though some indentured servants are human, and these naming habits will form a perception that demon folk are second-class citizens, due to their associations with indentured servitude. Junil had a slight grimace on her face. I think you worry too much. Sure, that's not good, but what's the worst that can happen? Regardless, I feel a problem is brewing from that. This is not my area of expertise, however. These are simply my observations. The two finally reached the rail line station, right at the edge of the main street of the town. A crowd of people had gathered, clamoring to get tickets. There was a roughly even mix of both demon folk and humans who were gathered to watch the steam-powered machine. The station was rather rudimentary, a wooden platform that had been assembled together that same morning by the demon folk laborers. There was space for a line to queue at the front, but it was both cordoned off with one of the train attendants. It was a different train attendant from before. Well, the train attendant that tended to Junil and Ron were the conductors, so it made sense the conductors would have hired someone else. Ron walked up. Hello, miss, he said. Would you happen to have any more seats available? The attendant glanced at him, rubbing her eyes, as though she couldn't believe the hero was in front of her. She quickly snapped out of it. I'm sorry, but we have no more seats, she said to Ron. If you are capable of accommodating us, we must reach New Frontierland due to important matters. How important is this? The attendant asked. Very important. The attendant glanced over to the train, then back at Ron. She leaned in and whispered her response. There's one seat open. A passenger did not show up in time. However, there is only one seat available, so. The attendant looked back to the train. That was when Ron spoke up. I am willing to stand instead, the hero said. Ah. The attendant muttered. Standing isn't exactly safe. I am resilient, so you should have little worry over that. I also have a very capable healer, should there be any incident. Hold up a second, Junil said, butting in. If you get hurt doing something reckless and entirely avoidable, Ron, then the only things I'll heal you with are the leeches. I have no plans on getting injured. I know you won't. But I'm putting this contract in word, with a witness, for obvious reasons. The attendant gave a nervous chuckle at the bickering between the two. Aha. Please don't worry, the rail engine is a very safe method of transportation. Healer, you won't need to expend any of your magic on this trip. I guarantee that. I'm willing to take your word for it, Junel said to the attendant. Just making sure the hero gets the memo, too. Ron glanced down at the healer, but did not reply to her. I am willing to stand on the trip back, Ron said to the attendant. I am aware as to how to anchor my feet to the ground, so I will not fall over. Will that suffice? That can work, the attendant replied. But I'm only making this exception because you're the hero. We have a deal, it sounds like. So long as this doesn't get me in trouble. The attendant finished. And, if I may ask one question. Go ahead, Ron said. Leeches, ... That is a long story. Chapter 12, Grand Elm. Sola, wake up. The demon folk girl groaned as she felt an arm shake her side. She blinked her exhausted eyes open. General Forge was standing beside where she slept on the hammock, and he had a lit lantern in his hands. Sola, it's time to wake up. They want the rail tracks done today. The demon folk girl groaned. She glanced over at the opening to the tent, to see that it was still dark out. Why so early? She asked. We're a little behind schedule, General Forge said. And everyone else is getting up. See? She could hear the sound of conversation outside, from the other demon folk laborers who were awake. Fine, Sola sighed. She wiped her eyes clean and hopped off the hammock. The demon folk general lifted one of the cloth curtains of the tent to show the activity outside. Several demon folk were already up, illuminating their surroundings with candles and oil lanterns. Yeah. Everyone's up. Hold this lamp for me, I'm going to grab breakfast. General Forge handed the lit lantern to the demon folk girl. He paused for a moment, as though hesitating whether to give it to her, before finally handing it to her. Don't drop that, okay? The sleepy girl nodded as she took the handle of the lantern. Okay. What is it? Why can't I drop it? A lantern, General Forge said. You see the fire in it? You'll spill burning oil everywhere if you drop it. Sola glanced at the oil lamp as through the demon folk general had handed to her a particularly unstable and fiery magical spell that could have burst any moment. The demon folk girl decided to hold the lamp out as far from her body as possible. As she stepped out of the tent, there was a flurry of activity outside, even more than the amount of activity that had usually been seen at this hour. Several campfires burned, with lit pots of bubbling porridge atop. General Forge had stepped up to one and poured some of the hot porridge into 2 wooden bowls that he had procured from his belongings in the tent. He then walked back over to Sola and held one of the steaming bowls at her. Porridge for breakfast, he said. We need to get to work quickly, so we'll be eating here. Sola cautiously took the bowl of porridge in her free hand, then looked over to the lantern. Spoon? She asked. Don't have a spoon, General Forge replied. He plucked the lantern out of her hand, allowing both to be free. Just sip at the soup, though be careful. It's hot. Sola sipped the porridge. Why can't I taste it? The demon folk girl asked. It's not flavored, General Forge admitted. Just eat it to keep your energy up. The demon folk girl grimaced but didn't complain. She tipped the bowl into her mouth and poured another bite of the tasteless gruel down. Meanwhile, as the two walked forward to the worksite, one of General Forge's co-workers stepped up next to the demon folk general and stuck up a conversation. How's the situation, Forge? The demon folk asked, walking up next to the general. Not great, not terrible, General Forge admitted. We're behind schedule, sure. But if we work within the morning hours we have before first light, we can get it done in time. I've got everyone started on it already, the other demon folk replied. General Forge nodded. Good. So much for not spending money on lamp oil, though. They crested the hill to look over the worksite. They could see the flickering yellow and orange flames from lanterns that were dotted across the site. Gravel time? Sola asked. She had just finished the last of the porridge. No more gravel, General Forge replied. We've laid down all the gravel going to the station, which is in the town. As for now, we're going to be building the platform. And, some digging, too. There's a small hill right where we want to build the platform. Sola's eyes lit up as she heard the word digging. Can I use shovel then? She asked. General Forge looked back, paused to think, then nodded. Yeah, you can. Just be careful with it, alright? Okay, I will. Ever since almost losing it yesterday, the demon folk girl had kept her bespoke shovel with her all the time. She was currently carrying it over her shoulder, as though she were a seasoned frontier laborer. She technically was at the moment, but this was a temporary thing, or, At least that was what General Forge kept reminding himself. He was worried about what would happen if Lord Luth were to learn that Sola had to engage in hard labor, but it seemed the demon folk girl didn't mind. He'll make sure Sola articulated that when she finally met her brother again. General Forge was lost in thought as he continued his work, hoisting planks of wood onto his shoulders for the platform. How was he even going to get to Lord Luth once he was in the capital? That was a problem that he needed to ponder on. The demon folk general kept an eye on Sola as they continued working. She was tearing through the short hill that was in the way of the construction. Sola could dig her way in with the shovel, which meant that General Forge will need to be the one to fight the guards. Hopefully the hero wouldn't be there. But the hero was literally right in the same town as they were. General Forge blinked. Right, he had forgotten about that confrontation from last night. Now he remembered, and that made him worry immensely. One part of him, the irrational part, wanted to brush it off as a coincidence. But he knew better than that. He knew that they were here because of Sola. Somehow, they had figured that she was out in this quiet little town. She showed up 2 days ago, and they arrived just yesterday. No, any chance of him simply brushing this off had been vanquished immediately. The early morning blue cast an eerie glow over the entire worksite. General Forge's unease grew as he continued thinking over the possible ways they could have known. Judging from their reactions last night, they couldn't have known he was here. And Sola did mention that she had been communicating with her brother before her contact was cut off. Oh goodness. Did she just broadcast her location to the hero when she was talking with her brother? That was the only possibility that General Forge could have thought of. And it also made sense as to why her communication had been cut off shortly thereafter, too. They found out and didn't want her talking with her brother, for obvious reasons. She was a wanted person, after all, and for no good reason, too. What a mess this was. General Forge had to somehow clean it all up. And he knew for a fact that the options for cleaning up the hero and his healer were slim to none. Not only did he not want to cause a commotion in Grand Elm, but he was severely outmatched by the hero in his current state, let alone the both of them. He really needed to get his halberd repaired. The demon folk general also realized that he had messed up by lying to the hero and healer. He pondered for a moment as to what might have happened if he admitted that Sola was with him. Not to save his own skin, of course, but to explain whatever misunderstandings they might have thought about her. Without a doubt, they were suspicious of her. It wasn't unreasonable, either. If General Forge ever met the hero's younger siblings, if he had any, he'd be wary of them too. He was suddenly pulled from his thoughts by a prodding at his shoulder. Looking over at the perpetrator, he could see that it was Sola. There was some dirt on her arms and legs, and also on her shovel too. It's done, Sola said. I did the digging. They're doing the building stuff now. General Forge glanced over to see that the demon folk laborers were already laying down the wooden foundations for the platform. You need something to do? General Forge asked. Sola nodded. He looked around. There was admittedly not much left to do on the site. He wasn't sure if he could trust the demon folk girl to help with building the platform or any of the construction tasks. He also needed to start packing, too. They needed to catch the first trip on the rail line out of Grand Elm, to put as much distance between themselves and the hero party. Sola, can you go buy us some bread and jerky? General Forge asked. You can do that, right? The demon folk girl blinked at him, then nodded. I can do that, she said. General Forge fished for a few coins out of his pockets, then dropped them into Sola's outstretched hands. All right, that should be enough. You can do it on your own, right? Buying the bread and jerky? Yes, I can do it. Don't you worry. She flashed him a grin. General Forge wasn't sure if he should be proud at how confident she was, or worried. All right, I'll be off to prepare us to travel, he said. Travel? Where? Don't they need to keep on building this? Sola asked. She cocked her head. It's almost done. Once we're finished, we're leaving Grand Elm to see your brother. Of course. General Forge added the last sentence in haste. The mention of her brother made Sola grin widely again. Okay, I will get the breads and meat. Before General Forge could say another word, the demon folk girl immediately turned on her heels directly to the main street of Grand Elm. The demon folk general stared as her form disappeared into the town. How did she have so much energy, even after all that digging? Well, he could wonder about that later. First, he needed to get things packed. Sola, in the meanwhile, had paced herself to a brisk jog towards the bakery. A few people on the dirt trail that took note of her as she ran by, but nobody otherwise said much. The town center was a familiar sight to the demon folk girl now. She waved to a few of the store owners who were setting up their storefronts, and they waved back at her. Now, she just needed to go to the bakery. There wasn't even a line due to the rather early hour. Whitewood, the baker, had just been waiting inside. She was preparing a few loaves of bread for display when she spotted Sola. "Oh, hello dearie," Whitewood said. "Are you here to bite bread again?" "Yep," Sola exclaimed. "2 loaves of bread. You're in luck. I've got just what you need." The baker reached for some of the freshly baked loaves and wrapped them in wax paper. "Here you go. You can pay me 2 small tin coins." There were 3 loaves of bread. Sola looked at the 3 as though there were a dilemma in front of her. "But there's 3, she said promptly. "The 3rd one is free." "You look like you can do with the extra loaf." The demon folk girl shook her head. "But 3 is too much." "I give money for 2, though." "It's fine," the baker insisted. "Please, just take it." Sola gave a quiet okay as she placed the 2 small tin coins on the counter. She picked up the paper bag containing the 3 small loaves of bread, before waving goodbye to Whitewood. "I'll be going." "Me and Farah are going to the new front land," she exclaimed. The baker seemed surprised at the revelation. "Oh, really? Well, that's a surprise." "What for?" "To visit my brother. I can't wait to see him." There was a smile on the demon folk girl's face as she spoke. Sola's rather contagious joy had Whitewood's smile, too. "Well, I hope the trip goes out well for you," the baker replied. "It sounds like you're in a hurry, so I won't leave you here any longer." "Thank you," Sola exclaimed. She gave a wave back to the baker. As for the bread, Whitewood suddenly added, "Don't forget to eat it while it's still warm." As Sola stepped back out, she passed by a particular armor-clad individual and a mint-green head healer. Her eyes flickered over the pair for just a moment. She was wondering why the 2 seemed familiar, before her mind was set on getting back to where General Forge likely was for the time being. First, she needed to get some dried jerky. Rivermore's butchery was right next door. He gave her a greeting and, knowing what she wanted, gave her the usual strips of dried beef. The demon folk girl placed the 4 small tin coins on the counter, which he accepted happily. "Pleasure doing business with ya," he exclaimed. He handed to her the 2 strips of jerky, wrapped in butcher paper. She took the jerky happily, and turned on her heel to bound out the exit. Sola skipped her way on the dirt trail back, to see that General Forge was already ready. He was waiting for her with the bags he had packed. The demon folk general realized how close they were to not getting a seat. It seemed that the news of the rail engine had attracted a lot of people. A load of passengers had already come over, and many were returning on the same route due to the novelty of the new transportation method they had. That alone left only a handful of seats to snatch up. Thankfully, General Forge had gotten in line soon enough for the last 2 seats to go to him and Sola. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was just in time. "Hey, Sola!" he exclaimed. "I'm right here." "I know," she said, skipping up to him. She had the paper bag of bread and beef jerky in her hand. "Sola, you see these?" General Forge asked. He was pointing down at 2 satchels on the ground. "These are our bags." "Got that?" She looked down at them. "These are ours?" "Yep," the demon folk general replied. "I'm bringing them with me because they're things we'll probably need. Rest of the stuff will be watched by the other demon folk here, since I'm buddy-buddy with them." Also, from one of the bags, General Forge grabbed a cloth knapsack. "This, keep your money in it." "Same with the food." "Got that?" "Why do I need to carry it?" Sola asked. "Because I'm already carrying all of these." Sola pouted, but she couldn't argue against that. If he carried his things, it was only fair that she could carry some of her own things too. General Forge placed the food in the knapsack. He then grabbed at his coin pouch and drew the string back in a loop, before pointing at it so Sola knew. "And here's our money," he said. "This is important. We'll both have to make sure it doesn't get lost. Don't let it leave your sight, all right?" Sola nodded. "Okay." General Forge placed the coin pouch on the rest of the luggage, and stepped back to look at his handiwork. Truth be told, if Sola was given some better-looking clothes, she'd look like a newspaper seller. Then, a familiar face stepped up right behind General Forge, startling the demon folk general with a pat on his back. "General Forge, you leaving on me so soon?" Mr. Billers asked. The general blinked, and almost stammered over his next few words. A temporary leave, don't worry about it," he replied. "I'll be back as soon as possible." He was interrupted as the entrepreneur patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Billers exclaimed. "I've got everything prepared and ready for that. Organizing the labor ain't gonna be too much of a problem for me since you've been a good help in guiding me." General Forge smiled a little. "That's nice to hear. You can probably take care of the deed to our land, right?" "Yeah." "You're willing to lease it?" That was the agreement. "Yes." The entrepreneur reached into his bag to grab a few coins. Between his fingers were 5 rounded silver coins, 5 large steel coins. "Payment enough?" "Definitely," General Forge replied, as the coins were dropped in his hand. "Say, what do you plan on doing with the land?" "I'm curious, since you seem so enthusiastic to get it." "Cash crops?" Billers exclaimed. "I've got a few in mind, but I've got to look at the market first to see what's most viable. Labor's plentiful here, and the ones I'm thinking of always sell at a premium on the mainland." "Really?" Forge asked. "Let me guess. Coffee and sugar?" "Precisely." General Forge scratched the back of his head. "Never understood the human obsession over sugar and that bitter drink." "It gives you energy," Billers replied. He then looked down at the bags at their feet. "Seems like you two are heading out soon. Greet the city for me, will ya?" "Sure will." Mr. Billers and General Forge waved goodbye before the entrepreneur departed. "Are you ready to go?" General Forge asked Solar. "We'll be heading out soon." Sure enough, the rail engine that they built the rails for had moved into the station. Steam billowed around the cabin as it gradually came to a stop. Despite how ready the two felt, General Forge felt as though he was forgetting something. He placed a finger on his chin, his eyes flickering between the different bags he had packed. "Lady Solar, are you sure you have everything?" General Forge asked. The demon folk girl nodded. "I have everything, yes, my hat and my shovel." "And the food?" That was when it hit the demon folk general. He held both hands up to his head in realization and panic. "I forgot my halberd." "Dang it." He immediately turned to Solar and pointed at the luggage on the ground. "Solar, make sure this doesn't move from where it is right now." "Got it?" "Don't let it move?" Solar asked. "Number?" "Not at all by anyone else." The demon folk girl nodded, but then, she paused. "Why do you need to go?" she asked. "I gotta grab Mandrill." The demon folk girl seemed confused. "Mandrill is my weapon." "Like your shovel?" "It's got a name." Solar nodded, in understanding. "Oh, your thing." "Is it like shovel?" "No, it's a weapon." "Forget it, I need to go grab it." "Hold on to these for me, alright?" General Forge handed to Solar 2 slips of paper, the tickets for the train, then immediately turned tail to run back to the base camp. The demon folk girl was standing there on her own. She glanced down at the bags on the ground, the ones that General Forge was supposed to be carrying. As Solar idly looked around, it seemed that people were heading onto the rail engine already. The people lined up in front of her walked forward onto the carriages, taking seats. She waited for another minute, before her attention was grabbed by a woman speaking. "Last call to board the train," the attendant exclaimed. "There's 2 passengers missing." "Last call to board. Anyone here have 2 tickets?" Solar looked down at the 2 slips of paper that General Forge handed her. "These were the 2 tickets, right?" "I have the 2 tickets," she exclaimed. The attendant looked over the demon folk girl. "There's only one of you," the attendant stated. Solar didn't know how to answer that. "But I have the 2 tickets." "2 tickets, but one person?" the woman asked. "I'm guessing a no-show, then." "You want to get on?" Solar glanced around, looking for the general. He still hadn't come back. "But I need to wait for Farah," she replied. "Sorry, kid, but we can't wait forever." "You wanna get on before you miss your chance?" On one hand, Solar still wanted to wait for the demon folk general. On the other, she knew that missing out on going probably meant missing out on her brother. It took her a few seconds to decide which one took the priority. Figuring that General Forge had to carry his own bags, the demon folk girl stepped over them to board the rail engine's carriages. However, before she got on, she stopped and glanced at the pouch of coins. Right, General Forge said that was important and it shouldn't leave her sight. Logically, she was going to take it. After grabbing the pouch, she turned back. "I'll be going," she exclaimed, handing over the 2 tickets. "You only need one," the attendant said. "But that's good to know." "What about the bags behind you, miss?" "The bags? Farah's supposed to carry them, not me," she exclaimed. "Okay, then. Your seat will be over here." Chapter 13, Junil. Ron and Junil paid their fare, and the attendant proceeded to lead them onto the rail engine. Now that it was public, there were a lot of people in the carriages. It was indeed very full. with two people on the benches on either end of the aisle going down the middle. "I'm sorry for the rather cramped space in here," the train attendant apologized. "One of you will have to stand, which is typically against riding policy, but I shall make an exception as you are the hero." "It is fine. While I am typically averse to safety risks, there is little harm in these temporary accommodations," the hero replied. Ron, who did not have a seat himself, simply stood in the aisle next to Junil. He had both of his hands to his side. The healer didn't take much note of the person that was in the seat next to her, until she glanced over, and saw some very familiar orange apricot-colored hair. The passenger in the window side seat was the same demon folk from the bakery that morning, and the same one Ron ran into on the rail line yesterday. "Isn't that the same demon folk girl we saw in the bakery?" Junil asked. She leaned over to the hero, who looked down at the passenger next to Junil. "It seems so, yes," Ron replied. "And she is the one I had run into when we first arrived at Grand Elm." Everyone on the rail engine lurched backwards. They could hear the hissing of steam as the carriages began to slowly move forward. It seemed the demon folk girl next to them was getting excited. Her tail twitched in anticipation, as her apricot-colored eyes widened at the landscape moving out the window. "It's interesting that we've run into her so many times." "She seems friendly," Junil said. Ron nodded. "Talk to her. You may make a new friend today." Junil scoffed, but she couldn't lie to herself that she was mildly interested in a conversation with the demon folk girl. It's just, Junil didn't know how to approach her. It only took 30 seconds for Ron to figure that out about his healer. You can strike up a casual conversation. Demon folk are nothing to be afraid of in this day and age. "I'm still uneasy speaking to them." "I am right here. You are in no danger." Junil looked from Ron to the demon folk girl. "Fine," she gasped. Junil then scooted next to the demon folk girl. Her attention still appeared to be on the window outside. From this angle, the healer could see that the girl's orange hair was scraggy, to say the least. It was somewhat long, but it seemed like she hadn't had the most precise haircut. That was, if it even had been cut at all. "Ah, hello," Junil said. The girl's head whipped around to look at Junil. Round, innocent eyes met Junil's eyesight, a bright apricot orange in color. They glimmered with curiosity, and right now the demon folk girl was directing that curiosity at the healer. Something about those eyes felt familiar. "Hi," Junil continued. "Do you want to talk, maybe?" "What's your name?" "My name?" the demon folk girl asked. She took a moment to think about it, before grinning. "My name is Solar." She then pointed her finger at Junil. "What is your name?" Junil blinked. That conversation was easier to start than she expected. Truth be told, she expected the demon folk girl to recognize her. "Mine? It's Junil. I'm the healer of the hero party." The demon folk girl blinked twice, then smiled. "Junil, a healer of their party, right?" "Yes, that's right." Junil was not the judgmental type, but, from the way this Solar pronounced her words and her phrasing, Junil had a sneaking suspicion about something in particular. "Is this your first time on the rail engine?" Junil asked. "My first time, yes," Solar exclaimed. "Going on this rail thingy. It's fast and I can see everything moving by so quick. It's fun." The healer figured it out. This demon folk girl, to put it simply, appeared to certainly be not the brightest of the demon folk. She was a simpleton. That made Junil relax a little. The demon folk girl peered out the window again and pressed her nose against the glass. Her breath began to fog up on the window. "So," Junil said, "where are you going, Solar?" "I know we're going to New Frontierland, but do you plan on going elsewhere?" Solar's gaze didn't leave the landscape, but she continued speaking with Junil. "I'm going to the capital place," she proclaimed. "You're going to the capital?" "Yes," Solar replied. Junil cocked her head. Was this demon folk girl an indentured servant? It wouldn't make sense for her to be a traveling laborer. And she should have already had a job, considering that she had worked on the rail line earlier. "What are you going there for?" Junil asked. "Work, I'm guessing." "It's a bit of a trip to travel if you're just looking for work." Solar glanced over at Junil. An infectious smile was plastered over the demon folk girl's face. "I'm going to meet my older brother," Solar exclaimed. Junil, in turn, smiled. A family reunion, of course. She imagined that the demon folk indentured servants in the city would have relatives that meet from afar, since the servitude contracts typically didn't allow for them to leave for a visit. "Your brother?" "I see," He works at the capital. Sola's expression of happiness was replaced by one of puzzlement. Work? He doesn't work. I don't think so. Now it was Junel's turn to be confused. He doesn't, though. Junel was about to ask why he'd be at the capital then, but paused. The simpleton demon folk girl probably wouldn't know how to answer that question. What do you know about him? Junel asked. Sola smiled, once again. My brother, Luther. He's the greatest brother ever. Junel's mind paused. Luther? Oh, he's a good brother. Sola continued. He brings me things always, and he even made me shover. As in, Luth. Did she hear that correctly? Or was Luth just common to see in demon folk names? As Junel was in thought, Sola pulled a shovel out from beneath the seat in front of her, where she stashed it. See? The demon folk girl asked. Shover. Junel hesitated when asking the next question. Luther? You said that's the name of your brother? Yes, but he got in trouble for some reason, and people are mad at him. But it's fine, because I'm going to go meet him. This was. It couldn't be Luth, could it? Luther, Luth. Some demon folk must have named their son Luther, maybe after the name of Luth. Sure, that was it. There was no way. But then, the healer thought about the demon lord's appearance. That orange hair, those apricot-colored eyes. It couldn't be, could it? Junel was so enraptured over her thoughts that she almost jumped when she felt the hero's armored glove on her shoulder. Junel, get back, Ron said. Confused, the healer looked up. Ron? What's wrong? I said get back. Ron pulled Junel back by the hood of her coat. The healer almost tumbled into the passengers right beside Ron, as the hero immediately held himself in a stance. One of his hands neared the hilt of his broadsword. Ron, what has gotten into you? Junel yelled. The earlier revelation she almost had now lapsed her thoughts, her mind now mostly focused on the slight stinging bruise at her neck due to the hero's rough handling of her. The healer steadied herself to her knees after taking that tumble to the ground. That demon folk girl you are talking to is her. Who? He spared her only a second's glance when looking down. She's the one we're after. Both the healer and the hero stared at Sola. Ron, I'm not sure. Orange hair, orange eyes, horns that curve backward, incisions on her tail that roughly match, a shovel that looks as though it was handcrafted by the demon lord himself. Ron said that with as quiet and as serious a tone as he could muster to Junel. The hero's unrelenting gaze beamed down on the demon folk girl, who scooted a bit closer to the window. Her tail twitched as it coiled up around one of her arms. Her accent even sounds like his. No doubt about it, the surrounding passengers murmured, while the closest ones in the seats directly in front and behind promptly vacated theirs. While it was technically against riding policy, it seemed that even the train attendant didn't want to say a word about commotion involving the hero. Sorry. I'm sorry, Sola said. The demon folk girl wasn't sure what she did wrong. She was talking with the nice green-haired lady, Juna, but then the armored person pulled her away for some reason. It all began when she grabbed Shover. Maybe she wasn't allowed to hold it out. I put away. Sola proceeded to stash her shovel under the seat in front of her, and pat it twice to show the hero that it was safely under the seat. See? Away. She gave a beaming smile to the hero. 5 seconds passed, and his posture did not change. The demon folk girl felt as though something was wrong for sure. I am aware of your true identity. Your time on the run is over. Are you willing to surrender? Ron's right arm grabbed at the hilt of his massive broadsword. He pulled it out in arm's length, to threaten her. This does not have to be difficult, unless you wish for it to be so. Sola tilted her head. He wanted her to put Shovar away, but now he's taking his sword out? That didn't make sense. Not at all. She muttered something under her breath, just barely enough for Ron to catch it. Pardon? The hero asked. Not fair. He shook his head. Life is not fair, little demon. Whatever dubious plans you have in mind will not come to fruition. Now, will you surrender? The only part that Sola could fully hear and comprehend was life is not fair. She wasn't having any of that. Not fair. Sola proceeded to grab her shovel and haphazardly pulled it up to her chest. In the process, her shovel proceeded to tear a new leg-height window into the side of the train car, as the enchanted spade on the end worked its cutting magic. Ron! Junel yelled as she detected a surge of magic coming from the demon folk girl. She's using magic. The hero didn't need to be told twice, as he immediately swung his broadsword down on the demon folk girl. Sola shut her eyes tight and held the shovel above her to shield herself. A loud clang reverberated across the entire cabin. The moment the hero swung his broadsword down, everyone within the vicinity of the two held their breaths. When Sola opened her eyes again, she saw that his sword was blocked by her own shovel. Both the spade of the shovel and the blade of the sword glowed at the edges. Not one person moved, even as the rail engine rumbled over the tracks. Sola used this momentary distraction to scramble away over the seats in front of her, taking her shovel with her while doing so. As the hero reeled from his sword's impact on the shovel, Junal was gathering herself off the ground behind him. Ron, what are you thinking?" Junal asked. She had gotten to her feet and wiped the dust off her outfit. "Assessing a threat," was his immediate response. The healer simply stood there, gobsmacked at the man's recklessness. "We are in the middle of a moving carriage," the healer exclaimed. "There are people in front, behind, and to the left and right of us. Couldn't you have saved the reveal once we've stopped?" "Lengthening the distance between you and the second coming was my first priority," the hero replied. If you had come to the conclusion that she was our suspect on your own, would you have kept it quiet yourself?" Junal glowered at the hero, but she knew the answer to that. She wouldn't have. "That still doesn't make me feel any better," she grumbled. Ron lifted his broadsword up to eye level to examine the weapon. Right where he had struck the shovel was a small chip out of the sturdy blade. "She managed to chip my blade while using her weapon's abilities. This is concerning." "What? How?" the healer asked. She peered up at the blade herself, trying to discern the damage. But the hero brought his sword back down to hip level before she could. "There is no time for that," he continued. "We must go after the second coming immediately." He immediately made his way down the hallway, with the healer in tow. Meanwhile, Sola was catching her breath. She had run a good distance further down the line of rail carriages. The cramped space and the murmuring and muttering of the surrounding people proved to be a distraction, and she stopped for a moment to rest, grabbing at the pouch of coins around her neck. The demon folk girl was relieved to find that they were still attached to her. Then, she peered down the length of the hallway, only to spot the hero himself running between the seats, and making a direct beeline for her. Sola had barely a moment to panic before the hero swung his broadsword sideways, with far more dexterity than someone in a suit of armor should have had. The blade sliced through the thin wooden and canvas fabric walls of the carriages. Sola had evaded the blade by narrowly stepping back. A few wisps of her hair had been caught by the edge. Sola stumbled, in surprise. Her shovel remained at her side as she stared at the menacing armored hero before her. "Second coming," the hero stated. "Surrender now." Sola shook her head. "That is not my name," she said. Her voice was defiant. Loud. Ron remained persistent. "Regardless, your journey ends here. The war is lost, and continuing to shed blood now will achieve nothing." An ounce of confusion wormed its way into Sola's mind, after Ron said that. "The war?" she asked. "What war?" He didn't respond, and instead took another few steps forward. Sola took another immediate step back. "Second coming. Do you hear me?" Sola glanced between Ron and his broadsword. Then, she scowled at him. "That is not my name," the demon folk girl exclaimed, with her beloved shovel in hand. The demon folk girl swung it down, as though it were a hammer. The only thing that prevented it from slicing directly through the wooden floor was the hero, narrowly swinging his broadsword forward to catch the glowing edge of her shovel's blade. It also made a good-sized chip on the flat side of Ron's weapon. "Are you trying to destroy the floor of the carriage?" the hero asked. Sola immediately pulled the shovel back. She felt like she did something wrong. The way the hero said that. "Newer," she exclaimed. "It was an accident." "An accident," Ron muttered, at the absurdity of it. Sola turned tail once again, but this time she was already near the very front carriages of the rail engine. There were no more carriages for her to retreat back to, only the coal car and the steam engine that powered the entire rail engine. But that didn't stop Sola. She simply hopped onto the coal-filled carriage, her tail trailing behind her and swaying to ensure she remained balanced. Ron continued forward, however. His broadsword trailed behind him, as the end of the blade cut its own path directly through the wooden floor of the train. He raised the weapon over his shoulder, cleaving it right through the roof of the carriage, and then swung it sideways, with the intent to strike Sola's arm. He undershot. The hero's broadsword smashed into the side of the coal car. Sola immediately jumped up as the side of it was cleaved directly off, and coal began spilling out onto the side of the track. The demon folk girl's tail shot up, in surprise. Her apricot-colored eyes were wide at the sudden attack by the hero. "Junal, in the meanwhile, had been running up to Ron and trying to catch her breath. "Ron!" she exclaimed. "Please, stop going too far ahead of me." But the hero wasn't listening to her. His attention was entirely on the demon folk girl in front of him. Ron knew what was going to happen. As the healer stepped up behind him, he held his arm out to stop her. "Junil, stand back. She's going manic." Sola's breaths were deepening. She clenched and unclenched her left hand, with her other arm holding her shovel. The changes were immediately apparent. Having witnessed other demon folk do the same, both Ron and Junil knew what to expect. The sclera of Sola's eyes darkened to a blood-red color. The skin on her forearms and legs started to blacken, hardening like a quick-forming callus. Her fingernails even started to grow a little, too. Being so close to her, Junil swore that she could actually see the demon folk girl's hair grow a little longer. Ron tightened the grip on his broadsword, preparing for a fight. "She's gone manic," he warned. "Junil, prepare a healing spell." Instead of attacking, like what Ron would expect, Sola leapt off the destroyed coal car and scampered away from right between his legs. Ron spun around to see where she was going, Junil stepping out of the way out of sheer surprise. The demon folk girl scrambled upright after directly bypassing the hero, sprinting away from him at a pace faster than earlier. "Ron, you just let her get away?" Junil exclaimed. "I did not expect her to flee. The vast majority of demon folk who go manic typically attack." The two were now backtracking down the train carriage after the demon folk girl. Ron still held out his weapon, which swayed and nicked the floor and ceiling of the rail engine carriages now and then. Junil, meanwhile, had her wand out. They passed right by where the two had been seated earlier, before making it all the way to the last carriage. It was different from the other ones, being a specialized rear carriage built for the task of what appeared to be housing the crew. Thankfully, there was no one in there, save for one. Sola had retreated to the very back railing, but saw that there was no train for her to retreat to anymore. The demon folk girl peered down at the fast-moving rail, right behind the rear carriage. Soon, she was joined by the other two. Ron stepped right in, pushing the door of the carriage aside. Junil came in soon after him, taking a few deep breaths after running. "Second coming, there is no escape now," Ron stated. "I would recommend you surrender, but you are manic at the moment." Sola blinked through her red eyes. She then frowned and bared her teeth. "I told you already, that isn't my name," she exclaimed. "My name is Sola." "Sola." She held two fingers out in front of her, as if to emphasize the individual syllables of her name. It looked unusual, considering that the skin on her hands had toughened when she went manic. Junil was staring at Sola, mostly in confusion. By all means, the demon folk girl should be trying to attack them right now, but she wasn't. She had a moment of realization. The healer raised her arm, trying to stop the hero. "Ron, wait!" she exclaimed. But just as Junil reached her arm out, Sola took a final step back. The demon folk girl lost her footing right as they passed over a bridge that went over a canyon. All it took was for Sola to glance down, before she slipped. She didn't even yelp or give out a shout of surprise as she careened off the side of the train, falling past the bridge into the river below. Junil ran up right to the back railing, but by then the canyon had passed by already. The healer looked down, in shock, at the fast-moving rails beneath her. She fell," Junil said. "She really just..." The only thing Junil could hear was the rattling of the carriages and her own breathing. "She did not fall. She escaped," Ron stated. The healer glanced back over at the hero. She grimaced. "I know you're not medically inclined, but I'm very sure that fall was not survivable," the healer yelled. Ron shook his head. "On the contrary, before the ravine passed by completely, I saw something on the bottom." "What? A river?" "There was one at the bottom, but I witnessed a barge right below us, with a top over it." Junil gave Ron an incredulous stare. A barge? What does that have to do with anything?" the healer asked. She was almost shouting at the hero. "If she were to land on the barge's cargo, that would likely have broken her fall," Ron said. "And, if she did not, the crew of that barge would have pulled her from the water." Junil paused. "Wait. So you think she somehow was colluding and had all this planned out?" "A mere coincidence, most likely." "A ridiculous coincidence, but one regardless." "We cannot pursue her at this point, but we must make it to New Frontier and in haste." The hero sheathed his broadsword, before glancing down the wrecked carriages of the rail engine behind them. The passengers were huddled together, many of them staring at the aftermath of the rampage. "And are we gonna have to explain this?" Junal asked. "I will not.